Your silence insults them, your intelligence exposes them, and your presence makes their shallow world feel small. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You walk into a room and suddenly people shift. Conversations change, faces tighten. They can't quite explain it, but your energy feels like a mirror they never asked to look into. Not because you said something offensive, not because you disrespected anyone, but simply because you didn't water yourself down to make them feel smarter, safer, or superior. That quiet refusal, it speaks louder than any words you could say, and it pisses them off. Here's a hard truth. When you choose to stand tall in your truth, while others are busy pretending just to belong, you become the glitch in their matrix. Research even shows that people often mistrust or dislike those who are perceived as too competent or emotionally self-sufficient, especially in group settings. It threatens the fragile balance of artificial comfort they've built around themselves. They call you antisocial or too much, not because you lack connection, but because they lack depth. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to protect the light and share it with those who are silently fighting in the shadows. And thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are the part of a force that cannot be broken, cannot be boxed in, and will not be silenced. Now let's come back to the truth we all know, but rarely say out loud. Your refusal to dumb yourself down is costing you social points, and that's exactly how you know you're doing something right. The people around you aren't uncomfortable because you're rude, arrogant, or closed off. They're uncomfortable because you're real. You don't play their games, you don't talk just to be heard, and you don't pretend to like things you don't. And in a world that survives off shallow conversations and surface-level friendships, that kind of authenticity feels dangerous. But here's what they'll never admit to your face. Your presence forces them to confront their own emptiness. Every time you hold a boundary, speak truth with clarity, or say no to meaningless chatter, you remind them of the power they gave up just to fit in. And that is why they whisper, roll their eyes, or call you hard to connect with. Because the truth is, they've never even connected with themselves. You've probably noticed it your whole life. You walk into a group, and suddenly people start over-explaining, talking louder, or pretending to know more than they do. It's not confidence, it's a defense mechanism. They feel the presence of someone who knows themselves, and that's something they've spent years avoiding. So what do? They project, they mock, they distance themselves. But deep down, they watch, they study, and some even wish they had your strength. You're not difficult, you're just not programmable. They want you to laugh at jokes that aren't funny, agree with nonsense just to keep the peace, pretend like mediocrity is deep and shallow people have substance, but you can't fake it anymore. You've seen too much, felt too much, evolved too far. And that evolution comes at a cost: loneliness, alienation, and yes, even hatred. But it also comes with clarity, power, and freedom. Don't be fooled by their cold shoulders or side eyes. Behind closed doors, some of these same people are studying your words, imitating your ideas, or secretly respecting your discipline. They just can't say it out loud, because that would mean admitting they've built their identity around pleasing others while you've built yours around truth. So next time they call you too much, take it as confirmation. You're refusing to be small for their comfort, and that refusal isn't arrogance, it's self-respect. This world wasn't built for the ones who think deeply, feel deeply, and refuse to settle. But that doesn't mean you change. That doesn't mean you bend to be accepted by people who wouldn't even recognize your value if you served it to them on a gold platter. Let them be confused, let them talk, let them label you, because while they gossip in circles, you're out here moving in straight lines, focused, elevated, and chosen for more. And the truth is, nothing disturbs shallow water more than a deep soul stepping in. So keep stepping, chosen one. Don't shrink. Don't explain, don't dilute your light just so they can avoid facing their shadows. Because your refusal to dumb yourself down, that's the rebellion, that's the revolution. And that's exactly why the universe chose you. So, are you ready to peel back the layers and finally understand why your intelligence makes people so uncomfortable? Drop a comment below with number 777 if you're done pretending just to belong. And if this message hits home, consider showing love with a super thanks, because truth like this takes time, energy, and guts to speak out loud. Whether it's a scent or a blessing, it all fuels the mission to protect voices like yours. This isn't just a video, it's a mirror, a movement, and a reminder that your mind was never meant to be muted. And now, let's dive into this step by step. And believe me, if you're truly one of the chosen, something deep in your spirit will pull you to stay until the very end. Let's get into it. Number 1, they never wanted you to belong. They wanted you to bow down and behave. Your presence doesn't offend them. Your refusal to shrink does. You walk in as yourself, and they take it as an act of war. Let's call it what it really is, chosen one. They never hated you for being quiet. They never excluded you because you were too deep. They weren't uncomfortable because you were different. No, what truly rattled them was that you refused to become small enough to soothe their fragile sense of self. You refused to play dumb so they could feel clever. You refused to be predictable so they could feel powerful. That's not rejection, that's resentment masked as avoidance. Imagine a wolf walking into a room full of stray cats pretending to be lions. That's what it's like when you enter their space. Confident, clear-headed, and absolutely uninterested in performing. You don't need applause, you don't need validation, and worst of all, you don't need them. That independence, that inner clarity, that rattles people who are still looking for their worth in likes, in laughter, in approval. So when you show up and don't flinch, don't fake it, don't kneel, that's when the masks start to slide. That's when the smiles tighten. That's when they begin calling you things like intimidating, hard to read, or too much. But make no mistake, that's not a reflection of who you are. That's a cry of discomfort from people who've spent their lives building identities around being the loudest one in the room, until you walked in. You didn't dim your light, that's your crime. And the world around you? It doesn't reward those who shine too brightly without permission. It doesn't applaud those who step out of line and start asking real questions. No, this world punishes clarity. It punishes emotional intelligence. It punishes depth. Because in a society built on shallow conversations and surface-level masks, someone like you, who sees straight through it all, is seen as dangerous. They want you to fit in, but not as you. They want a version of you that's watered down, quieter, dumber. They want you smile at things you find offensive, nod at nonsense, and blend into a crowd that's never truly seen you. But you refused. You sat in silence when the conversation lacked substance. You questioned things they blindly accepted. You chose solitude over stupidity, and that made you the enemy. Ever noticed how they treat you differently when you speak up, when you question something, when you don't laugh along with the joke? That's not just social discomfort, that's ego panic. They're not mad at you. They're mad at what your presence reveals about them, that they've been faking it, that they've dumbed themselves down to fit in, and here you are, refusing to do the same. You remind them of everything they gave up just to be accepted. But let me ask you this, chosen one, is fitting in really worth it if it costs you your authenticity? Is temporary approval worth permanent self-betrayal? Of course not. That's why you don't blend. That's why you can't fake it. That's why you walk alone sometimes, because the path of the real is lonely, but it's powerful, it's clean, it's clear, and clarity is terrifying to those who live in fog. You weren't born to babysit egos. You weren't born to laugh at ignorance or dumb yourself down to survive small talk. That's not being humble. That's betrayal of your own brilliance. And no matter how they spin it, calling you too deep, too quiet, or hard to connect with is just code for I can't manipulate you like the others. They want to shrink you because they can't match you, and when they can't rise to your level, they'll try to drag you to theirs. You see it all the time, mockery disguised as humor, exclusion masked as preference, side eyes cloaked as concern. It's never about who you are, it's about what they aren't and how your existence exposes that fact. But let's be brutally clear here. You are not here to be digestible. You are not a sugar-coated version of yourself meant to be easily swallowed by people choking on their own insecurities. You're not here to blend. You're here to stand out. Not for attention, but for truth. Because chosen one, your refusal to dumb yourself down, that's not arrogance, that's sacred defiance, that's spiritual war paint. That's your boundary screaming, I will not trade authenticity for access. You weren't meant to be small, you weren't meant to play it safe, and if your presence causes tension in rooms built on lies, then you're exactly where you need to be. Let them be uncomfortable, let them talk. Let them misunderstand, because the more you stand in your truth, the more their lies will start to suffocate. You are the breath of fresh air they didn't ask for, but desperately need. And even if they can't admit it, some of them are watching you in silence, wishing they had the strength to do the same. But you can't shrink to make others grow. That's not growth, that's sacrifice. And you've sacrificed enough. Your energy, your voice, your intelligence, it's not a burden, it's a threat to systems built on false confidence and silent compliance. So don't you dare dilute yourself for people who can't handle your full volume. Don't play dumb just so someone else can feel smart. Don't laugh just to keep peace with those who profit off confusion. Because the moment you do, you're handing your power over to people who never earned it. You didn't come here to be quiet, you came here to be clear, and you didn't walk this path to be accepted. You walk it to be undeniable. So stay sharp, stay grounded, stay unshrinkable, because the ones who try to box you in will eventually choke on their own limitations. And when they look around and realize the one person they tried to mute is the only one who saw it all clearly from the start, it'll be too late. They should have listened when you were quiet, but they chose to get angry instead, and now they're just mad that they couldn't break you. Number 2, they flinch at your depth because they've been breathing shallow for too long. They don't hate your truth, they fear it, because once you show up, all the lies they've been hiding behind begin to collapse. Let's not sugarcoat it, chosen one. Their offense? It's not about you. It never was. It's a shield, a clumsy subconscious shield they throw up the moment they feel your energy coming. They say you're too much, too intense, or hard to read. But really, you're too real for the surface-level world they've spent their entire lives trying to survive in. Your depth doesn't offend them because it's aggressive. It offends them because it's undeniable. Imagine this. You walk into a room full of people floating on inflatable rafts in the shallow end of a spiritual pool. You, on the other hand, have been diving into the deep end your whole life, touching the floor, exploring the darkness, learning to breathe where others panic. So when you arrive, calm, still, whole, they get nervous. Your presence alone sends ripples across their manufactured peace, not because you said anything, not because you did anything, but because you exist in a way they haven't learned how to. Here's a quote to etch into your bones. Your silence isn't awkward, it's revealing. You don't need to speak to shake a room, you just have to be. And to people who rely on noise to distract themselves from their inner emptiness, your quiet depth feels like a personal attack. That's why their smiles stiffen when you speak truth without apology. That's why their jokes start to feel forced when you're around. They're not laughing because it's funny, they're laughing to maintain control. And when that control starts slipping, they start labeling. Suddenly you're too serious, too deep, or antisocial. But that's not an insult, chosen one. It's a confession. They're telling you, in not-so-subtle language, I can't meet you where you are, and I don't want to admit it. But here's the trap they fall into, pretending that your power is a problem. As if your ability to sit with truth makes you dangerous. As if your calmness is a red flag instead of a green light of self-mastery. They'll never say it out loud, but they envy your grounding. They crave your centeredness, and it makes them furious that they can't replicate it just by mimicking your stillness. You didn't say too much. You just said something they've spent years avoiding. Your refusal to gossip? That's offensive. Your disinterest in drama? Suspicious. Your ability to sit in silence? Intimidating. Why? Because all of it points to one thing. They've never built what you carry naturally. They've mastered social games. You've mastered yourself. And here's another truth bomb for the ones in the back. The universe didn't choose you to be relatable. It chose you to be real. So no, it's not your job to become easier to swallow. You weren't sent here to be comfortable. You weren't chosen to play small just to keep the peace. If your presence disrupts the room, then the room wasn't built for truth. It was built for performance. And that's why they start performing even harder when you walk in. Ever noticed how they'll overtalk when you're silent? How they'll fill every gap with nonsense just to avoid feeling exposed? That's not confidence, that's fear in a loud costume. And you're the spotlight. You reveal what they've covered in years of denial and noise. That's why they can't relax around you. That's why they side-eye your peace. That's why they keep trying to get a reaction out of you, because your stillness is louder than their chaos. Imagine being a mirror in a funhouse. Everyone else is reflecting warped versions of reality, bigger smiles, exaggerated egos, fake confidence. And then there's you, crystal clear, unfiltered, brutally honest. Of course they avoid you, of course they panic, because if they look into you for too long, they'll have to face themselves. And most people don't want truth. They want comfort. They want applause for mediocrity. They want noise to drown the void they refuse to face. But chosen one, don't you dare make yourself smaller to soothe someone else's discomfort with their own emptiness. If your depth makes them drown, they were never swimming, they were floating. You're not too deep, they're too used to shallow. And the reason they feel unstable around you isn't because you push them. It's because your stillness shows them how far they've drifted from themselves. You're the unspoken reminder of what they've ignored, their healing, their shadow work, their personal responsibility. You didn't come in with criticism, you came in with presence. And presence, real presence, is rare. It's disruptive, it's divine, it breaks down illusions without saying a word. They say they want real until real walks in and ruins the party. So the next time someone flinches at your truth, asks you why you're so quiet, or tries to label your calm as cold, remember this. They're not rejecting you, they're rejecting the version of themselves they see in your reflection. You're not the villain. You're the mirror. You're not creating tension. You're just refusing to play pretend. They're uncomfortable because you remind them of everything they've silenced, the depth they've buried, the truths they're too scared to face. And in that discomfort, they'll lash out, they'll label you, isolate you, dismiss you, but deep down, even they know you're not the problem. You're the answer they weren't ready for. So don't shrink, don't explain, don't mold your voice to fit their fragile egos. You weren't chosen to be palatable, you were chosen to be powerful. And if your power offends them, let it, because offense is a small price to pay for standing in truth. Keep walking in with your head high, chosen one. Let them choke on their own shallow air while you continue breathing deeply. Your depth is not a burden, it's your weapon. Your silence is not weakness, it's your proof. Your presence is not a threat, it's a reckoning. And remember, when the shallow get loud, it's because the deep have arrived. Number 3. They didn't want a friend, they wanted a leash. They didn't invite you in to understand you, they invited you in to domesticate you. Let's get brutally honest, chosen one. Some of the people who smiled at you, who acted like they wanted connection, were never trying to know the real you. They were trying to tame you. You weren't a friend to them. You were a wild energy they hoped to contain. And when they realized you couldn't be shaped, silenced, or softened, that's when the warmth started to vanish. Imagine this, a bird that sings too loud in a cage full of parrots trained to repeat. You weren't echoing their words. You were speaking from soul, from instinct, from insight, and they hated that. Not openly, not violently, but with subtle, calculated tactics, sarcastic jokes, fake concern, quiet attempts to humble you. They were never impressed by your clarity. They were intimidated by it. They thought if they kept you close, they could clip your wings quietly. Maybe you wouldn't notice. Maybe if they smiled enough, you'd never realize that their compliments came laced with envy, that their attention wasn't admiration, it was surveillance. And when you didn't play along, when you didn't shrink, didn't dumb down, didn't fake laugh or nod at nonsense, the shift was instant. Invitations disappeared, conversations got cold, and the label came fast. Too deep, too serious, hard to connect with. But here's the truth they won't say out loud. They never wanted you around. They wanted you contained. They couldn't digest the way your presence naturally rearranged the hierarchy they clung to. You didn't try to lead, but your clarity led the room. You didn't beg for approval, and that made them crave yours even more. But when they couldn't figure out how to manage you, how to box you in, they turned on you. Not out of hate, out of failure. Because you didn't fit their mold, you weren't programmable, and the script they wrote for you, you never auditioned for it. You didn't change. You just stopped apologizing. You stopped performing. And when they saw they couldn't change you, they walked away. Let them, because they were never your tribe. They were just trying to keep your fire on a leash, and flames like yours aren't meant to be managed. Number 4. You didn't outgrow them to hurt them. You outgrew them because you refused to rot with them. You became the mirror, not to shame them, but to show them who they really are without the mask. Let's make this clear, chosen one, your evolution didn't cause the shift. It revealed it. You didn't need to throw shade, clap back, or confront anyone. All you had to do was grow, quietly, naturally, authentically. And that alone disturbed the ones who stayed still for too long, because when someone like you starts moving forward, those who are stuck start to panic, not out of hate, but out of reflection. Imagine this, a garden where you keep growing taller, blooming wider, bearing fruit while others around you stay stunted. You don't talk about your roots, you don't brag about your progress, but just your existence reminds them they've stopped watering their own soil. And suddenly, your presence becomes offensive. Not because you said anything, but because you became something they no longer recognize. They don't hate your light. They hate the shadow it casts on everything they've left untouched within themselves. You didn't switch up, you simply stopped bending. You stopped laughing at empty conversations. You stopped over-explaining your boundaries. You stopped lowering your frequency to make other people feel more secure in their stagnation. And that's when the distance began, not because you isolated yourself, but because they couldn't stand what your clarity revealed. They say you changed, but let's tell the truth. They just never expected you to grow beyond their control. They liked you better when you were more accessible, more agreeable, more manageable. But that version of you was never the real you. It was a survival mask, a compromise, and when you finally took it off, they had to face the uncomfortable reality. You weren't like them. You were patient, not equal. You didn't leave them behind. They chose not to come with you. And the silence, the awkward tension, the weird looks and sudden distance, that's projection, that's resistance, because your growth makes them question their own decisions. It makes them realize they stayed in circles you outgrew long ago. And that realization hurts more than anything you could ever say to them directly. You didn't become their enemy. You became the mirror that reflected the truth they've been too scared to face. And that's why they avoid you. Not because you're unkind, not because you're arrogant, but because you became proof that it was possible to grow, and they didn't. Number 5, you weren't supposed to wake them up. You were supposed to stay asleep with them. They weren't offended by your truth. They were terrified by it, because the moment you spoke it, their carefully constructed comfort started to crack. You broke the code, chosen one, the unspoken code of spiritual conformity. You weren't supposed to show up with eyes wide open, soul intact, and a voice that didn't tremble in the face of false peace. You weren't supposed to question the silence. You weren't supposed to see, but you did. And now they don't know whether to run from you or follow you. Imagine this, a dim room where everyone's agreed to pretend the light switch doesn't exist. They've adjusted their eyes to the dark, decorated their corners with cozy lies, and made peace with the dust. Then you walk in and flip the switch. Not to be cruel, not to show off, but because you simply couldn't keep pretending the darkness was home, and suddenly the light is unbearable, not because it burns, but because it reveals. Your clarity didn't disrupt the peace, it exposed that there never was any to begin with. That's the betrayal they can't name. That's why the air shifts the second you speak. Because most people aren't in search of awakening, they're in search of anesthesia. They want just enough spirituality to feel good. Not enough to grow, just enough mindfulness to post quotes online, not enough to clean the rot in their souls. They don't want the real thing. They want a watered-down version of truth that doesn't touch the parts they've buried. But you brought the real stuff, unfiltered, undeniable, uncomfortable. You didn't come to win arguments, you came to break cycles. You didn't come to fit the vibe, you became the shift. And that alone makes you dangerous to a room built on denial. That's why they call you too serious. That's why they label you too much. Because in your presence, their masks stop fitting, their conversations fall flat. Their spiritual slogans sound empty. You've broken the illusion they all agreed to uphold, and even if they never admit it, they felt it the moment you walked in. You didn't kill the vibe, you revealed it was fake. They wanted you to nod along, keep it light, and smile through the shallowness. But you weren't built for spiritual sleepwalking. You came awake, and once you're awake, you don't go back. So let them whisper, let them avoid, let them misunderstand. Because you didn't come to join the slumber party, you came to sound the alarm. Number 6, they never wanted to know you, they wanted to cage you. They didn't invite you in to learn from you, they let you in to tame the threat you represented. Let's rip the mask off this one, chosen one. From the start, their invitation wasn't rooted in love, connection, or any kind of real respect. It was a strategy, a calculated move. You walked in with something rare, undiluted energy, sharp clarity, and unshakable self-worth. They saw it instantly, and it terrified them. But instead of rising to meet you, they smiled, opened the door, and began scheming how to shrink you quietly. They didn't want your mind. They wanted control over it. Imagine a wild lion walking into a room where everyone else has been trained to purr on command. You weren't roaring to prove anything. You were just existing in your full nature. And even that was too much. You didn't roar, but your presence alone made their fake confidence tremble. You didn't threaten them directly, but your existence called their bluff. So they did what insecure people always do when faced with real power. They tried to box it. They didn't ask questions to understand you. They asked questions to weaken you. Subtle jabs, little digs, passive-aggressive jokes, backhanded compliments that sounded like praise but felt like poison. Because in their world, anyone who refuses to play small becomes the villain. And when you didn't play along, when you didn't laugh just to be liked, didn't agree just to fit in, didn't soften just to survive, that's when the backlash started. They called you arrogant because you didn't self-deprecate for their comfort. They called you distant because you didn't give them unlimited access to your energy. They called you difficult because your boundaries refused to bend for manipulation. None of those labels were true. They were defense mechanisms, weak disguises for their discomfort, because what they really couldn't handle was the fact that you wouldn't be owned, you wouldn't be reshaped into something less threatening, and that made you dangerous in their eyes. You were never meant to be digestible, chosen one. You were meant to be whole, and when they realized you wouldn't trade your authenticity for a seat at their table, that's when the smiles turned to silence. The warmth became withdrawal. The truth became too much. They didn't want all of you. They wanted the version of you they could manage. But you stayed true, and in doing so, you showed them a truth they never wanted to face. You can't tame someone who was never meant to be caged. Number 7, you don't speak their language because you were never programmed by their system. They don't understand your words because they were trained to speak in code, and you speak in truth. Let's be real, chosen one. The way you speak, raw, direct, alive, it doesn't compute in a world that runs on rehearsed scripts and mental autopilot. You're not talking to impress. You're not using language as camouflage. You're wielding it like a sword. Your words aren't born from fear or social training. They come from depth, from alignment, from a place that most people haven't even visited in their inner world. And that's why your voice doesn't blend in. It cuts through the noise. They don't flinch because you're loud. They flinch because you're clear. You don't talk to fill silence. You speak when truth rises. You don't regurgitate what's trending or palatable. You pull ideas out of places that can't be Googled. You say what others won't even think, because their minds are still trying to stay safe inside the maze of cultural programming. But you've already burned the map. You speak from freedom, not fear, and they don't know how to process that. Imagine walking into a room where everyone's repeating the same lines over and over like a broken radio. That's the matrix. Shallow catchphrases, safe opinions, meme-level wisdom. But when you speak, it sounds like thunder in a soundproof room. That's why their faces freeze. That's why they blink like they missed something, because they did. They missed the whole point of the conversation, and your frequency made it obvious. You didn't lose your voice. You just stopped making it smaller for people who refuse to listen. You've probably felt the shift, that awkward silence after you say something real, that strange pause when you drop a truth too heavy for their comfort zones. But that silence, it's not rejection, it's shock. It's their nervous system scrambling to figure out how to respond to a language not built for flattery or conformity. They whisper about you, call you too intense, hard to follow, deep, But that's projection. That's their mind crashing into a reality it wasn't programmed to accept. You weren't trying to be different, you just couldn't pretend anymore. You couldn't keep watering down your expression to fit inside their fragile social frames. So you stopped, and when you did, the divide became permanent. You didn't outgrow the people, you outgrew the programming. And now your voice feels like resistance in rooms addicted to comfort. But don't silence it, don't fold, don't lower your tone to make others feel tall. Because the truth is, your voice was never meant to be understood by the programmed. It was meant to wake them up. Number 8. You're not too much. They're just not built for what you carry. You weren't born to dim your light. You just walked into a room full of people who never built the eyes to face it. Let's make it plain, chosen one. Every time someone tells you you're intimidating, what they're really saying is, I haven't done the inner work to stand beside someone like you without crumbling. It's not your intensity, it's their unreadiness. It's not that you're loud, it's that you're clear. It's not that you're arrogant, it's that they've mistaken self-awareness for ego because they've never seen it done without performance. You're not too much, they've just been living too small for too long. When you walk in fully awake, grounded, present, it sends shockwaves, not because you're forcing anything, but because your existence is pure contrast. You're the mirror they didn't ask for. Your energy vibrates on a frequency that exposes the silence in theirs. You don't try to impress, you don't beg for attention, and that alone makes them uncomfortable because they've tied their identity to applause. Imagine a lighthouse surrounded by dim bulbs pretending to glow. You're not trying to outshine anyone, but your light exists, and that's enough to make them flinch, because it highlights how much they've been faking strength, faking joy, faking clarity. They built confidence on compliments. You built yours in silence, in solitude, in fire. They can't match it, so they call it too much. But let's be clear, you're not a threat, you're just a reminder. A reminder that growth is possible, that presence is power, that truth doesn't need an audience. Most people haven't done the internal construction it takes to hold steady when someone shows up with soul depth. They're still patching up holes with attention, still outsourcing their worth to trends, still hoping that if they fake it long enough, no one will notice the emptiness underneath. But you already noticed. You've seen behind the performance, you've heard what's not being said, and you've outgrown the need to play along just to keep the peace. So when they throw shade, that's not your problem, that's their pain. You don't need to shrink, you don't need to soften, you don't need to translate your truth into a language that coddles their fragility, because you weren't sent to make people comfortable, you were sent to shake them awake. Number 9, you are the wake-up call they keep hitting snooze on. You didn't threaten their comfort, you revealed their potential, and that's what scared them. Here's the raw truth. Chosen one, you don't have to shout, preach, or persuade. Your very existence speaks. The way you walk, the way you choose peace over drama, growth over cycles, truth over image, that alone challenges everything they've built their lives around. You are an invitation, not loud, not forced, but undeniable. You're the proof that healing is possible, that change is real, that there's another way to live besides surviving on autopilot. But not everyone wants that kind of message, because the moment you walk in with alignment, with boundaries, with a clear mind and an open soul, you become a mirror they didn't ask for. They say they want growth, but what they really want is comfort dressed up as progress. And when you come around, showing them what actual evolution looks like, they feel the pull and immediately resist it. You didn't say they were asleep, but your presence reminded them they never woke up. It's not personal, even when it feels like it. Their judgment, their distance, their backhanded compliments, those aren't attacks on your character. They're defense mechanisms, because when someone like you walks in, whole, awake, real, it stirs the buried dreams they've tried to forget. You remind them they've played it safe for too long, that they've stayed in relationships, environments and mindsets far beneath their purpose. And instead of accepting that as motivation, they run. Imagine this. You offer someone a key to freedom and they slam the door because freedom means responsibility. That's what happens when you enter their space. You don't just show them what's possible, you remind them of what they've avoided. And that's terrifying for someone who has built their identity around excuses. So they label you too intense, too spiritual, too deep. But you're none of those things. You're just real. And realness doesn't need to shout, it just is. You are the invitation they begged the universe for, but weren't prepared to answer. So don't shrink, don't chase, don't try to convince them to see you clearly. If they walk away, let them. They're not rejecting you, they're rejecting the part of themselves your energy dares to awaken. And one day, they'll look back and realize the very person they pushed away was the mirror they needed to face all along. Number 10. They wanted to stand in your light, but only if you stayed in their shadow. They clapped when you were dim because your brilliance still served them, but the moment you lit up the whole room, that's when the silence started speaking. Let's expose this for what it really was, chosen one. They didn't want you invisible, but they never wanted you seen, not in your full power, not standing tall in your truth. They were comfortable sipping from your wisdom as long as you kept pouring quietly. They loved borrowing your intuition, your insight, your energy, but only behind closed doors. The second you stepped into your own spotlight, the masks slipped. Suddenly, they weren't cheering anymore. They were watching, judging, retreating. You weren't too loud. They were too addicted to the sound of your silence. They praised you when you were accessible. They loved your emotional labor, your late-night pep talks, your ability to make their chaos make sense. You were the backbone of their strength. But the moment you stopped being the background character in their story and started telling your own, that's when it all changed. That's when they started calling you too confident, too full of yourself, or saying you changed. No, you didn't change. You just stopped letting them feast on your light while starving you of recognition. Imagine this. A group of people warming themselves by a fire they didn't build, acting like they brought the flame. Then the fire grows, becomes too big, too bright. Suddenly, they're backing away, because now it's obvious. They were only standing close to benefit, not to build. They never celebrated your growth, because it made them confront their own stagnation. You were useful as long as you stayed silent, as long as you stayed humble in a way that meant invisible. They didn't mind your power, they minded your awareness of it, because the moment you owned it, the game changed. You weren't just the helper, the advisor, the support system. You were a force, and forces don't ask permission to shine. They were never clapping for you. They were clapping for the version of you that served them. And now that you've risen beyond that role, their silence is louder than ever. But don't mistake it for betrayal. It's just exposure. Your light didn't harm them. It simply revealed what was always there. They didn't love you. They loved what they could take from you. So let them stare. Let them whisper. Let them call you what they need to justify their retreat. Because you didn't switch up. You finally switched on. And so, chosen one, if you've ever wondered why the world feels allergic to your presence, now you know. It's not because you're too much, but because you refuse to be less. Your light doesn't fit in cages. Your clarity was never meant to be quiet. So let them fall away. Let them talk. You're not here to be understood by the crowd. You're here to awaken it. If this message spoke to your soul, drop 777 in the comments. Like, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs this truth. You're not alone, you're just set apart, and that's your power. You can't bury a tree that's rooted in the stars. The universe always digs it back up, and sometimes it's the roots that break the ground first. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Your enemies have thrown everything at you. Storms of lies, waves of betrayal, and fires of attack. They believed they could erase you, silence your spirit, and bury your influence deep beneath the surface. But what they didn't understand is that you are not just planted anywhere. You are rooted in a power much greater than themselves. The universe is watching, and it's quietly waiting. Here's a fact that should make them tremble. More than 95% of those who build their empires on deception, greed, and harm collapse, not because of their enemies, but because their own arrogance snaps the very ropes they climb. Their false confidence becomes the noose that traps them. It's a silent truth many overlook, but you don't. You see it happening right now. They dug the hole meant for you. Now they're the ones slipping into it. And this isn't just about jail bars or courtroom sentences. What's unfolding goes beyond what the eyes can see. It's the universe balancing the scales, delivering justice in ways that leave bystanders stunned and even the fiercest offenders begging for mercy. The kind of justice no human court can grant. So thank you, Chosen One, for being here right now. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe. Help spread this message to more souls, because it's on all of us to share the light and reveal the truth. Thanks for being part of this mission. You are part of a powerful force, a cosmic movement that no darkness can stop. Now let's dive deeper into what's really happening. This story is not just about survival. It's about how the universe steps in when those who tried to destroy you end up caught in the web they wove. When they couldn't take your life, the universe quietly prepared to take theirs. For too long, those who envied your light worked hard to silence you. They tried to erase your name, break your spirit, and stop your purpose. But your story is not written by them. It's written in the stars. Your existence is a challenge to the darkness, a beacon that they cannot extinguish, no matter how fiercely they try. They used every weapon they had: false accusations, manipulation, isolation, and even secret attacks behind the scenes. They thought if they couldn't destroy your body, they could kill your future by suffocating your dreams. But what they didn't realize is that every blow they dealt only made you stronger. Every lie became a reason for your truth to shine brighter. You weren't just anyone to them. You were a threat to their control, a living proof that their schemes wouldn't succeed forever. The universe recorded every move they made in the shadows, every word spoken behind closed doors. Nothing went unnoticed. And here's the thing, those who build their plans on cruelty and deception may seem powerful for a time, but the universe doesn't forget. It watches, waits, and when the moment is right, it turns the tables with precision. The very devices meant to trap you become the chains that bind them. Their lies become the evidence that reveals them. This is not random. It is a natural order, one that ensures no injustice goes unanswered. The universe's justice isn't rushed, but it's sure. It's not a blind force. It's a perfect balance that ensures those who try to take your life are the ones who end up paying the price. So, Chosen One, while they thought they were in control, they were actually building the case against themselves. The same arrogance that made them believe they were untouchable is what led to their downfall. This is the moment when justice isn't just an idea. It becomes real, visible, and undeniable. Their time is up. They're going to jail, not just physically, but in every way that matters. The universe is reclaiming what's been stolen from you, and the balance is being restored. And remember, the universe's judgment is swift and sure. When they couldn't take your life, it prepared to take theirs instantly. No excuses, no second chances. This is your story of victory. This is the proof that no weapon formed against you will prosper when the cosmic forces are on your side. Now, let's explore how this powerful reversal is unfolding, how those who tried to bury you have instead buried themselves, and how the universe is bringing justice in ways that no one could have scripted better. So before we pull back the curtain on what's really happening behind the scenes, pause for a second. Chosen one, if this message is already hitting somewhere deep, if it feels like truth is knocking right at your door, drop 888 in the comments to confirm you're in tune with this shift. And if you feel called to help amplify this voice, whether it's a kind word, a like, or a small super gift, know that it fuels the fire behind every message we bring. Every bit helps push the truth through the noise. And now, let's get into it, step by step, because if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel it, not just in your ears, but in your bones. This isn't just another video. This is the unraveling of everything they thought they'd get away with. Let's begin. 1. They tried to erase a force the universe refused to forget. They didn't just underestimate your strength, they overestimated their control. They thought they were deleting a person, but they were actually triggering a consequence. Imagine pressing the delete key on a file that's backed up on every system, every cloud, and every satellite orbiting this Earth. No matter what you try, it keeps coming back. That's what they were up against. Not a fragile soul, but a force preserved by the universe itself. Now imagine this, chosen one. They launched their attacks like viruses aimed to crash your system. Lies were their code. Slander was their programming. Their hope that if they kept flooding your life with distortion, eventually you'd collapse. But what they didn't realize was you weren't built on ordinary software. Your source code wasn't theirs to manipulate. You were encrypted by experience, updated by pain, and protected by the system they can't hack. Universal balance. So let's clear this up right now. No, you're not imagining things. You're not being too sensitive. You really were the target. They really did plan it, whisper it, and execute it with precision. And yet, here you are, still standing. Still breathing, still rising. You know why? Because some things aren't meant to be erased. You can't cancel what the universe has already confirmed. They thought they could bury your influence by exhausting your spirit. When smearing your name didn't work, they tried to isolate you. When isolation failed, they staged betrayals to make you question your own worth. They kept pulling cards from a deck that was never even in their hands to begin with. And every move they made only exposed how far they'd go to silence something they didn't understand. But here's the catch. Resilience isn't just about pushing through, it's about becoming undeniable. And that's what happened. You became the reflection they couldn't stand. You didn't just survive, you revealed. You made their darkness visible, and once light shows up, shadows can't lie anymore. Ever wonder why they couldn't stop? Why they kept poking, plotting, watching your every move? Because your existence became a mirror, and every time you held your peace instead of retaliating, it showed them the truth about themselves. That's why it wasn't enough to ignore you. They needed to destroy you. They weren't trying to break you, they were trying to silence the evidence your survival created. Here's something they never expected, that you wouldn't break. that you'd rise through every setup, betrayal, rumor, and silent war, and each time you did, it exposed their failure. Your endurance revealed the cracks in their confidence. Your peace became a direct threat to their chaos. The calm you carried in the middle of their storms made it impossible for them to pretend they weren't the problem. At first, they looked bold, untouchable even. People might have believed them, but time has a strange way of folding stories down to the truth. One piece at a time, their masks started slipping. Stories stopped adding up. People started asking questions, and the one they tried to label as the issue, you, suddenly looked a lot more like the truth. And let's be honest, that scared them more than anything, because once people start seeing you clearly, they start seeing them clearly too. The truth doesn't scream, it survives, and survival always exposes the lie. Now you might wonder, if they knew they were wrong, why didn't they stop? Why keep going? Because control is an addiction, and when a person can't control you, they try to control how others see you. But when even that fails, panic sets in, and panic leads to self-destruction. They weren't just trying to defeat you, they were losing to their own fear, their own guilt, their own unraveling. They became so desperate to maintain the lie that they started leaving a trail, and that trail, that's where the universe steps in. The same attempts to destroy you are now being used as evidence against them. The texts, the conversations, the sudden shifts in behavior, the smear campaigns, they're no longer weapons, they're receipts, and the universe is collecting every single one. So no, you don't need to clap back. You don't need to set the record straight. Your strength, your stillness, your refusal to break, it's already loud enough. It's speaking volumes, and it's shaking the very ground they thought they owned. Imagine a person who builds a trap so detailed they forget who it's for. That's where they are now, stuck inside their own plans, bound by their own intentions, and no one is pulling them out. Because the moment they tried to erase something bigger than themselves, they triggered a balance they can't outrun. The universe doesn't forget. It doesn't need headlines. It doesn't need a courtroom. It needs timing, and that time is now. They're being held accountable not just for what they did, but for who they tried to silence in the process. And here's where it gets real. They couldn't take your life, but the universe can take theirs in a second. Not just physically, but everything they thought defined them. Status, power, reputation, alliances. All of it can unravel in a breath when the universal scales tip. And no apology, no fake smile, no late-night regret session can undo it. Their downfall isn't just coming, it's already in motion. So if you feel that fire rising in your chest right now, chosen one, it's because your survival wasn't for nothing. It was evidence, it was justice. And now the universe is making sure that every move they made in darkness is returned to them in full light. They couldn't cancel your voice. Instead, they exposed their own. They didn't bury your story. They became the opening chapter of their own collapse. Keep rising. Stay silent if you must. The universe is loud enough for both of you. 2. You were the test. They didn't know they were failing. The universe doesn't ask questions with words. It sends people to reveal the answers. You weren't just another person passing through their life. You were the test they didn't study for, the mirror they didn't want to look into. And instead of reflecting, they reacted, violently, manipulatively, arrogantly. The kind of reaction that says more about them than it ever could about you. Imagine this, chosen one, a room filled with smoke, everyone coughing, blaming the air, until you walk in with clean lungs, and suddenly the truth becomes obvious. It was never the room, it was them. Your presence didn't create the problem, it revealed it. And that's what they couldn't stand. You weren't there to harm them. You were there to help them see, to grow, to rise. But the moment they realized they couldn't manipulate you, they panicked. They didn't want to be healed. They wanted control. And when they couldn't have that, they chose destruction. When someone can't control your spirit, they'll try to control your image. What you exposed wasn't surface level, it was deep, the kind of truth that people bury under charm, status, and carefully constructed lies. But your energy cut through all of that, quietly, unintentionally, yet fully. That's why they reacted the way they did. They didn't see your presence as a blessing, they saw it as a threat. And in that moment, they weren't just failing the test. They were rewriting the questions to justify their actions. The truth is, they were never supposed to break you. They were supposed to face themselves. But facing themselves meant facing the darkness they had long been hiding. So they turned on you, not because you were the problem, but because you were the proof. And once you became the evidence, their only option, at least in their mind, was to erase you. The test wasn't how they treated you when they loved you, it was how they treated you when they couldn't use you. Let that settle for a moment. Think back. The shift didn't happen because you did something wrong. It happened when you stopped letting them pull your strings, when you started saying no, when your presence no longer served their agenda. That's when the betrayal came. That's when the gaslighting began. That's when the smear campaigns quietly activated behind closed doors. And all because you unknowingly walked into their life holding the very measuring stick they were afraid of. They thought they were handling a person, but they were standing face to face with their own reflection. You weren't loud, you weren't vengeful, but your peace unsettled them. Your honesty offended them. Your endurance made them uncomfortable, because every time you stood tall in silence, it made their lies feel smaller. Imagine a wildfire, not the kind that burns forests, but the kind that starts with dry grass and a flicker. You were that flicker, not designed to destroy, but to expose, to illuminate what had long been kept hidden. They could have used your light to find clarity. Instead, they tried to snuff it out. They didn't betray you because you were weak. They betrayed you because you made them face their own weakness. This wasn't about friendship or family or loyalty. It was about exposure. You didn't walk in with a sword, you walked in with light, and they treated it like a weapon, because when someone lives in darkness long enough, the light doesn't feel healing, it feels hostile. But here's the truth, the universe never fails to deliver. Every time someone responds to truth with violence, they sign their own sentence. Every act of retaliation, every word of mockery, every subtle setup wasn't just a reaction. It was a recording. The universe was watching, not to punish out of vengeance, but to balance out of order. You weren't placed in their life by accident. You were the test, the lesson, the moment, the turning point. They could have changed, they could have evolved, but instead they chose offense over awareness. And in doing so, they triggered a chain reaction they can no longer control. When the test is divine, the consequences don't ask for permission. They arrive uninvited. You didn't need to retaliate. You didn't need to scream or explain. The moment they touched what wasn't theirs to harm, the universe started counting. Not the minutes until your downfall, but the seconds until theirs. Because here's the irony. They thought removing you would fix the problem. But you weren't the problem. You were the proof. And you can't erase proof without creating a trail. Now everything they did in the dark is being brought into the light. The manipulation being exposed, the fake narratives falling apart, the alliances they leaned on, crumbling. People are seeing it, slowly, clearly, because the longer you stood silent, the louder the truth became. And you might be asking, why me? Why was I the one chosen for this kind of battle? Because not everyone can be the test. Not everyone can carry light in a room full of shadows and survive the backlash. But you did. You're still here. And that means you weren't just the test. You were the evidence the universe needed to bring correction into motion. You didn't fail them, they failed themselves. And now that failure is unfolding step by step, not through revenge, not through rage, but through realignment, through universal law, through consequences that were already written the moment they chose destruction over growth. They didn't just lose you, they lost their chance, their moment, their opportunity to evolve. And that loss isn't something they can talk their way out of, because the test is over and the results are permanent. 3. They tried to hijack the universe, and now it's taking back control. Control built on manipulation always ends in collapse. What they did wasn't just petty or emotional, it was a full-on attempt to bend universal law to serve their own ego. They weren't just jealous of you, they were threatened by what you represented, something they couldn't dominate, something that didn't need their permission to rise. Imagine someone trying to hold back the ocean with a picket fence. That's exactly what they did. They used gossip, emotional games, shady alliances, and silent sabotage as if those cheap tools could hold back something designed by the universe itself. And for a while, it looked like they were winning. But that was just the silence before the snap. Because every push against you was actually a push against universal order, and the universe always pushes back harder. They thought they were smart, pulling strings in secret, playing chess behind closed doors, even dabbling in dark energy just to see if they could shift the tide. But every time you got back up, and you did, you showed them they weren't in control of anything. The moment someone tries to control what they didn't create, they declare war on the system holding it together. That's what made them panic, not just your strength, but your immunity. You weren't just surviving, you were untouchable in ways they couldn't explain. Their tactics failed, not because they were weak, but because you weren't wired to respond to manipulation. You weren't built to break, you were built to reveal. And now, all their attempts to block your path have been flipped into evidence. The same whispers they thought were harmless are now echoing back in ways they can't silence. They broke natural law, trying to stop a universal process. And now, the system they mocked is correcting their interference. They didn't trigger revenge, they triggered balance. And balance doesn't need permission. They tried to play a role they were never meant for, and now everything they built is crumbling, not by your hand, but by the same force they challenged. You didn't fight back, you didn't need to, because the universe doesn't lose battles, it finishes them. 4. When they couldn't end you, they tried to cancel what you were born to do. You can silence a person, but you can't silence a purpose that was never yours to touch. They knew they couldn't stop your heart from beating, so they went after your future. They couldn't reach your body, so they set their sights on something even more sacred, your purpose. And that's when they crossed a line the universe doesn't ignore. Imagine trying to pull the sun out of the sky because its light is too bright for your secrets. That's what they attempted. They wanted you gone, not just in presence, but in influence. So they worked behind curtains, spreading lies, twisting narratives, and isolating you from everything that fed your fire. They attacked your name, your credibility, and your peace. They weren't trying to hurt your feelings, they were trying to steal your future. But what they didn't count on was this. Your destiny didn't come from their approval. It wasn't powered by popularity or protection. It was rooted deep, where gossip can't reach and hate can't thrive. Every time they whispered behind your back, they fertilized the very soil your growth needed. Every pit they dug became proof of their obsession. You were never the threat. They were threatened by what you carried. Your ability to rise without permission, to shine without validation, shook the ground beneath their insecurity. So they did everything in their power to assassinate your image. But image is surface level. Destiny lives deep. They tried to cancel a mission the universe has already mailed out. Return to sender. Denied. Now their plans are folding, not just in theory, but in real time. The same energy they used to trap you is wrapping around them like a storm they can't escape. People are starting to see the truth. The masks are slipping. And what was meant to destroy you has become the very light exposing them. They thought your silence meant defeat. But now that silence is being broken, not by your hands, but by justice arriving uninvited, you never needed to clap back. You just had to stay in position. And now, the noise they created is being drowned out by the echo of everything they feared the most. You're still here, you're still rising, and your purpose is louder than ever. 5. The universe gave them enough rope, and they used it to hang themselves. The most dangerous trap isn't the one you fall into, it's the one you build yourself, thinking no one's watching. They thought they were untouchable, that silence meant permission, that no consequence meant they'd outsmarted the system. But the universe was never absent, it was documenting, quietly, thoroughly. And while they laughed in the shadows, convinced they'd won, the rope they thought gave them power was slowly wrapping around their own plans. Imagine someone building a staircase out of arrogance, believing it's leading them to the top, only to find it's leading straight into a fall. That's what they were doing, step by step, action by action. Not because they were being forced to, but because their pride was louder than their common sense. The universe doesn't rush to respond. It waits for the full truth to unfold. They had every chance to change, every opportunity to take accountability, but instead of reflection, they chose repetition. They got bolder, louder, more reckless. They weren't just crossing boundaries, they were digging trenches, the kind no apology can climb out of. They mistook stillness for weakness, but stillness is where universal justice does its deepest work. It lets people show exactly who they are, without interference. And now, their words, their lies, their actions, they're being used as evidence against them. Not by you, by the balance they violated. Patience is not permission. Silence is not surrender. And timing, that's the universe's greatest strategy. They wanted control, but they ended up on record. Every rumor, every fake smile, every setup, it's all being replayed now, and they're realizing too late that they weren't getting away with it. They were just being given room to sink themselves. They thought you were the one being cornered, but you were being protected. They were the ones on trial the whole time, and the verdict is finally landing. Now, there's no one left to blame, no stories left to twist, no traps left to hide behind. What they built out of ego has collapsed into consequence. The universe isn't late, it's right on time. And this isn't a warning anymore, it's a sentence. 6. You didn't swing back, but truth hit harder than any punch could. Sometimes the loudest justice is the silence you kept while the truth built its own case. You didn't need to fight. You didn't have to throw a single stone or speak a single word to defend yourself. While they were building campaigns of lies, twisting your name and selling false stories to anyone who'd listen, you were just still. Unshaken. And that stillness, it spoke louder than anything you could have shouted. Imagine trying to start a fire in the rain. That's what they were doing, striking match after match, hoping something would burn, while your integrity poured down like a storm. Your character was your cover, your silence was your sword. They thought your silence meant surrender, but it was your strategy the whole time. You didn't need to prove yourself. Why? Because truth doesn't expire. It doesn't weaken under pressure. It doesn't need validation from the crowd. While they were running wild with gossip, every word they said was being quietly stored by time, by patterns, by the unseen balance of the universe. And now, the storm they built is starting to fold on itself. People who once looked at you with suspicion are starting to ask, wait, why hasn't this person clapped back? Why are they still standing when everything was thrown at them? That's when the real shift begins. Not because you explained anything, but because your endurance made their lies collapse under their own weight. You didn't have to fight for the truth. The truth fought for you. You were never scared. You were focused. You knew that reacting would have only distracted you from what mattered. And now the tables are turning. Those who once whispered behind your back are suddenly silent in your presence. Some are even walking away in quiet regret, realizing they were tools in someone else's war. Your calm forced them into exposure. Your restraint pulled the curtain back. The same mouths that were once so bold are now stuttering in confusion, trying to rewrite a story that's already being erased by facts. They thought burying you in lies would end you, but you weren't buried, you were planted. And now the truth is blooming where their lies used to live. 7. They thought they were moving in shadows, but the universe was watching the whole time. The most dangerous thing about darkness is thinking it makes you invisible. They really believed they were safe. No cameras, no eyewitnesses, no alarms, just secret meetings, private texts, deleted messages, and smug grins behind your back. To them, secrecy felt like immunity. Silence looked like permission. And because there was no immediate blowback, they assumed they were in the clear. But they forgot one thing. The universe doesn't need evidence to see the truth. It is the evidence. Imagine someone dancing on a frozen lake, laughing, thinking the surface will never crack. But deep beneath, the weight of every step is being recorded. That's what they were doing, taking arrogant steps on borrowed time. What they called smart was just loud stupidity with good timing. But the timing has run out. The absence of cameras doesn't mean the absence of consequence. Every whisper behind closed doors, logged. Every alliance formed in secrecy, tracked. Every insult hidden behind fake smiles, stamped and stored. They thought they were deleting history. What they didn't know is that universal surveillance doesn't rely on phones or files. It reads energy, intention, and repetition. While they were pretending in public, laughing in private, and mocking anything beyond their understanding, the balance was keeping score. And now it's sending out the bill. You didn't need to expose them. The universe was already building a case. They laughed at the idea of energy responding. They scoffed at spiritual order. They dismissed accountability as superstition. But now, that same force they mocked is moving in ways they can't explain. Secrets are being leaked. Patterns are emerging. People are turning on them, not out of revenge, but because the truth always finds a voice, even if it has to borrow one. Devices are being seized, messages are being recovered, and the very systems they thought would protect them are suddenly pulling away. The silence they trusted has become the storm they can't escape. They thought your stillness meant you were blind, but stillness doesn't mean ignorance. It means faith in something bigger than immediate reaction, and now that bigger force has stepped in. The universe doesn't knock, it walks right in when the time is right. Now their protection is gone, their masks are cracking, their shadows have been pierced by light that can't be shut off. And the worst part? They don't know where the next receipt is coming from, because it could come from anywhere. When the universe is involved, nowhere is safe. 8. They made deals in darkness, forgetting the universe never sleeps. You can sign a contract in secret, but the universe reads every clause in full daylight. They thought moving in silence made them smart, that late-night whispers, secret handshakes, and shady pacts would secure them the control they craved, not just over you, but over outcomes, influence, and doors they were never meant to open. What they didn't realize is that while no one may have been physically watching, the universe never blinked. They didn't just gossip or sabotage, they went deeper. Some entered spiritual circles masked as elite. Others aligned themselves with energies they didn't understand, swearing oaths, offering rituals, chanting your name like a curse and not a warning. They thought they were calling power. What they were really doing was signing their own surrender. They weren't gaining control, they were accumulating consequences. Imagine someone hacking into a system they don't understand, thinking they've cracked the code, only to trigger a security protocol they can't shut off. That's what happened. The moment they tried to manipulate spiritual laws, they activated something far more powerful than them: universal order. For a time, sure, it looked like they were winning. Things were moving in their favor. They looked protected, untouchable, but energy borrowed through corruption doesn't last. It always demands to be paid back. Everything the darkness gives is a loan, with interest. And now the invoice is showing up. Strange losses, legal problems, public embarrass. 9. They laughed at your faith. Now they're crying for the same mercy they mocked. They called your belief a weakness. Now it's the only thing strong enough to save them. They rolled their eyes when you prayed, scoffed when you said you trusted something higher. To them, your faith was a joke, something fragile people used to cope with life. You were too hopeful, too spiritual, too soft. They wore their cynicism like armor, thinking it made them superior. But what they didn't know is that belief forged in pain becomes unshakable. While they whispered behind your back, plotting your fall, you kept holding on to something they couldn't see, and that confused them. No matter how much they sabotaged, isolated, or ridiculed you, you didn't fold. You didn't stop believing. That's what made them furious, because they tried everything to break your spirit, and still you stood. They didn't just mock your belief, they underestimated the power holding you together. Imagine a storm beating against a house night after night. They expected the walls to fall, but the foundation held. That foundation was your faith. Not blind fantasy, but a trust carved from survival, from near breakdowns, from nights you cried out for help when no one else was watching. And now, the storm has shifted. Those same people, the ones who mocked, laughed, and whispered, are facing breakdowns of their own. Quiet ones, hidden ones, the kind of chaos you don't post online, relationships failing, finances crumbling, anxiety creeping in. All the things they once claimed you deserved are now knocking on their door. Suddenly, faith doesn't seem so foolish. The same mouths that mocked your prayers are now whispering their own. They're praying for peace, praying for protection, praying not to be exposed. But what they don't realize is you didn't pray to escape life. You prayed to endure it. And that same strength they laughed at is now the strength they're desperately searching for. They wanted you to break just so they could prove your trust was a waste, but you didn't. And now they're learning the hard way. The power they ignored doesn't disappear just because they refuse to believe in it. And here's the most brutal truth. Mercy can't be manipulated. It can only be received with humility. And for some, that humility is arriving not through choice, but through collapse. They mocked what kept you alive. Now they're clinging to it just to survive. 10. They summoned darkness, but forgot the battlefield, answers to the light. When you try to control the war, but don't own the battlefield, you've already lost. They were desperate, obsessed, so determined to block your path that they crossed into realms they didn't understand. They weren't content with gossip or manipulation. They wanted spiritual control, so they turned to dark rituals, paid for spells, whispered curses, activated altars in secret rooms, and lit fires, hoping to extinguish your light. But here's where they failed. They never asked who the battlefield belonged to. They treated the spiritual realm like it was a tool they could rent for revenge, a vending machine for power. But the moment they tried to manipulate spiritual law to harm someone already protected by divine order, they stepped into territory they had no keys to. They touched what wasn't theirs to touch, and the realm they played in is now turning on them. You don't win spiritual wars with shadow tricks, you get swallowed by them. Imagine someone setting traps in a forest they've never mapped. Eventually, they step into one of their own. That's exactly what's happening. The spirits they called on are backfiring. The energy they sent is returning. The altars they raised are collapsing, not slowly, but violently. They thought curses would stick, but curses can't override what's already been written in divine ink. They thought confusion would distract you, but your focus only sharpened. They thought fear would stop you, but instead it exposed how fearless you really are. You were never just protected, you were sealed with purpose they couldn't interrupt. Now, the backlash they never prepared for is here. Restless nights, health breakdowns, strange losses, financial collapse. The very forces they called to curse you are now living in their own homes, destroying the peace they once weaponized against you. They thought the delay meant they got away with it, but the delay was strategy. The universe was watching, allowing it all to unfold, so there would be no denying the wickedness at play. And now that the line has been crossed fully, the rebalancing has begun. And when light enters a battlefield once owned by darkness, it doesn't argue, it overtakes. Everything they built on stolen energy is falling. Every ritual has turned to rubble, because this was never their war to win. And now the battlefield itself is pushing them off. 11. The same hands that tried to bury you are now bound by their own deeds. The grave they dug for you became the blueprint for their own downfall. They went all in to take you down. Lies weren't enough. They built entire narratives. Schemes weren't enough. They engineered traps. They pulled strings behind the scenes, hoping to make you look like the villain in a play they wrote from jealousy and fear. Their hands weren't just dirty, they were drenched in manipulation. They tried to bury you not in soil, but in public opinion, in silence, in shame. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You weren't just anyone. They were messing with a mission, not just a person. You weren't placed on this path to crumble. You were positioned to rise. Your purpose wasn't printed on paper. It was etched into the rhythm of the universe itself. That means no lie, no setup, no whispered rumor had the power to override it. And now, the same hands that tried to destroy you are being restrained, not metaphorically, literally. They built a case against you and didn't realize they were signing their own indictment. Every fake conversation, recorded, every planted seed of doubt, backfiring, every attempt to defame your name, now stamped with their fingerprints. Imagine someone digging a hole so deep for someone else, they forget to leave themselves a way out. That's where they are now, sitting in the very pit they thought would be your grave, watching their strategy unfold into exposure. The irony isn't just poetic, it's divine design. They weren't judged by your reaction, they were judged by their own intentions. This isn't just courtroom drama, this is spiritual order putting on a robe and walking into reality. The justice you didn't have to chase is now doing laps around them, because while they were focused on silencing you, the universe was documenting every step they took. You didn't need to retaliate, you just needed to outlast. And you did. Now, the world is seeing it for what it is. The trap was never yours, it was theirs. The fall was never yours to take, it was always in their footsteps. And as the handcuffs click and the stories unravel, one truth remains louder than ever. They didn't just come for you, they challenged something sacred, and now the universe is answering. 12. What they meant to destroy you only elevated you, and now their fall confirms your rise. When they aimed to end you, they didn't realize they were building the stairs for your next level. They launched every attack with one mission: to stop you. If they could ruin your reputation, stall your growth, block your blessings, they believed they could erase your presence. What they didn't realize was this: every hit they threw became a hammer in the hands of the universe, building your next level. They moved out of hate, you moved out of alignment. That's the difference. What they thought was sabotage was actually divine setup. They closed one door, you walked through a better one. They tried to poison your name. You became known for your endurance. Their strategy to harm you turned into the engine behind your promotion. They didn't know the storm they sent was watering your next season. Imagine trying to drown a seed, not knowing it was destined to bloom. That's what happened. Every attempt to bury you became part of your rooting. Every whisper behind your back forced you to listen deeper. Every disappointment became direction. You were not just protected, you were positioned. And now, you've arrived at a place they swore you'd never reach. You're shining where they tried to shadow you. You're being celebrated in circles where they tried to exile you. The opportunities they tried to cancel are now chasing you. Why? Because the universe rewards those who stay in purpose, not those who try to manipulate it. They tried to reduce you, but you multiplied. But here's where it cuts deeper. While you were rising, they were crumbling. Not because you cursed them, but because energy always returns home. Their lies, manipulation, and sabotage didn't disappear. They festered. And now, what they try to hide is surfacing. The charm is fading. The truth is loud. Their mask is cracking, and they're standing in a mess they created with their own hands. Your elevation didn't require revenge. It only required patience, because real vindication isn't loud. It's undeniable. You didn't have to prove anything. Your success did the talking. Your peace became evidence. Your rise became the rebuttal they can't spin. They tried to steal your harvest. Now they're standing in famine. And that's the final twist. Your promotion became their exposure. While they were building traps, the universe was building a stage. And now you're standing on it, not in spite of them, but because of everything they threw at you. They lost, trying to stop what was never theirs to control. And now your rise is writing the story they swore would never exist. 13. This isn't just karma, it's cosmic correction in full view. They thought it was over, but the universe was just getting started. What's unfolding right now in their lives isn't just some generic karmic return. This isn't just what goes around comes around. It's much deeper than that. This is cosmic correction, surgical, intentional, and publicly undeniable. The universe isn't just settling scores, it's restoring order. For years, they moved like ghosts in the system, manipulating, mocking, and misleading. They took your silence as stupidity, your grace as weakness. They thought your endurance meant defeat, but what they never understood is that the universe doesn't strike in haste. It waits for the perfect moment to balance the scale. And now, that moment has arrived. They had time to shift, time to confess, time to stop. But instead, they went deeper. They sharpened their weapons. They laughed harder. They doubled down on destruction. So the balance didn't just return lightly, it returned with a message. The same stage they used to humiliate you is now hosting their exposure. This isn't revenge, this is response. Not a petty comeback, but a correction, a complete takedown of spiritual arrogance. You were never just a casualty of someone's envy. You were part of a divine blueprint. What they thought was personal was actually prophetic. They weren't just messing with a person, they disrupted alignment. And the universe doesn't let that slide. Now everything is unraveling. The whispers are now confessions. The fake smiles are fading. Their support systems are collapsing. And the hands they once used to manipulate outcomes. They're empty now, bound by their own choices, paralyzed by the exposure they once thought they were immune to. You didn't have to prove anything. Your peace was louder than their chaos. Your stability in the storm became the very evidence of your innocence. And now the universe is showing out. Not in secret, in full view, in courtrooms, in boardrooms, in group chats, in headlines. Their downfall is becoming your vindication. The traps they set have become their testimonials. The curses they spoke are echoing back with a force they can't handle. And the fear they hoped would break you, it's now surrounding them like a fog they can't escape. The universe has a memory, and it never forgets what was done in the dark. And now that memory is becoming movement, swift, undeniable, irreversible. You're not just surviving, you're rising. You're not just healing, you're glowing. You're not just moving on, you're becoming proof that when divine justice moves, it doesn't knock, it kicks the door open. So if you've been feeling that fire deep down, like something was shifting in your favor behind the scenes, this is your confirmation. You weren't crazy, you weren't being dramatic, you were simply witnessing prophecy unfold. They tried to bury your voice, now their own echo is haunting them. They tried to erase your name, now it's the only one being remembered for peace, resilience, and purpose. This is more than justice. It's order returning to a world that thought it could mock righteousness and walk away untouched. And you're not bitter, you're better, you're not broken, you're built. You're walking proof that no force, seen or unseen, can stop what's been divinely preserved. So if this hit your spirit, chosen one, don't just scroll away. This isn't just a message, it's a moment. Subscribe right now and become part of this sanctuary of truth, clarity, and divine insight. Like this video to make sure it reaches others who need this confirmation. Drop a comment and let your story speak. It could be the light someone else is searching for. And share it with someone going through the fire, with someone questioning their worth, with someone who needs to know that heaven has receipts. You're not alone, you're not defeated, you're aligned, and justice is already here. They don't fear your voice, they fear the day your voice finds its echo. That's the nightmare they've been trying to delay since day one. Not your glow, not your strength, not your intuition, but the moment your energy aligns with others like you. Because a single beam of light might expose a lie, but a wall of light, it blinds the whole illusion. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Imagine if every black sheep finally realized they weren't alone in the field. Imagine if every silenced soul found the others who spoke the same hidden truth. Imagine if every target of sabotage, betrayal, and spiritual manipulation stood together, not in noise, but in unshakable presence. That moment, that's the apocalypse of their control. That's what they've built entire systems to prevent. Because when chosen ones find each other, lies don't just fall apart, they self-destruct. And here's the part they prayed you'd never see. Science has already confirmed it. Humans synchronize emotionally and spiritually in the presence of shared experience. Mirror neurons fire when people resonate. And shared trauma? It unites in ways no algorithm can predict. That means the very isolation they weaponize to destroy you is now becoming the bridge that connects you to those who carry your same scars. You were never crazy. You were never alone. You were just ahead of the alignment. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, to shake the algorithm, and to awaken the rest of our tribe. Your click is a ripple, your share is a signal, and your presence here, it means you are part of something cosmic. You are part of a force they've tried for generations to keep scattered. So thank you for showing up. Thank you for being part of this mission. And now, let's get into what they've feared since the beginning. From the moment you were born, you were tagged, marked by a frequency most couldn't recognize, but all felt. Your presence shook rooms before you spoke. Your silence disturbed what others were trying to hide. But what they didn't expect was that you weren't the only one. There were others, quietly watching, quietly surviving, quietly being sculpted by the same pressure, different battles, same blueprint, different paths, same power. And they knew that, if you ever met, the system would fracture. So what did they do? They divided you, distracted you, lied to you, fed you spiritual disinformation disguised as friendship. They had to keep you separated. Because unity is the only thing that can't be manipulated once it's activated. Why do you think your connections always fell apart the moment they started feeling right? Why do you think the people who truly saw you were either removed or turned against you? That wasn't coincidence. That was strategy. They had to keep each chosen one isolated in their corner, questioning themselves, mistrusting others. Because if you ever started comparing stories, comparing wounds, connecting visions, then the illusions that held power over you would collapse like dominoes. You see, they didn't just fear your strength, they feared your recognition of others who were also chosen. Because together, you wouldn't just speak truth, you'd become it, you'd embody it. And the moment you do that, no smear campaign, no energy attack, no spiritual interference can stop what rises. Because what rises then is truth in form, light in numbers, unshakable, unstoppable, unified. And chosen one, that's what's starting to happen right now. The isolation didn't break you, it revealed you. The betrayals didn't destroy you, they connected you. The lies didn't silence you, they synced you with others who have carried the same truths in silence. And now, the universe is orchestrating what they spent their entire lives trying to prevent. A spiritual convergence, a collision of voices, a reunion of energies that don't need proof to believe, because they remember. You're not alone anymore. That tight feeling in your chest lately, that urge to find your people, that unexplainable knowing that something big is about to shift. That's not paranoia. That's the pulse of unification. That's the frequency of awakening souls drawing together. That's the universe lifting the veil. Because the moment the chosen stand beside each other, the ones who built their lies on your separation start to panic. They could discredit one voice, but now there are thousands rising, thousands who've seen the same darkness, thousands who've survived the same silent wars, and that is what makes them shake. Not because you're louder, but because you're no longer alone. They knew the day would come when the scattered would rise like stars across the sky, each carrying light, each carrying truth. That day, it's here, and it's only the beginning. And chosen one, if you feel this fire building inside you, don't scroll away. This isn't just a message, it's a mirror. You're not hearing this by accident. You're part of the shift they hoped would never begin. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you feel the pull of this rising unity. If this message cracked something open in your spirit, bless the mission with a super thanks, because your support pushes this truth into more ears, more hearts, and more souls ready to remember who they are. You are not alone anymore, and neither are we. The alignment has begun. And now let's walk deeper into the truth together, step by step. And believe me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you won't be able to look away, because what's coming next, it's exactly what they never wanted you to realize. Let's get started. Number 1. They built barriers because they knew bridges would burn them down. They didn't fear your growth, they feared your connection, because when you rise alone, you're a threat. But when you rise together, you're a revolution. And that's exactly what they've been trying to prevent since the day you opened your eyes. See, chosen one, they didn't just isolate you out of cruelty, they did it out of fear. They saw the storm in you before you even knew you were lightning. And what terrified them most was the thought of that energy colliding with others like you. That's not just power. That's prophecy fulfilled. That's the end of their illusion. They weren't scared of your voice. They were scared of the echo it would create if someone else, just as tuned in, just as resilient, just as divinely protected, heard it. That's why they built walls in the form of rumors, fences made out of lies, moats of mistrust. They had to keep you separated, not because your truth was weak, but because it was undeniable when spoken in unity. Alone, you might be gaslighted. Together, you become confirmation. Now think about this, chosen one. Look at history. Look at how they feared Malcolm X, not just because he spoke truth, but because his truth was spreading. Look at Martin Luther King Jr. It wasn't the dream that scared them, it was the dreamers marching behind him. Look at Nelson Mandela, silenced and imprisoned, not for weakness, but because his voice had the power to ignite millions. That's the fear you embody when you connect with your tribe. That's why they built the barriers, not out of strategy, but out of panic. And they disguised those barriers cleverly, didn't they? They dressed them up as comparison, jealousy, judgment, cliques, competition, betrayal. They wanted you to see every other chosen soul as a rival, not a reflection. They fed your insecurities so you'd reject your allies before you even recognized them. They whispered things like, they're trying to outshine you, or you can't trust people like that, just to ensure you'd never form the alliance that would bring the whole illusion down. But here's the truth, chosen one, they saw the pattern before you did. They saw the similarities in your stories, the parallels in your pain, the strength in your scars. They saw that you were all being pulled by the same current, and that scared the life out of them, because when the chosen link, they don't just rise, they dismantle, not with violence, not with revenge, but with presence, with power, with clarity, and with unity. Now you might be wondering, why did I keep losing friends every time I tried to grow? Or why did I always feel like an outsider, even in spiritual spaces? Because the system was rigged to keep you blind to your tribe. Because if they kept you suspicious, they kept you separate. And if they kept you separate, they stayed in control. But what they didn't account for was awakening. What they didn't expect was that the divine inside you would recognize itself in others, that you'd start seeing through the noise, the competition, the false mirrors, and you'd start building bridges. That's why they tried to distract you with fake friendships, with chaotic relationships, with emotional leeches disguised as love. They weren't just wasting your time, they were stealing your alignment. Because if they could keep your energy scattered, you'd never have the stillness to hear the call. You'd never feel the tug pulling you toward others like you. But chosen one, the distractions are dying, the masks are falling, and the call is getting louder. Now imagine this, a network of warriors who've walked through fire and came out glowing, not bitter, but better, souls who speak your language before you say a word. People who carry the same frequency you thought only lived in you. That's not a dream. That's the bridge they've feared for generations. And it's being built right now, by you, by us, by every chosen one who's finally realizing that the real threat was never the enemy. It was disconnection. You see, they thought if they buried each of you deep enough in doubt and pain, you'd never find each other. But what they didn't realize is that light attracts light. No matter how dark it gets, chosen energy knows how to recognize itself. That's why you've been meeting people lately who feel eerily familiar. That's why conversations have started shifting. That's why old relationships are collapsing while new divine alignments are unfolding effortlessly. The bridges are forming and the barriers are burning. The fear they carry now isn't rooted in your past. It's rooted in your potential, especially the potential to unite, because unity creates momentum. Momentum creates movement, and movement shakes everything false. They know this. That's why they're scrambling. That's why some of your old friends suddenly feel cold. That's why you've been feeling pulled to step back, go inward, reassess your circle. It's the preparation before the real alignment begins. And chosen one, you were born for this. You weren't meant to stand alone forever. You were meant to find your force. And when you do, every lie they told you about your worth, your power, and your purpose begins to fall apart in front of their eyes. You become a living contradiction to their entire strategy, a glowing rebuttal to every room they slandered your name in. Because when the chosen rise in unity, the enemy has nowhere left to hide. Their tactics fail, their secrets collapse, their control dies. So let them call it dangerous. Let them say you've changed. Let them accuse you of being too intense, too different, too aligned. That's just their fear talking. That's just their foundation cracking. Because the bridges you're building weren't made to be understood by those who built walls for a living. They were made for those who were born to tear them down. You are no longer a single voice in a forest. You are the echo of something ancient returning to its fullness. You are the sound of unity rising, the vibration of truth returning, and they can't stop it now. The barriers are crumbling, the bridges are blazing, and the connection they feared most has already begun. Number 2. Divide and conquer was their only weapon, until you saw the pattern. They separated the lions so they wouldn't realize they were a pride. That's how afraid they were of your alignment, chosen one. They didn't need to kill your roar. They just needed to make sure you never heard it coming from another soul like yours. Because if you did, if you turned and recognized that the same fire in you was blazing quietly in someone else, their power games would implode. It was never about hating you. It was always about controlling you. And what better way to control power than to keep it fragmented? From the beginning, you were misread by design, praised in private, doubted in public, elevated just enough to feel seen, but never enough to feel secure. They gave you compliments soaked in comparison, support that came with strings. They told others about your greatness, then whispered suspicion in your absence. Why? Because that's how divide and conquer works. You don't have to destroy the lion. You just have to make sure he sees every other lion as a rival. Now think about this, chosen one. How many connections did you lose before they even began? How many people carried energy just like yours, same pain, same strength, but you were convinced they were a threat? How many times did you mistake divine mirrors for spiritual opposition because someone else planted a seed of fear before trust could grow? That wasn't coincidence. That was architecture. That was a system, a silent war built on shadow psychology. And the blueprint was simple. If they can keep the chosen ones suspicious of each other, they never have to worry about them joining forces. They didn't just feed you lies, they fed you isolation masked as independence. They didn't want you to know how powerful you are as a collective. Because the moment lions walk in formation, the jungle changes. Now imagine this. Imagine a chessboard where every piece thinks it's the only one that matters. Imagine pawns avoiding other pawns, knights judging other knights, rooks competing for attention. That board never wins. That board gets crushed. That board is what they programmed into your spiritual ecosystem. But here's the shift. You saw the pattern. You started noticing the repeat betrayals, the copy-paste friendships, the way certain energies always left you drained and disconnected, and you stopped blaming yourself. You stopped blaming others. You started seeing the system, and once you see the system, you can break it. You started realizing that your solitude wasn't personal, it was tactical. Your rejection wasn't a reflection of your worth, it was a reroute from their manipulation. They wanted you to believe you were too intense, too wise, too much to ever find your people. But now you're realizing you weren't too much. You were misplaced on purpose. See, they counted on your fatigue. They banked on your loneliness. They expected that after enough spiritual isolation, you'd either shrink down to fit in or lash out to self-destruct. But you didn't. You observed. You evolved. You watched them repeat the cycle so many times with different faces that the mask started to fall. And now, you've memorized the script. You recognize the fake support. You know the tactics. You know how they praise one chosen one to alienate another. You've seen how they pit spiritual beings against each other like crabs in a barrel, and you're not falling for it anymore. You've seen the pattern. You've seen how they divide the healers, how they silence the empaths, how they isolate the seers. Because when all of you walk alone, they can call you delusional. But when you walk together, they have to face the reality they spent decades trying to erase. You were right the whole time. That's why they switch up when you speak your truth. That's why they gossip when you form new bonds. That's why they fall silent when two real ones meet. Because the vibrations are sinking. The old control system is collapsing. And the false thrones built on divide and conquer are shaking under the weight of unity. And let's speak on this. Unity isn't just about friendship. It's about frequency. It's about recognizing yourself in another soul and letting the illusion of separateness die. It's about realizing that the same source that whispered in your spirit has been whispering in theirs. It's about no longer needing to be the only one shining and understanding that a collective glow is blinding to anything built on darkness. They didn't expect you to mature spiritually. They didn't expect you to hold your peace long enough to see through the sabotage. They didn't expect your eyes to sharpen, your spirit to expand, and your discernment to become surgical. But here you are, seeing through people, not because you're paranoid, but because you've been here before. You've seen the pattern before, and now you're choosing not to react, but to rebuild. And chosen one, that rebuilding starts with connection. It starts with looking at other lions not as competitors, but as confirmation. It starts with dropping the comparison, the jealousy, the suspicion, and realizing this whole time they've been doing to them what they did to you. And once you accept that, you're no longer playing their game. Look at nature. A single wolf is powerful, but a pack shifts ecosystems. A single fire is dangerous, but a wildfire rewrites landscapes. You were never meant to walk alone forever. That was survival mode. Now it's alignment season. And that means finding your pride, finding your people, and knowing the difference between old manipulative cycles and real divine connection. They know they've lost control when the chosen stop competing and start converging. That's why new betrayals have popped up lately. That's why some familiar faces have turned into distant energies. It's not sabotage, it's the final attempt. The last push to scatter you before the full convergence happens, but it's too late. You've already seen the pattern, and once you've seen it, you can never unsee it. So keep your eyes sharp, stay grounded, and when you feel that pull towards someone who carries your energy, don't run from it. Test it, feel it, honor it, because that might just be the very connection they've been trying to keep you from all along. Because lions were never meant to hunt alone. They were meant to reclaim the land together. And that is exactly what's happening now. Number 3. Your loneliness was orchestrated, not accidental. They built cages out of silence and called it destiny. But it was never destiny, it was design. A psychological blueprint crafted to make you believe that your isolation was proof of your insignificance. But chosen one, let's set the record straight. You weren't alone because you weren't worthy. You were alone because your worth was untouchable, too strong to be tamed, too rare to be replicated, and too powerful to be allowed near others like you. They didn't leave your phone dry by mistake. They didn't vanish from your celebrations and show up for your struggles by accident. They didn't ghost you, avoid you, and misunderstand you simply because life got busy. No, that distance, that disconnection, that unbearable silence, it was all intentional, because the people who feared your rise knew they couldn't stop your power, but they could try to delay it. And how do you delay a chosen one? You cut off their mirrors. You keep them from the ones who reflect their truth back to them. You intercept every connection that could have lit their fire faster. You ever wonder why people always almost connect with you? Why friendships start strong and then fade? Why you feel like people can see your glow, but they never stay long enough to build with it? That's not spiritual coincidence. That's orchestration. It was meant to keep you in a mental loop, questioning your value, doubting your presence, shrinking your light. Because when a chosen one walks alone, the enemy gets to write the narrative. But when you link with even one soul who sees you, that narrative crumbles. They had to isolate you. Chosen one, they had to make you doubt your own voice before someone else heard it and said, "Me too," because two chosen ones standing together. That's a code they can't break. That's a frequency that shakes foundations. And now that you're starting to understand this, their entire structure is trembling because the universe has been watching quietly, strategically, protecting you while you walked through the wilderness they threw you into. And now that loneliness is turning into alignment. So when you ask, why did everyone leave me? The answer is simple. They were afraid of who you'd become if they didn't. And now that you're becoming it anyway, they're scrambling. Let them. The universe was always with you. Your silence was never a cage. It was a cocoon. And what's coming next? wings. Number 4. They lied on each of you so none of you would trust each other. The oldest trick of tyrants: keep the truth-tellers suspicious of one another. Because the moment you trusted one another, the moment your frequencies aligned, they knew it would be over. So they chose the oldest weapon in the book: deception. Not a loud, obvious lie, but a whisper, a smirk, a conveniently timed comment, a shadow cast on someone just like you, so you'd hesitate, so you'd flinch at your own reflection. They couldn't destroy you in truth, chosen one, so they corrupted the space between you and those meant to walk beside you. They twisted the narrative. They planted seeds of suspicion, knowing the real war was never fought with swords. It was fought with silence and slander. Because when a chosen one doubts another chosen one, the chain is broken. The light gets scattered. The fire burns in isolation, never merging into the wildfire it was meant to become. You ever notice how they always just happen to tell you something concerning about someone who carried the same light you do? How you were warned, not by intuition, but by manufactured drama. They didn't want your spirits aligned, they wanted your backs turned. They told you, watch out for her. They told her, he can't be trusted. They sent fake friends to both of you, reporting lies wrapped in smiles, all so that when your souls crossed paths, you'd second guess it. And the worst part, for a while, it worked. You passed by allies thinking they were enemies. You pushed away those who were sent to complete the mission with you, not because your soul was blind, but because the smoke was thick, and they made sure you were breathing confusion. But here's the thing: truth has gravity, and no matter how long they hold it down, it always finds its way back to the surface. The veil is lifting, the smoke is clearing, and chosen one, you're starting to recognize the familiar glow in others. You're seeing through the mask. You're realizing that the very people they painted as problems carry your same wounds, speak your same truth, walk your same path. And now their greatest fear is coming true. You're reconnecting. You're seeing what was hidden. You're realizing that unity isn't just powerful, it's unbeatable. Their strategy has expired. Their illusion is crumbling. And all those lies, they're circling back, because what was done in the dark to divide you is being exposed by the light rising in all of you. So when you hear their names again, don't listen to the rumors. Look at the fruit, look at the eyes, feel the energy, because the universe is putting your team back together, and no amount of lies can stop it now. Number 5. They studied you, then strategized to keep you separate. You were a blueprint, not a threat, until they saw others were built the same. You see, chosen one, they didn't fear your strength at first. They were fascinated by it. You were a subject to be observed, not honored. A prototype. They watched how you handled betrayal without turning bitter. They clocked the way your light stayed on, even when they tried to suffocate your fire. They took notes on how you bounced back, how you forgave, how you elevated, even when left with nothing. And when they saw that same blueprint emerging in others, that's when panic set in. Because you weren't just special, you were a signal, a sign that something ancient and unstoppable was waking back up in the human spirit. You were evidence that divinely wired beings walk among us, not seeking power for control, but radiating truth for liberation. So what did they do? They weaponized your reflection. They made sure you didn't find the others like you. They turned mirrors into walls. Every space you entered, they made you feel like an outsider. Not because you were wrong, but because you were rare. And when something rare shows up, people trained to worship the average get intimidated. They don't know whether to praise it, fear it, or destroy it. And so they isolated it, you. But here's what they never counted on. The universe isn't random. It's coded, and chosen ones. You're linked by more than just pain. You're aligned by frequency. Your resilience wasn't just survival, it was recognition. A vibration that others like you feel across timelines. And that's why no matter how hard they tried to separate you, something deeper kept pulling your tribe closer. Little by little. Message by message, memory by memory. They studied you, but they never understood you. They tried to dismantle what they could never define, because what makes you you isn't in your resume, it's in your spirit. Your very existence is a rebellion against their programming. Your awakening is a glitch in their system. And now, with every new connection you make, with every chosen one you recognize in the crowd, they lose control. So when you feel that familiar fire, when someone speaks your truth before you say it, that's not a coincidence, that's a reconnection. And the more of you that awaken to each other, the more useless their strategy becomes. Let them panic. Let them watch. Because the very blueprint they feared is being duplicated by divine design, and they can't stop what they never created. Number 6. Their control only worked because you thought you were alone. They never silenced you, they just made sure you never found the echoes. That was their only trick. They didn't take your voice, they took away your audience. They didn't erase your truth, they just made you believe no one else carried it. That's how they won. Not through force, not through logic, but through isolation, through silence, through false separation. Chosen one, your awakening didn't happen in a vacuum. The moment your soul cracked open and saw through the illusion, you weren't alone. You were one of thousands, maybe millions, but they needed you to believe that you were the crazy one, that you were the outlier, that everyone else was still asleep and content. Because as long as you thought you were alone, you'd second-guess what you knew. You'd shrink. You'd doubt your gift. You'd hesitate to speak. But here's what they didn't prepare for. Your echoes are finding each other. That same truth you whispered to yourself in the dark, someone else whispered it too. That same gut feeling you tried to ignore, someone else followed it. And it led them to you. The same dream, the same injustice, the same divine frustration. It's showing up in soul after soul. And now you're realizing you weren't alone. You were early. The universe doesn't wake up everyone at once. Some are lit first to lead the others out. You were part of that first wave. And now the second and third waves are rising. The pattern is revealing itself. And their house of lies? It's shaking. You ever wonder why they kept you so distracted? Why it seemed like drama, betrayal, fake friends, and confusion always hit when you were on the verge of breakthrough? That wasn't random, that was orchestration. Because if you had ever sat still long enough to hear the echo in your soul and realized someone else had heard it too, you would have known the truth. You're not broken, you're chosen, and so are they. And together you are the storm. So yes, their control worked, for a time, but it was built on fog, not fire, on illusion, not power, and now the fog is clearing. You're seeing others with your same scars, your same codes, your same visions, the ones who were called too much, too intense, too sensitive, too awake. You're finding each other, and that's what they feared from the very beginning. Because one chosen one is a disruption, but many, that's a revolution. And chosen one, the echoes have become a chorus. They can't silence it now, not with slander, not with shame, not with distractions. You've heard each other, you've seen each other, and you can't unsee it. They lost, you just didn't know it yet. until now. Number 7. They knew the power of the aligned before you did. One match starts a fire, but 1,000 matches, that's a wildfire they can't contain. That's what they saw in you before you even saw it in yourself. They weren't afraid of your story. They were afraid that someone else had lived it too. They weren't shaken by your strength. They were terrified that you'd find others just as strong. Because when chosen ones align, it doesn't just create a movement. It births a new reality, one the old world can't survive. From the start, they made sure to isolate the awakened, not because you were too much, but because you were the beginning of too many. One flame is powerful, but when flames recognize each other, when fire meets fire, without fear, without ego, without jealousy, that's when the old system turns to ash. They knew it long before you did. That's why they studied you like a lab specimen, not to admire, to calculate risk, to project timelines, to stall the inevitable. You ever wondered why your experiences felt eerily similar to someone halfway across the globe? Why the dreams, the betrayals, the fake friendships, the sudden shifts all followed the same rhythm, the same season, the same silent pattern? That's not coincidence. That's cosmic alignment. You weren't just living through pain. You were walking through a divine initiation. And here's what makes their fear collapse into chaos. The pattern is becoming visible. You're realizing you're not alone, you're not first, and you're definitely not last. You are part of a massive, energetic uprising. The same truth that burned in your bones is alive in countless others. People you haven't even met yet, but when you do, it's instant recognition, no explanation needed. That's alignment, that's frequency, and that's what they can't touch. They built their thrones on your separation, their empires on your doubt. But the moment two chosen ones locked eyes and said, "Wait, you see it too?" the countdown began. Because now the shame is falling away, the fear is turning into focus, and the pain, it's being alchemized into purpose. Their game ends the second you recognize the power of reflection. The truth is, chosen one, you're not a lone spark in the dark. You're part of a divine ignition. And the moment you realize that, the moment you embrace it and begin aligning with others carrying that same spiritual flame, their walls start burning. Quietly, quickly, without warning. So yes, they knew the power of the aligned before you did. But now you know too, and there's no unknowing it. The wildfire is already here, and they can smell the smoke. Number 8. The day you link arms, their lies collapse like dominoes. You weren't the problem, they just couldn't afford the truth to go viral. You see, chosen one, it was never about silencing your voice. It was about making sure no one else picked up the sound. Because one person seeing through the lie, that's manageable. But 2, 5, 1,000, that's an epidemic of truth. That's how empires crumble, not through violence, but through clarity, shared, multiplied, and echoed. They knew that once you began recognizing your reflection in someone else's story, the spell would shatter. That when you looked another chosen one in the eye and saw the same betrayal, the same silence, the same pattern of isolation, it would become undeniable. You were never crazy. You were targeted. You were never the misfit. You were a mirror, reflecting the glitch in their system, and they were terrified of how fast that mirror might spread. Imagine this, 1,000 dominoes, carefully set up to look like truth, balance, structure. But in reality, they were built on fiction, fear, and control. Now imagine you, chosen one, as the first fingertip reaching out. Alone, you trembled. But then someone stood next to you, then another, and another, until finally one brave connection, a soul who had lived the same pain, seen through the same fog, reached out, took your hand, and pushed that first domino. Now watch them fall. That's what they feared, not you, United States. The moment we stop seeing each other as separate, as competitors, as lone warriors, and start seeing each other as extensions of the same divine force, their house of lies doesn't just shake, it collapses. Because every time a chosen one links arms with another, a lie loses its legs. Every unity moment strips the mask off another illusion. They can't fight the truth when it's standing shoulder to shoulder, moving in sync, breathing the same light. That's why they injected rumors between you. That's why they edited your truth and fed it back to others as delusion. That's why they branded your awakening as rebellion and your clarity as confusion. But the code has cracked now. The pattern is visible. The echo is too loud to unhear. We are becoming unerasable. And no, it's not a movement you can hashtag. This is a soul-level uprising. It's not a protest. They expect that. It's a recognition, a knowing glance, a subtle nod that says, I see you. I know what you went through. I felt it too. And in that moment, the lie dies. Because a lie, chosen one, needs isolation to survive. It needs people to never compare notes. It thrives when you feel ashamed to speak. But the second you say, wait, they did that to you too, the entire framework shatters. And now that's happening faster than they can manage. They can't delete the truth once it's multiplied. They can't censor every soul that rises. They can't fact-check your lived experience. They can't block what the universe is aligning. The dominoes are already falling. Not because of war, but because of witnessing. And chosen one, you were never alone. You were just the first to see it clearly. So if you've been doubting your journey, don't. Your pain was never pointless. It was patterned. You weren't imagining the setup. You were just ahead of the collapse. And now that we're linking arms, it's game over. Number 9. They're not scared of you speaking. They're scared of you sinking. Words are wind, but when energies lock, it's a storm. They let you speak, chosen one. That was never the threat. You could scream your truth all day and night, and they'd watch in silence. Because as long as no one listened, it didn't matter. As long as they could isolate your voice, distort your message, and leave you feeling like a whisper in a hurricane, they could sleep easy. But what keeps them up at night? What sends shivers down the spine of those who built this false matrix? It's sinking. It's when another soul hears your truth and says, I've lived that too. See, they never feared the noise. They feared the resonance, because the moment one story echoes inside another person's bones, the moment one chosen one speaks and 1,000 others nod in silent understanding, that's no longer a voice. It's a movement. That's not noise. It's alignment. And when chosen ones begin to sink, oh, that's a frequency they can't control. Imagine this for a second, a single drop of water falling into the ocean. Alone, it makes a ripple. Now imagine 1,000 drops falling in unison at the exact same frequency, on the same vibration. That's not a ripple. That's a tidal wave. That's what sinking is, and they knew it. That's why they didn't silence you. They scattered you. They designed a system where every truth speaker felt like the only one. They labeled your insight as delusion, your vision as paranoia, your clarity as conspiracy, and they let you talk, as long as no one believed you. But the minute someone else stood up and said, wait, I've seen the same thing, the illusion started breaking. Their power didn't come from stopping your words, it came from stopping your wavelength from syncing with others. That's why they studied your energy more than your message. They didn't care what you said, they cared who it reached, and they were terrified of the day your frequency found its match. And now that it is, they're scrambling, because once chosen ones begin syncing, timelines shift. Healing accelerates, systems collapse not with fists, but with alignment. The truth becomes uncontainable when it's vibrating in harmony across 1,000 awakened souls. And the most terrifying part for them, this isn't something you can stop with censorship. You can't shadow ban a vibration. You can't silence a frequency. You can't stop what the universe has already synced. And chosen one, you are syncing faster than they can separate. So the next time you doubt yourself, remember, it's not about how loud you speak. It's about how deep your energy resonates. And when that resonance matches with others, that's how mountains move. That's how illusions fall. That's how revolutions begin. Quietly, invisibly, until it becomes a storm they can't outrun. And chosen one, the clouds are already gathering. Number 10. You thought the fight was personal. It was always strategic. They didn't target your personality. They targeted your potential to connect. This war was never about your attitude, your tone, or your mistakes. It was never personal. They didn't isolate you because of how you spoke, dressed, or thought. They did it because of who you could unite with if they didn't intervene. This wasn't character assassination. This was connection assassination. And chosen one, the moment you realize this, the whole story changes. See, they didn't just delay your blessings, they disconnected your bridges, the ones sent to align with your mission, to accelerate your purpose, to build with you, rise with you, walk beside you. They were intercepted. Conversations that should have shifted your whole life, silenced before they ever happened. Introductions that would have changed the game. Derailed by whispers, distractions, and manipulations you never saw coming. Not because you were weak, but because together you and those people were dangerous to their design. Now imagine this, you're a key, and across the world there are locks, other chosen ones waiting. But if they keep you isolated, distracted, or misunderstood, those locks stay untouched. That's why they hit you first. That's why they planted seeds of self-doubt and mistrust in your mind. Because if you never realize you're a key, you never try to open anything. And let's be real, how many times did they make you think you were the problem? How many times did they twist your insight into conflict? How many potential allies did they paint as enemies before you ever got the chance to truly see them? You see, the attack was never on your individuality. It was on your interconnectivity. You weren't dangerous alone. You were lethal in alignment. But the beautiful twist? Destiny delayed is not destiny denied, and the universe keeps receipts. The connections that were blocked, they're finding their way back to you now. The conversations are being reopened. The people meant for you are resurfacing. The alliances that were sabotaged are reconnecting, because what was once torn apart in the shadows is being rewired under the light of awakening. And you're not the same anymore. You've grown. You see through the strategy now, the false guilt, the emotional manipulation, the blame games. You've outgrown the illusion, and more importantly, you've started remembering. Remembering that your strength isn't in standing alone, it's in locking arms. And that's why they're panicking. Because when chosen ones stop internalizing the war as personal and start seeing it as strategic sabotage against spiritual unity, that's when the healing becomes contagious. That's when the suppressed become the architects. That's when the silenced become the signal. So if you've ever wondered why things fell apart just when they were getting good, this is why. It wasn't about you. It was about what you and they could have created together. But now the veil is gone, and nothing scares them more than chosen ones reconnecting what was once ripped apart, because unity, once remembered, becomes unstoppable. And chosen one, you are remembering everything. The same mouths that mocked you in private are now choking on their own silence because someone with power finally said your name with respect. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You've been buried under lies, locked out of rooms, your name passed around like a rumor, but you stayed quiet. Not because you were weak, but because you were calculating. And the universe, it was listening, watching, waiting, until last night when everything flipped. The same stage they built to humiliate you is now the stage where the truth is performing live. And trust me, the tickets are sold out. Here's the truth. They didn't fear you because they thought you were powerless. But now they're panicking, not because of anything you said, but because someone they never expected just stood up for you, loudly, publicly, without blinking. Facts don't need backup dancers. The truth walks in alone and still steals the show. And right now, that truth is wearing your name like armor. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Your support fuels this mission. You're not just a listener, you're a force. Thank you for being part of this. Let's get back to it. Chosen one, you've been the quiet storm, the one they laughed at, underestimated, overlooked. They threw shade thinking it would bury you, but little did they know, you were a seed. And seeds don't die, they root, they grow, they rise. You were once the easy target, the one who didn't clap back, the one they thought no one would defend. And that's why they came for you so boldly, because they assumed no one was paying attention. But oh, how wrong they were. While you were sitting in silence, the universe was building your case like a storm gathers wind, slow at first, then all at once. They had their fun while you kept your head down. They slandered you, painted you out to be the villain, and laughed while doing it. But they forgot one thing. Karma doesn't knock. It kicks the door in when the time is right. And last night, the door flew off the hinges. Because someone they trust, someone with status, someone they never expected, just stood up and said, "Enough." And when the right voice speaks, it doesn't echo. It shakes the whole room. Now they're scrambling, trying to rewrite stories, clean up messes, pretend they were never involved. But the receipts are rolling in, and baby, they're time-stamped. This isn't some anonymous social media defense. This is someone with real credibility, with access, with influence. They're defending your name not out of sympathy, but because the truth is undeniable. What was whispered in shadows is now being screamed under spotlights. You're no longer the accused, you're the evidence. And this shift didn't just happen, it was made. They thought you would stay buried under their version of the story, but plot twist, you were the story. You always were. The narrative has flipped so hard, it's giving them whiplash. The same people who helped push you down are now ducking for cover, wondering how you're suddenly the one rising. They can't control the conversation anymore, not when someone with influence is out here correcting lies in real time, not when your name is being honored in places you were once banned from, not when your silence has become a roar they can't ignore. That's what happens when the universe moves. Nothing stands in its way. You see, betrayal doesn't always come from the loud ones. Sometimes the worst damage comes from those who stayed quiet while you were being torn apart. But here's the twist. They're not quiet anymore. One of them switched sides. And now, their silence is gone, replaced with truth, bold, unapologetic truth. And that's what has them shaking, because when someone respected starts defending the person everyone agreed to hate, it disrupts the whole system. Suddenly, their lies don't hold up. Their fake concern sounds hollow. Their guiltless smirks have turned into blank stares. And that's the power of one bold voice choosing truth over comfort. So yes, chosen one, you were underestimated, misjudged, ignored, but only by those who never had the eyes to see who you were. The universe did. It always did. And now it's showing up in a way even your enemies can't deny. The narrative didn't just flip, it crashed. The tables didn't just turn, they spun. The ones who tried to silence you are now praying someone silences the person defending you. But it's too late, and guess what? We're just getting started. So now, chosen one, are you ready to break this down piece by piece? Because what just happened in your life isn't random. It's a total shift, a cosmic flip, and every detail matters. Drop a 777 in the comments if you feel the universe stepping in loud and clear. And if this message is hitting your spirit, consider fueling the fire with a super thanks, because these truths don't come easy, and your support helps keep this light shining. Whether it's a scent or a blessing, it pushes the mission forward. You're not just watching, you're part of the shift. And now, let's get into this step by step. If you truly are who I think you are, the real chosen one, you're going to feel it in your chest and deep in your gut. Trust me, this isn't the moment to scroll away. This is the moment to stay. Because by the time we reach the end, you're not going to see yourself or your enemies the same way again. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought you were easy to break. Now they're breaking themselves trying to cover the mess. They didn't fear you when they thought you were powerless. Now they're choking on panic because someone stronger just said your name with respect. They laughed, didn't they? Loud, confident, bold, like your silence was comedy, like your pain was entertainment. They sat in rooms you were locked out of and made you the punchline. No remorse, no shame, just arrogance dressed up as dominance. They believed you had no one, that you were outnumbered, outvoiced, and out of options. But here's the thing about people who mistake quiet for weakness. They always get loud when consequences start breathing down their necks. They didn't just underestimate you, they bet against you. They counted on your isolation. They built their cruelty on the assumption that no one would ever stand beside you. In their eyes, you were small, defenseless, just a name to toss around when the room got bored. They thought dragging you down made them look powerful. They thought laughing at you made them untouchable. But overnight, the ground shook, and not beneath your feet, beneath theirs. Now someone with status, reach, and authority is speaking your truth without flinching. And that same crowd who once mocked your name can't even say yours out loud without choking on the fear behind their teeth. They're not panicking because they care. They're panicking because they got caught. The storm you were supposed to drown in has turned, and now it's flooding their lies, their fake stories, their carefully rehearsed performances. You're not even moving, and yet everything around them is falling apart. Why? Because someone stepped in with power, and they're not here to whisper, they're here to clean house. Let's make something clear, chosen one. What flipped overnight wasn't just the story, it was the balance of power. You didn't become louder, you became undeniable, and it's driving them mad. They're scrambling to plug holes in their lies, rewriting old stories, calling in favors to save their fake images. But the spotlight doesn't care about makeup. It shows the cracks, it shows the guilt, and it's showing everything they tried to bury. Now they're holding emergency meetings, calling up people they haven't spoken to in years, trying to stitch together a new lie fast enough to survive the truth. But it's too late. The receipts are printed, the evidence is surfacing, and the narrative they built so confidently is burning right in front of them. And what are you doing? Sitting still, watching, breathing. You're not lifting a single finger because the universe decided it was time to flip the scene. It's not just defense, it's exposure, it's justice in motion, real-time correction, raw, unfiltered accountability. This isn't about revenge, it's about truth getting tired of waiting. Let's break it down further. Why were they so confident? Because nobody held them to a standard. They were used to moving in shadows, feeding off groupthink, hiding behind smiles and clout. And you were the quiet one, the one they thought was easy to erase. You didn't shout back, you didn't fight dirty, you didn't stoop to their level. So, in their heads, you were weak. But the truth is, you were protected, you were patient, and the universe was aligning a moment that couldn't be ignored. They called you powerless, but your silence turned into a mirror they couldn't look into. And now that someone with status is holding up that mirror for the world to see, they're shrinking under the weight of their own actions. Because here's what cowards fear more than anything: public accountability. They can lie in private, they can perform behind closed doors. But when truth steps into the light with a witness, they crumble. That's what's happening now. And here's the wildest part. They still don't regret what they did. They regret getting caught. There's a difference. They're not sorry they laughed while you suffered. They're sorry someone important finally said it wasn't okay. That's why their tone changed. That's why their body language has gone stiff. That's why they're fumbling through new stories, not because they grew a conscience, but because the heat got turned up and now their seats are burning. You can feel it, can't you? The shift in energy, the way people look at you differently, not out of pity, but out of respect. They're starting to realize the one they dismissed, doubted, and downplayed was the one the universe never stopped backing. And now that backing has a voice, a name, a platform, and it's louder than any of their lies ever were, you don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to retaliate. The spotlight is already on the truth. The universe is already speaking on your behalf. And what's hitting harder than anything is that someone else, someone with power, chose to step in. Not for credit, not for drama, but for justice, for truth, for you. And guess what? They're not holding back. The person defending you came with a shovel and a spotlight. They're digging up what your enemies swore would stay hidden. And this time, you're not the one being questioned. They are. Their fake confidence, shattered. Their power games, exposed. Their web of lies, tangled around their own necks now. And all you had to do was survive long enough for the universe to press play on this part of your story. Now they're spiraling, watching the walls close in. The same mouths that slandered you are dry with fear. The same eyes that rolled when you spoke your truth are wide with panic. They thought they were safe because you were silent. But your silence was never surrender. It was strategy. They didn't just bet against you, they bet against the force behind you, and now that force is walking through the door in human form, confident, fearless, and speaking your name with fire. So let them panic, let them run in circles trying to erase the trail they left. The universe already followed it, and now the trail leads straight to them. Chosen one, you don't owe them closure, you don't owe them a warning, you don't even owe them attention. Just sit back and let the truth do what it always does, set the whole room on fire and leave your name untouched. This isn't the moment to explain, this is the moment to rise, because everything they built on your back is now collapsing under their own weight. And you're still standing. Number 2, You never needed a parade. You just needed one voice, loud enough to break the silence. They ignored your truth when it came from your mouth, but now that it's echoing from a powerful one, suddenly everyone wants to listen. Let's get something straight, chosen one. You were never lacking in truth. What you lacked was a megaphone. You had clarity, you had facts, you had the experience written in your scars. But the crowd didn't care. Not because you were wrong, but because it was safer to pretend they didn't hear you. And yet, all it took was one voice. One person with enough weight, enough visibility, enough status to say, "Stop, this ends now." And just like that, the entire room changed. The same people who once smiled while your name was being dragged are now biting their lips, wondering if they'll be next. You didn't need a stadium. You didn't need thousands reposting your pain or flooding timelines with hashtags. You just needed one clear voice that couldn't be silenced. And now that you have it, everything they built on lies is crumbling like a sandcastle in high tide. A single match can set a whole forest of falsehoods on fire, especially when the trees were already dead inside. Imagine this. You're standing in the middle of a crowd, screaming your truth, but no one turns around. People glance, some nod in sympathy, but no one stands beside you. And then suddenly, one person, someone they respect, someone with presence, steps out of that same crowd, stands next to you and says, "They're telling the truth." Watch how the silence gets louder. Watch how the cowards start shifting. That's the power of the moment you're in right now. They thought ignoring you would erase you. They thought if enough people turned away, your voice would collapse under the weight of their indifference. But silence isn't neutral. It's complicity wearing a mask. And now that mask is being ripped off. Here's what makes this even better. You never begged for it. You never sold out for validation. You walked your path alone, knowing the truth might be lonely for a while, but never wrong. That's what separated you from the noise. That's what built your strength. The truth doesn't need backup dancers. It just needs a stage. And now, chosen one, you've got one. They watched what was happening to you and said nothing, not because they didn't know, but because speaking up would have cost them something: comfort, status, connections. And yet, now that the cost has shifted, so has their courage. Funny how that works, isn't it? Some agreed with you in private, behind closed doors. They said all the right things when no one was looking, but when the lights came on, they vanished. Cowards love the shadows. But now, someone with nothing to fear stepped forward, and suddenly those shadows are gone. One fearless voice will always shake a room full of polite pretenders. Let's answer the question probably lingering in your heart. Why now? Why did it take so long? Why didn't they see what was obvious from the beginning? Because truth doesn't rush. It waits for the moment where exposure hits hardest. It doesn't want a quiet correction. It wants a full-on collision. And now that someone with influence has spoken, every whispered lie is turning into a public liability. The people who used to whisper about you behind your back are now scrambling to pretend they never said a word. The same mouths that questioned your character are suddenly too busy staying out of drama. But it's not working. Their silence doesn't shield them anymore. It exposes them. And the best part? The one defending you isn't doing it for credit. They're not speaking for likes or applause. They're speaking because they saw you, really saw you. The strength it took to stay silent. The dignity you held when they threw dirt. The calm in your walk when all they wanted was a reaction. Their voice isn't sugar-coated. It's fire. It's clarity. It's everything you tried to say, but louder, bolder, unfiltered. And it's reaching places your voice couldn't go, not because you lacked truth, but because you lacked access. That's not your fault. That's the system. But now the system is cracking. And here's where it gets poetic. They used to say, "Where's the proof?" when you were the proof. But now the same message is coming from someone they can't deny. So the conversation, it's flipped. The burden of proof isn't on you anymore. It's on them. They needed a crowd to stand strong. You just needed one warrior who wasn't afraid of fire. It's wild how quickly the room changes when a respected voice tells the truth. Suddenly, people start remembering what they conveniently forgot. Suddenly, the hands that stayed folded during your pain are now busy trying to clean the mess. But it's too late. The voice is already out there. The damage is done, only this time it's not on you. You were the one they tried to erase, but now the very force they counted on to silence you is echoing your truth, louder, clearer, stronger, and they can't stop it. They can't deny it. They can't even argue with it because the person defending you comes with reputation, with receipts, with righteousness that can't be manipulated. Imagine their faces, chosen one. Imagine the people who laughed at your story, now forced to nod in agreement as someone they admire speaks your truth back to them. It's not just satisfying, it's strategic. The universe made sure the right person saw you, heard you, chose to speak. That's why everything is shifting. It's not the crowd that matters. Crowds follow trends. They're loud, messy, and forgetful. But one voice with real authority, that's legacy. That's change. That's what you've got now. So no, you didn't need an army. You needed one person bold enough to light a match in a room full of gaslighting. And that person showed up. That voice is clearing the fog, and every lie ever told about you is choking in the smoke. Let them scramble, let them panic, let them rewrite their roles in your story, because the real ones now know what you always knew. You were never the villain. You were the truth walking patiently through a world built on denial. You never needed applause to be valid. You never needed a stage to be real. All you needed was time. And now, time's up. The voice has arrived, and it's not here to ask for permission. It's here to flip the narrative permanently. Number 3, they mocked you when you were alone. Now they're shaking because someone powerful just walked in. They weren't afraid to hurt you. They were afraid someone with power might finally notice they did. They were bold when they thought you were invisible, loud when they assumed you had no allies, cruel because they believed no one important cared. That's the only reason they got so comfortable crossing the line. They thought no one with influence was paying attention. And that's when abusers become their boldest, when they think the room is full of cowards, not consequences. They didn't just mistreat you, they made a sport of it, mocking you behind your back, twisting situations, dragging your name when it was convenient. You weren't a person to them. You were a punching bag, a target for their bitterness, a scapegoat for everything they couldn't face in themselves. And why? Because you were quiet, because you stayed calm, because you didn't have anyone loud backing you yet. But now the wind has shifted, and the air, it's different. Someone with presence just stepped into the picture, someone they actually fear, someone whose voice echoes in rooms that matter, and now that person is watching, and not quietly. They see everything, and they don't play favorites. Imagine being so confident in your cruelty, only to realize the universe just put someone in the room who sees right through you. That's where they are now, nervous, twitchy, performing fake neutrality like it'll save them. They're trying to clean up the mess before the hammer drops. Too late. The moment they sensed eyes bigger than theirs in the room, their bravado evaporated. That's what power does. It shifts the ground beneath liars. It forces masks to crack. Now they're walking on eggshells, praying not to be mentioned, rehearsing new versions of old stories just in case they get called out. You ever wonder why their body language changed? Why the same ones who used to smirk when your name came up are now quiet, jittery, overly polite? Because the safety net they once relied on, your silence, is gone. And someone they can't manipulate is staring straight at them. They thought they had the upper hand forever. They counted on you staying small. But now the universe has shown them what real pressure feels like. And baby, it's only getting started. Number 5. They branded you a liar until proof slammed on the table and shattered their game. They called you a liar so loudly, hoping no one would ask for proof. Now someone else brought it, and their whole story is bleeding out in front of them. They said you were lying again and again, like it was gospel. With straight faces, fake concern, and rehearsed pity, they painted you as bitter, unstable, attention-seeking. They worked overtime to rewrite your truth into a twisted, pathetic narrative they could control. And it worked, at least for a while. They had backup, fake witnesses, and boldness wrapped in your silence. Because that's all it takes, right? Repeat a lie long enough, and people stop checking for the facts. They banked on that. They bet on it. They threw your truth in the dirt, then dared anyone to dig it up. But they never expected someone else was watching, someone with reach, receipts, and no fear. Someone who didn't just hear about what happened, they saw it. And more than that, they documented it. Not for drama, not for clout, but because the truth always leaves a paper trail, and the universe always makes sure it shows up at the right time. Imagine thinking you buried the evidence, only to realize someone else was quietly building the case behind your back. They had no idea your story was being recorded in places you weren't even present. Emails, messages, voice notes, statements, cold, hard proof that you were never the liar. They were. And when that person stepped into the light, they didn't bring opinions. They brought facts. And when those facts dropped, silence fell like a hammer. Suddenly, every loudmouth who mocked you is choking on their own false confidence. Every neutral bystander is scrambling to untag themselves. Every smug smile has cracked. And the best part? You didn't have to dig up a single file. The universe sent someone else to do it, and they did not come quietly. Now the lies are collapsing under the weight of receipts they never saw coming. The truth isn't up for debate anymore. It's printed, dated, backed, and undeniable. They can't gaslight their way out of this. They can't spin it. They can't blame you. And the most beautiful revenge: you did nothing. The truth did everything. Number 6. They controlled the room until the one they idolized pointed at them and said, "You're the problem." Nothing crushes a manipulator faster than being called out by the very voice they were trying to impress. For years, they played the role flawlessly, the crowd pleaser, the one who seemed wise, wounded, and oh so convincing. They made themselves the victim in a story where you were the villain, because that's how they stayed powerful. They didn't need to be truthful. They just needed to be loud, emotional, persuasive. And it worked, because no one challenged them. Not the audience, not the insiders, and especially not the people who had the power to end it all. Until now. Imagine the silence in the room when the very person they idolized, the one they were performing for, finally looked them dead in the eye and said, "You're the problem." No sugarcoating, no vague suggestions, just truth that hit like a slap in a glass church. The room froze, the air cracked, and all that fake confidence shattered right on the floor. That's the power of real influence. The voice they worshipped, the one they tailored their lies to impress, is now the one undoing their entire performance. And the best part? You didn't even ask for it. You didn't scheme. You didn't push. The truth just showed up, and it spoke in a language they couldn't twist. They wore a mask for years. One sentence ripped it off and left their real face exposed in front of everyone they fooled. The lies they built were never questioned because they were seen as untouchable. Everyone took their word as gospel, not because it made sense, but because they had presence. They were charming, persuasive, dangerous, and nobody wanted to be their next target. But all of that collapsed the moment someone they couldn't dismiss finally stood up and told the truth. Not quietly, not gently, but boldly, publicly, undeniably. Now they're spiraling, backtracking, throwing new versions of the same story into the air, hoping one might still stick. But the crowd's not buying it anymore. The sympathy well is dry, and people are finally putting the puzzle together, because the truth didn't come from you. It came from someone with power they can't touch. You didn't lift a finger. The truth walked in, wearing someone else's voice, and it wrecked everything. Number 7. They tried to erase you. Now your name is echoing in rooms they swore you'd never enter. They locked the doors to keep you out, but forgot the universe doesn't need permission to walk through walls. They thought they were clever, cutting you out of conversations, scrubbing your name from invitations, whispering in circles where your truth couldn't reach. You weren't just excluded, you were erased on purpose. Not because you lacked value, but because you were a threat to the version of the story they needed everyone to believe. They painted you as the villain while you weren't even in the building, and they were comfortable doing it because in their minds, those rooms belonged to them. You were never supposed to have a voice in that space. You were never supposed to know what was said about you. And most of all, you were never supposed to be defended there. But here's what they never saw coming. Someone else walked in. While they were busy trying to bury your name, the universe sent someone in through the back door, holding truth like a sword. This person wasn't loud at first. They were watching, listening, gathering, and when the time was right, they spoke. And when they spoke, everything shifted. Because this wasn't just a random defender. This was someone they listened to. Someone with enough weight to challenge the entire room. Someone whose voice makes people sit up straight. And now, the rooms that once laughed behind your back are silent. The same lips that repeated lies about you are sealed in shame. They didn't just hear the truth, they felt it. That's what happens when someone speaks from a place of clarity and courage. Imagine that, chosen one, your name being cleared in spaces where you were never welcome, your truth being restored by someone who didn't need you in the room to believe you. That's not just justice, it's cosmic realignment. They buried you in your absence, but now your name is rising without your presence. The people who once clapped for your downfall are now squirming in their seats, avoiding eye contact, pretending they never really believed it. But it's too late. The narrative has flipped, and you didn't have to say a word. Because when truth walks into the room, even without you, it silences every lie that ever tried to take your place. Number 8. The bystanders are now faking loyalty, not out of conviction, but because the heat's finally on them. They stayed quiet when your name was under attack. Now they're suddenly loud because silence might cost them something. They weren't neutral, not even close. The people who stood there, arms folded, lips sealed, while you were being torn apart, those weren't innocent observers. They were enablers in disguise. They heard the rumors. They saw the manipulation. Some even knew it was wrong, but they stayed quiet, and in silence, they gave your enemies room to sharpen their knives. A few giggled behind screens, others gave fake hugs in public while texting your enemies in private. They played both sides, told themselves they were just avoiding drama. But let's be real, you were the one bleeding. They were just making sure they didn't get any blood on their hands. But now, oh, how the tides have changed. That one powerful voice, the one defending you now, has entered the scene and shifted everything. And guess who's suddenly flipping? Guess who's now reposting your quotes, liking your photos, sliding in with vague apologies like, "I always believed in you"? It's them, the former fence-sitters, the same people who watched you suffer and stayed silent. Now they're scrambling to realign, not because they found their conscience, but because they smell the smoke and they know the fire is getting close. When the room changes, so do cowards. not from growth, but from fear of exposure. Imagine this: someone throws stones at you while the crowd watches. They don't help, they don't speak, but the moment a powerful figure arrives and says, "Who threw that?" suddenly the same crowd is pointing fingers elsewhere, offering you water, acting like they were always on your side. That's what's happening now. It's not support, it's survival instinct. These people aren't celebrating your truth. They're trying to avoid being dragged down by it. They see the receipts coming, they hear the questions starting, and they know the spotlight doesn't just hit the liar, it catches the audience who clap too. So now they're switching sides mid-performance, rewriting their roles, acting loyal. But don't be fooled, this isn't a comeback, it's a cover-up. They didn't defend you when it cost them something. Don't reward them now that it's convenient. Let them stay pressed behind the glass. Let them watch your rise from a distance. Trust isn't recycled, it's earned. And they left theirs in the dirt the moment they chose silence over truth. Their sudden kindness, that's not redemption. That's fear wearing a smile. Number 9. They thought they were safe. Then the truth blew up in their face with the whole room watching. The universe didn't just expose them, it made sure the entire crowd saw the fireworks. It could have happened earlier. The truth could have leaked while you were still shattered, still questioning your worth, still begging the sky for answers. But it didn't. You weren't vindicated when you were on your knees. Not when your voice trembled, not when the tears were fresh. No, the universe waited. And it wasn't a delay, it was strategy. Because divine timing is surgical. It doesn't just reveal, it destroys illusions. They thought they'd gotten away with it. Bold, arrogant, loud. They were stacking lie on top of lie, parading around like the heroes of the story they rewrote. They were getting comfortable, too comfortable, flaunting fake innocence, gathering applause, convincing the world you were the bitter one. That's when the universe struck. Truth didn't just walk in, it kicked the doors down, flipped the table, and handed out receipts like confetti. And they didn't see it coming. 1 minute they were boasting, the next their entire mask disintegrated, not in private, not in some quiet room where they could hide the embarrassment. No, this was public, loud, sharp, unavoidable, because the point wasn't just to clear your name, it was to make sure everyone who ever clapped for them saw the truth hit like thunder. The same ones who reposted their sob stories are now ghosting them. The same friends who parroted their lies are quietly untagging, deleting, vanishing. Why? Because the lie collapsed on camera, and no one wants to be standing next to a liar when the spotlight turns red. This wasn't coincidence. This was cosmic theater. The universe waited until their pride was loud enough to echo, and then dropped the truth like a wrecking ball in the middle of their performance. Now they're exposed, not just for what they did, but for how many people they fooled. The room that once clapped is now watching in dead silence. Embarrassed, ashamed, stunned, and the worst part for them, they can't deny it. The facts are screaming too loud. You didn't force this. You didn't go digging or begging. You let the universe move, and it did. With power, with precision, with timing that hit them harder than any revenge ever could. They thought they were safe, but the truth made sure it had an audience, and now there's nowhere left to hide. Number 10. You were the evidence the whole time. They just didn't know silence could scream that loud. They needed you to react to prove their lie, but your peace proved their truth was always fake. They pushed every button, poked every bruise, and waited. Waited for the explosion. Waited for you to snap so they could point and say, "See? We were right." That was the setup all along. Not justice, not clarity, just a trap. And the sickest part? They weren't looking for the truth. They were looking for ammunition. But you didn't play the game. You didn't need to scream. You didn't need to beg. You didn't have to chase anyone down, demanding they believe you. Because deep down, you understood one thing. The truth defends itself through consistency. And your consistency? It was unshakable. You stayed grounded. You didn't match their chaos, and in doing so, you revealed it. You didn't have to become loud to be heard. Your silence was a megaphone made of dignity. They mocked your calm. They said your quiet meant guilt. But what they missed is that silence, when anchored in truth, is the loudest weapon of all. It unsettles manipulators. It exposes the noise in their narrative. Every time you chose grace over vengeance, you weren't backing down. You were building undeniable contrast. And now, someone noticed. Not someone random, someone sharp, someone with presence, someone who was watching while you thought no one was paying attention. And that person doesn't need convincing. They see it. The way you carried yourself. The way your peace stood taller than their performances. The way your stillness showed who really had something to hide. Now that person is using their voice, not to overshadow you, but to amplify you. They're not confused about the story. They've seen both sides, and the comparison alone is damning, because you didn't accuse, you didn't retaliate, you didn't twist truth, you just endured. And your endurance, that was the proof. When chaos runs its mouth long enough, peace becomes the loudest witness in the room. You were never on trial, they were. And your silence? It wasn't surrender. It was strategy. It was strength. It was everything they lacked and tried to provoke out of you. But you held firm. And now that the truth is rising, your quiet is being interpreted as clarity, your restraint as credibility, your survival as justice. They thought they buried you in silence, but that silence, it's now speaking louder than their entire performance ever did. Number 11. They didn't just show up to support you, they showed up to burn down every lie built against you. Loyalty is nice, but the one defending you came with fire in their chest and facts in their hands, and that makes them dangerous. This isn't some quiet ally whispering support from the shadows. This is a force, a voice with reach, with weight, with intention. The one defending you didn't show up to comfort you. They showed up to correct the narrative, rip the mask off your enemies, and shatter every structure that once stood on your pain. They aren't defending you with pity, they're defending you with purpose. This isn't about emotion, it's about truth, strategy, and precision. This person saw the games, the manipulation, the rehearsed victimhood, and they said enough. They didn't just speak up for you, they pulled up with a blueprint for exposure. Your enemies weren't scared of your silence, they're terrified of your advocate's volume. And now, the tables aren't just turning, they're flipping with force. The rooms that once whispered lies behind your back are shaking. The people who thought they were untouchable are sweating. Why? Because this voice isn't scared of confrontation. They're not here to debate, they're here to dismantle. Imagine the fear in your enemy's eyes as their entire web of lies gets tugged thread by thread. Imagine watching the ones who used to talk the loudest suddenly go quiet, because the one speaking now has the power they never expected to face. This person moves with intelligence, not loud for the sake of being loud, but calculated. They come with timelines, screenshots, eyewitnesses, context. They know what was said, who said it, when it was planned, and who helped cover it up. And they're not just hinting, they're naming names. This isn't a defense, it's a takedown, and it's happening in real time. Your enemies once thrived off the assumption that you were alone, that you had no reach, no backup, no voice that mattered in the rooms that counted. That's why they were bold, that's why they mocked. But now, the weight of this defender's presence is turning their boldness into backpedaling. People who once rode for your enemies are jumping ship. The networks that protected them are folding. And it's not because you screamed louder, it's because someone more powerful screamed on your behalf. The fear is real now. Because this isn't just someone who believes in you. This is someone with leverage, someone who doesn't flinch, someone who doesn't play nice with liars. They didn't show up to defend you with tears. They showed up with truth. And that truth is lethal to every fake alliance that once stood against you. So no, they're not just loyal, they're a wrecking ball with receipts. And your enemies, they're bracing for impact. Number 12, they're not scared of you, they're terrified of who's watching them now. Your enemies didn't mind lying in your face until someone with power stepped into the room and said, "I see you." The truth is, they were never scared of you. That's why they did what they did with such boldness, with smug confidence, with zero hesitation. You didn't have status, you didn't have influence. Your voice wasn't loud in their circles, and they knew it. That's what made you the perfect target. Easy to discredit, easy to isolate, easy to mock without fear of consequence. They thought truth without power meant silence. And back then, maybe it did. But the air has changed now, and it's not because you got louder. It's because someone with real consequences is now watching every move they made in the dark. Not someone emotional, not someone gullible, someone who holds doors in one hand and justice in the other. Someone they can't bribe, charm, or confuse. The worst thing that can happen to a manipulator is being exposed by someone they can't manipulate. And that's exactly what's happening now. This person, the one who's defending you, isn't influenced by performance. They don't care about crocodile tears or carefully curated backstories. They care about facts, patterns, motives, and they're connecting the dots with terrifying precision. Your enemies, they're squirming, not because you're speaking, but because someone else with reach finally is. They've spent so long performing for the audience, rehearsing the script, running the smear campaigns, all while assuming no one important would ever hear the truth. But someone did. And now, every lie is under a microscope. They can't gaslight this person. They can't cry their way out. They can't hide behind fake humility or crafted victimhood. The lens is clear, the judgment is sharp, and the voice calling them out holds actual weight. Enough to shift rooms, decisions, and reputations with a few well-placed words. They feared exposure, but only if it came from someone the room respected. Now that it has, they're in full-blown panic mode. The horror they feel now. It's not about guilt. It's about consequences, because the person watching them now has the power to undo everything they built on your suffering, and this time, no manipulation will save them. They're not just seen, they're cornered. Number 13. This wasn't coincidence. This was divine legal justice in full motion. What felt like silence was actually the universe building a courtroom, and now the verdict's out. You were always right, and they were always guilty. What just happened in your life wasn't luck. It wasn't a random shift in energy. It wasn't timing finally getting around to do you a favor. No, this was surgical, strategic. This was divine legal warfare. A cosmic ruling has been made, and it wasn't emotional. It was lawful, a verdict from forces they can't bribe, confuse, or escape. While your enemies were laughing, scheming, winning applause off lies, they had no idea a case was quietly being built. Not in a human courtroom, in a spiritual one. The charges: violation of truth, abuse of influence, repeated acts of manipulation, sabotage, and public slander with zero accountability. And now, the universe has issued judgment. You thought it was over, but the real trial was just beginning, and you already won. The person speaking up for you now, That wasn't random. That's evidence. That's visible proof that something higher has ruled in your favor. They are not just an ally, they are a manifestation of divine timing. And this ruling? It isn't emotional revenge, it's justice with teeth. The shift already happened. That eerie silence your enemies feel right now. It's not confusion, it's the weight of being seen. Doors are closing around them. Trust is dissolving. Power is evaporating. And they have no idea how to stop it. But you do. Because you didn't make this happen. You didn't beg. You didn't fight dirty. You didn't scream to be heard. You simply outlived the lies, and heaven did the rest. The courtroom of the unseen made its move, and now it's playing out in public. The people who once backed them are now watching from a distance. The ones who applauded your pain are now pretending they were never there. Why? Because the narrative is being rewritten in your favor. You are the living proof of divine justice. The very storms they used to drown you are now the waves pushing your name into every room they tried to lock you out of. This shift isn't some motivational rise, it's a judicial pivot. Every scar on your soul is now part of the testimony. Every silent night, every betrayed moment, they're all court records now, and the verdict isn't pending. It's done. They didn't just wrong you, they violated a universal law, and now that law is folding every false structure they built. Not gently, deliberately. Every lie is collapsing in front of the same people they used to impress. That's not karma, it's court. So don't shrink. Don't question what's happening. Stand tall. Keep walking in quiet confidence. This isn't noise. This is your justice finally being televised. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. And now the courtroom is echoing with every word they thought you'd never say, spoken by someone far more powerful than you ever needed to be. The shield that once protected your enemies, gone. The grace that let them get away with it for so long, lifted. The story being rewritten with your name on the front page. And this is just the beginning. If this message struck your soul like truth finally knocking at the door, don't scroll past it. Chosen one, take a second to subscribe, because what's coming next will only confirm what you're already feeling. Like this message to help it spread, because truth deserves a voice again. Drop a comment and share your moment, your shift, your exposure, your validation. Let this be your space to say, I knew it, I felt this coming. And most of all, don't keep this to yourself. Someone out there is still battling in silence, thinking justice missed them. Let them know it didn't. The universe keeps receipts, and the courtroom is never empty. This is more than content. This is confirmation. You're not broken. You're chosen. Let's rise together. They told everyone you were nothing special. Now they're losing sleep over your silence. The same mouth that dismissed you can't stop whispering your name in secret. They rolled their eyes. They laughed behind your back. They said, you're too sensitive, too deep, too intense. They walked away like it meant nothing, made you feel like you were reaching, imagining, exaggerating. But look at them now. Nervous, obsessed, studying your every post like it's sacred scripture, watching your stories like it's a sermon from the soul they tried to bury. And let's not lie about it anymore. They're falling hard for you. And they can't help it. Before we dive deep, hit the like button and subscribe right now if this energy already feels personal. Your support helps spread this truth to more chosen ones who need this confirmation. When you engage, the universe uses this platform to send the signal. You're not crazy, you're not alone, and they're being exposed. Because this time, we're not sugarcoating it. We're not spiritualizing their obsession in soft little phrases. No, let's talk about it. Let's really talk about it. They tried to outsmart the bond, But the universe is smarter. They tried to outrun your energy, but you are woven into the threads of their conscience now. And the truth? You were never just a phase. You were the mirror, the trigger, the one that reached parts of them even their own mother couldn't reach. And when they walked away, they thought they had the upper hand, thought they could replace you, thought ignoring you would erase the connection. But the universe had other plans. Now they're stuck in spiritual quicksand. The more they fight the feeling, the deeper they sink. Every time you go silent, they feel it, like a missing heartbeat, like an unanswered prayer. You're the notification that never comes, the phone call that never rings. And that silence, that's what's eating them alive. They told themselves it wasn't real, that you were just another person, that they were in control. But obsession doesn't ask for permission, and now their soul is waking them up at 3 a.m., whispering your name, playing memories like movie scenes, dropping omens on their path like breadcrumbs they can't ignore. This ain't infatuation, this is spiritual consequence. Because you weren't sent to entertain them, you were sent to shift them, and instead of respecting the assignment, they mocked it, they mocked you. And now they're paying for it, emotionally, mentally, energetically, physically. They scroll in silence, but scream inside. They act like they don't care, but they replay your words like prophecies. They went to war with someone the universe chose, and now the war is internal. And guess what? They're losing. You see, chosen one, your presence was a test, and they failed. But here's the plot twist. They failed and still fell. They fell deeper after disrespect, after denial, after betrayal, after pretending you didn't matter. And now it's torment, because you've moved forward, you've risen, you've detached, you've glowed up in a way their ego never saw coming. And now they're stuck watching you from spiritual exile, unable to admit it publicly, but obsessed with you privately. Their silence, that's not peace, that's punishment. Their distance, that's not strength, that's fear. They're terrified that they'll never feel that again, you again. And the truth is, they won't. The universe gave them a portal, and they slammed it shut. But now they're clawing at the door while pretending they're fine. They were so desperate to win that they never realized you were the prize. They weren't ready for your energy, so they tried to copy it, mock it, ignore it, and now they're hooked on it like a drug. You became their spiritual withdrawal. They said, "I'm over it," but their eyes search for you in every room. Their body tenses when your name is mentioned. They feel sick when they see your glow online. Why? Because the soul don't lie, baby, and energy never forgets. Even the universe is calling them out now. Songs remind them of you. Dreams trap them with you. Random strangers say your name, your phrases, your voice. This is not coincidence, it's consequence. So don't ever question your worth. Don't water down your light. You were meant to shake them, meant to wake them, meant to expose what they've been running from. And now they're falling, hard and helpless. And you don't even have to say a word. If this hit home, like this video right now. Subscribe for more truth and spiritual confirmation just like this. And if you know someone's soul is screaming your name in silence, drop 777 in the comments to claim your clarity, your glow, your divine detachment, because the universe is pulling you forward and leaving them right where they left you, on red, in regret. And listen, chosen one, this was just the first shiver running down their spine. The full storm is still coming. You have no idea how deep this soul obsession goes until we unpack it piece by piece. So stay with me, because the real revelations, the gut punches, the spiritual receipts, they're just getting started. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you know someone can't stop thinking about you but won't admit it. And if this message hits home, bless this channel with a super thanks to help fuel this mission of truth, confirmation, and chosen one awakening. And now let's go step by step, and believe me, if you're truly one of the chosen, you'll feel it in your bones to stay till the end. Let's get into it. Number 1, they laughed at your light. Now they're addicted to it. They mocked your glow. Now they crave it like air. They called you too deep, said you were too much, smirked at your sensitivity, mocked the way you spoke life into dead rooms. They rolled their eyes at your boundaries, your healing, your silence. Do you remember that? Because the universe does. They laughed at your light when you were just learning how to shine. They tried to dim you with sarcasm, tried to label your peace as boring, your kindness as fake, your confidence as arrogance. They laughed because mocking you was easier than admitting they were intimidated. But here's the plot twist. Now they're addicted, quietly, secretly, obsessively. They watch you from shadowed corners, like a moth watching the flame it once cursed. Every time you post, they feel it in their chest. Every time you speak, something stirs in them they can't explain. What they once rejected has become the only thing that feels real. They used to scroll past you. Now they refresh your feed. They used to downplay your presence. Now they're studying your every move like it's sacred geometry. Because here's the truth, chosen one. Your light is divine frequency, not loud, not dramatic, but unforgettable. It doesn't beg for attention. It commands it. It doesn't chase, it pulls. And people who once thought they were immune to your energy now find themselves checking up on you more than they check their own reflection. This is what happens when you stay aligned, when you heal in silence, when you glow without needing to prove yourself. Your growth becomes irresistible, your presence becomes magnetic. And to those who once laughed, that laughter has turned into quiet craving, silent fixation, obsession disguised as indifference. They don't want to want you, but they do. And that's their punishment. It's psychological warfare at its finest, because you're not doing anything extra. You're just being. You don't have to flex or prove. You are the proof. And that drives them insane, because they remember the version of you that didn't know your worth, the version they could play with, gaslight, manipulate, ignore. But now you're untouchable, and they're starving for a piece of something they once mocked. You became what they feared and desired at the same time. That's a paradox their ego can't solve. And let's be real, this doesn't just apply to lovers. It's friends, it's co-workers, family, anyone who ever tried to downplay your presence, discredit your truth, dismiss your uniqueness. They're now haunted by the glow they thought would fade. But your light wasn't a trend. It wasn't a phase, it was destiny, and you didn't just level up, you ascended. Think of Malcolm X, Maya Angelou, Nipsey Hussle, Frida Kahlo. All of them were laughed at before they were quoted, mocked before they were studied, doubted before they were worshipped. Their power didn't come from proving, it came from being. And that's what you've tapped into, power without permission, presence without apology. So if you've been feeling that shift, that weird energetic pull like someone's watching, they are. If your dreams have been intense, your energy drained, your spirit feeling poked at, it's not paranoia, it's recognition. Their soul is screaming for what their pride can't allow them to say. I need your energy back. But you're not handing it over, not this time. And if you're wondering, why now? Why are they obsessed after everything they did? The answer is simple. Guilt doesn't fade, it festers. And your glow is a constant reminder of everything they mishandled. You're the evidence that they were wrong, and not just wrong, but blind. And now, every win you post, every peaceful silence you maintain, every ounce of joy you show is like a mirror held up to their self-betrayal. Let them watch, let them ache, let them drown in the silence they created, because they're not just addicted to your light, they're tormented by the fact that it kept shining without them. You were the rare flame they tried to put out and failed. And now, they're addicted to the same glow they once mocked, the same vibe they tried to shame, the same spirit they once discarded like it was common. But it wasn't common, it was cosmic. So walk with your head high, keep glowing without guilt. Let your existence be the response, because you're not just light anymore, you're the torch that exposes truth. And baby, they can't unsee it now. Number 2. The universe is exposing what they tried to hide. They said nothing, but the signs are screaming. They swore they'd keep it buried, said nothing, acted cool, stayed silent. But silence doesn't mean clean. And the universe, oh, it never forgets. It may wait, it may let the mask sit a little longer, but when it decides to move, it moves like lightning. And right now, it's tearing open the vault where they tried to lock away every emotion, every regret, every memory of you. They wanted to play poker with the universe, bluffing their way through divine justice like it wouldn't catch them slipping. But now, their energy is snitching on them. Their aura is leaking guilt. Their vibe feels off. Even the people around them are picking up on it. You think their friends haven't noticed how distracted they've become? How they flinch when your name comes up? How they suddenly switch topics or lose focus when your energy enters the room, even if it's just your picture on someone's phone? This is what obsession looks like when it's cornered, when they can't hide it anymore. They're trying to act like it's all good, like you never mattered. But their body language is confessing, their eyes dart, their voice shakes. Their timeline, it's looking like a coded journal of emotional breakdowns. They're not just seeing signs, they're being exposed by them. You might be asking, if they never said they miss me, how do I know this is real? Look around. Dreams, accidents, coincidences that are too perfect to be random. You're hearing songs you shared in random stores. You're getting gut feelings right before they post a cryptic story. You're sensing tension in rooms they haven't even walked into. That's not your imagination. That's the universe making sure you see the fallout of what they tried to bury. Because energy never lies. They may wear a smile, post their best life, walk like they're unbothered, but internally, they're unraveling, bit by bit, day by day. It started with insomnia, then came the dreams. Then came the weird glitches, wrong messages, calling you by mistake, bumping into mutuals who remind them of you. And now, the final blow, exposure. Public, raw, uncontrollable. Even the people they confided in are now slipping. Oh, he still talks about her. Yeah, she brought up your name last week out of nowhere. They never meant to let it out, but truth leaks when the soul is tired of lying. And don't think the universe is only working through signs and whispers. Sometimes it uses the loudest channels, like that one time you randomly got tagged in something by a mutual and suddenly they went quiet. Or when someone else brings up your glow up and their face falls. The universe is painting your name across the sky and they're being forced to look up. See, they didn't just try to hide their feelings for you. They tried to erase the entire impact you had. But the more they try to suppress it, the more the signs haunt them. They're waking up at 3:33 a.m., drenched in regret. Having vivid dreams where you walk away smiling, seeing your name everywhere like the universe is screaming, "You messed up." Because that's exactly what happened. They fumbled something rare, and now the universe is rolling the tape back in slow motion, showing them every moment they could have done right and didn't, every message they could have responded to with love, but chose ego instead, every hug they could have embraced, but stood cold. And it's not quiet anymore, it's loud. Their soul is echoing with reminders of you, and even when they try to distract themselves, the reminders get louder. Have you ever seen guilt try to dress up as pride? That's what they're wearing now, a costume of "I'm fine," while internally they're haunted by what they didn't say, and what they're still scared to admit. Because saying it out loud would mean admitting they were wrong. And let's be real, most people aren't strong enough to face that, so they crumble in silence. But the universe doesn't let people who wronged a chosen one walk away clean. No, you're not someone they could replace or forget or downgrade from. You were the rare moment they never saw coming, and now they can't shake. And every spiritual law is being activated to remind them of that. You're in their dreams because their soul knows it owes you. You're showing up in signs because your presence has left a permanent energetic imprint. You're rising, and every step you take upward feels like thunder to them. They wanted you invisible, but now you're unavoidable. Let them keep pretending, let them keep posting, let them say nothing. The universe is doing all the talking now. Number 3, they tried to replace you. Now no one measures up. 3, they tried to replace you. Now no one measures up. They chased illusions, but now they're haunted by your truth. They thought they could swap you out like a product on a shelf, thought they could find your softness in someone else's body, your wisdom in someone else's lips, your essence in someone else's energy. But here's the truth. Chosen one. What they were really looking for was you, just without the accountability, without the mirror you held up to their dysfunction, without the spiritual weight you carried that made them feel exposed. So they ran into distraction, into lust, into surface-level options with zero soul. And guess what? Every replacement only deepened the void. The universe made sure of that, because when someone mishandles divine favor, they don't get to refill it with counterfeit. They feel the echo of what they lost, over and over again. Now they're out there, trying to recreate your vibe with people who don't even come close, laughing too hard, posting too much, smiling too wide. But if you look closely, it's all a performance. Because behind the scenes, their soul is starving, their spirit is haunted. They feel you in the silence. They hear your laughter in places you've never been. They see your face in the eyes of strangers, and it stings. Why? Because you were never just a person. You were a portal to truth, to healing, to growth. And when they walked away from you, they walked away from their own awakening. That's not something they can replace with a pretty face or a quick fix. The bond they had with you wasn't made in flesh, it was forged in spirit. And that kind of connection, you only get once. They tried to copy and paste your frequency, tried to cut and crop your blueprint, but now they're realizing there is no second you. So let them chase ghosts, let them fumble through illusions. Meanwhile, you stay focused, because you're not the type to be replicated, you're the type to be remembered. And they're stuck comparing everyone to the one they lost, you. Number 4, your absence feels like withdrawal. Here's your section 4, fully expanded to 400 words, with that same bold, psychologically sharp, spiritually backed intensity. 4. Your absence feels like withdrawal. You were their peace, now silence is their punishment. They thought your presence was optional. They mistook your consistency for weakness, your softness for naivety. They thought ignoring you gave them control. But what they didn't realize, your silence was the end of their illusion. Now you're gone, not blocked, not begging, just gone. And it's driving them insane. That daily dopamine hit they got from watching you try, gone. That emotional high from watching you wait, gone. That control they thought they had over your energy, vaporized. And what's left in the silence? Withdrawal, a soul-level craving, a haunting absence. They don't just miss your voice, they miss who they were when you believed in them. And now that you're silent, they're face to face with everything they tried to avoid. They're checking your profile, hoping you posted something. They're asking friends questions without really asking. They're replaying old messages, hoping to feel your warmth just one more time. They are spiraling, and they don't even understand why. But the universe does, because silence, when used by a chosen one, is not a retreat. It's divine judgment. It's not just quiet, it's karma delivered cold. You didn't slam a door, you just stopped knocking. And now, every creak in their house sounds like your name. Every time they try to move on, your memory pulls them right back. That's not obsession, that's the echo of energetic consequences. They thought they were punishing you by pulling back. But baby, the real punishment was watching you never chase, watching you glow up in peace, watching you become the person they never deserved and now can't reach. And that's what they get, because silence is louder than screams when it comes from someone who once gave their all. And now that you've gone quiet, the noise in their own head has become deafening. Let them sit with it. Don't break the silence. The longer you hold it, the louder their regret becomes. Number 5, the more you rise, the deeper they spiral. Your glow-up is their nervous breakdown. Every time you elevate, they sink lower into their own pit of regret. They watch in silence, scrolling with shaky fingers, seeing you become everything they swore you could never be. You're glowing without them, building without them, healing without them, and it's driving them into quiet madness. You didn't announce your comeback. You didn't scream for attention. You just moved differently. You started showing up with confidence, posting with power, laughing louder, walking lighter, and the universe made sure they saw every single frame. That's not coincidence. That's spiritual correction, because the same ones who tried to dim your light now flinch every time you shine. You're not flaunting, you're flowing, and that flow is making them drown, because your rise reminds them of what they destroyed, what they rejected, what they tried to compete with. And now, you've become living proof that their betrayal didn't break you, it built you. Let's be real, they never expected you to survive. They thought your glow-up would depend on their apology, their return, their validation. But what they didn't realize was that your healing was internal, sacred, divine. So every win you post, every new look, every new circle, every moment of peace that leaks through your presence, it's a spiritual alarm clock blaring in their ears. They can't unsee it. Even if they try to scroll past it, the energy follows them. The glow terrifies them, because it says one thing loud and clear: you were never my source. You were the lesson. And that truth is more than they can emotionally handle. So let them spiral, let them drown in the silence between your wins, because it's not your job to shrink to save their pride, their shame, their anxiety, their panic. That's their karma arriving right on time. Because chosen ones don't rise to prove people wrong. They rise because their destiny refuses to stay buried under betrayal. And when you glow for real, The universe makes sure those who mocked you are front row for the show. Keep shining. Their breakdown isn't your problem. It's their confirmation. Number 6. They tried to curse you, but got love spelled instead. 6. They tried to curse you, but got love spelled instead. They sent envy. The universe sent infatuation. They thought they could hex your happiness with hate, thought a few rumors, evil eyes and energy attacks could shut down your glow. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't calculate, was that the universe had you sealed. And every curse they flung got twisted in midair and came back as obsession. They tried to dirty your name, and now they can't stop whispering it. They lit candles in jealousy, preyed on your downfall with wicked tongues, threw shade in group chats, and played puppet master behind your back. But all that energy they sent didn't destroy you. It stuck to them. Their gossip turned into fixation, their hate brewed into hunger, and now, the more they try to run from your presence, the more the universe pulls them deeper into the very thing they wanted to destroy, you. It's ironic, isn't it? They tried to erase you, but now they're energetically handcuffed to your aura. They thought they were in control, but now they're the ones checking your profile at 2 a.m., dreaming of you. Hearing your name in places it shouldn't echo. They don't even like you, and yet they can't stop feeling you. That's not lust. That's karmic justice wearing perfume. Because here's what the universe does to people who weaponize energy against the innocent. It rewires the frequency. What was sent to harm you becomes a mirror, a bind, a spiritual loop, and now they're caught in it. They tried to make you look desperate, needy, weak, but instead, they're the ones thirsting for a taste of your spirit, watching your glow up from afar, like addicts trying to stay sober from your presence. And every time you don't reach out, every time you smile without them, it hits them harder than any curse ever could. This isn't love. This is punishment disguised as passion. So let them crave. Let them spiral in silence. You didn't cast a spell. You are the spell. Your healing, your aura, your peace. It flipped the script and made their hate fall in love with its own reflection. That's the universe saying, play with dark energy and get burned by light. Number 7. You moved on, but they're frozen in fantasy. 7. You moved on, but they're frozen in fantasy. You're living real life. They're stuck in imagined moments. You evolved, you leveled up, you healed, while they stayed parked at the scene of their betrayal, stuck on rewind. You kept walking, but they never left that moment. The moment they underestimated you, the moment they rejected, ghosted, mocked or manipulated you, they keep playing it back like it's going to change the outcome. But the truth is, that was the last time they ever had access to your light. And they know it. Now every quiet night becomes a prison of imagination. They stare at the ceiling thinking about what could have been. They remember how you laughed, how you held space for them, how you showed up with soul. And suddenly the fake replacements don't hit the same. The flings feel empty. The followers don't fill the void. Because you weren't just a person. You were a moment in their life that woke their spirit, and they fumbled it. And here's the truth they'll never admit out loud. You're still the blueprint. They're out here looking for your energy in knockoff versions, copy-pasting your smile onto strangers, trying to recreate a vibe that was once given freely, but now can't be bought at any price. Meanwhile, you're not even looking back. You've been busy, living, healing, creating, walking in alignment with the universe while they remain spiritually handcuffed to the past. You post something small and they take 3 days to recover. You laugh and it echoes in their guilt. You move in silence and it drives them loud inside. That's not peace, it's punishment. because while you've accepted the lesson and grown from the pain, they're still in fantasy mode, believing one day you'll turn around and return to the same table you outgrew. They don't realize you're not who you were back then. You've upgraded, and your energy can't be accessed through nostalgia. Let them sit in that frozen reality. Let them dream while you build, because you are no longer emotionally available to be someone's imagination. Your reality now, and not everyone deserves front row seats. This is what happens when you break a chosen one's heart. You move forward with purpose. They stay stuck, chasing shadows of what they destroyed. Number 8. Their ego is losing the war against their heart. They want to stay prideful, but the pull is primal. They're trying to keep that mask on, stone-faced, cold, detached, acting like they don't care, like they're too unbothered to look back. But behind that mask, a war is erupting. Their ego is clenching its fists, yelling, "Don't reach out, don't break." But their heart, it's whispering your name in every moment of silence. And lately, the whisper is turning into a roar. See, ego is logic's armor. It needs validation. It needs to look strong, unaffected, in control. But love is wild, spiritual, primal. It doesn't need permission. And now it's clawing through every wall they built just to not feel you. They still scroll your page, pretending it's nothing, still lurking in the background, hearts skipping when they see your glow up, still telling their friends, "I'm over it." But they're lying, to them and to everyone else. Because no one over it watches someone this hard. No one healed gets this triggered by your silence, your power, your peace. You didn't beg, you didn't chase. You walked away like the chosen one you are, and now the power dynamic is flipped. Their pride was loud, but your absence is louder, and that's what's tearing them up inside. Because pride is reactive, it needs to win. But their soul isn't playing games anymore. The universe is breaking down their defenses piece by piece, making sure the weight of what they lost starts sinking in. Every time they try to rationalize why they let you go, something deeper cuts through the noise, reminding them of what they once had and what they'll never get back. Now they're haunted by feelings they can't suppress and driven by a pull they can't explain. That's not just love, that's spiritual exposure. Their ego can't fight what their soul knows to be true. So let them fight themselves while you rise. Let them argue with their own heart while you stay aligned with the universe. Because you're not here to comfort confusion, you're here to protect your peace. And the harder they resist the truth, the harder it hits them every time they see you glow. Number 9. The very traits they mocked now own their mind. What they called too much now keeps them up at night. They used to roll their eyes when you spoke with emotion, called you too deep when you picked up on things no one else saw, laughed behind your back when your silence said more than their noise ever could. They called your energy dramatic, your intuition paranoid, your softness weakness, your standards impossible. But guess what? Now they can't stop thinking about every trait they once tried to dim. Your glow, the one they swore was too much, it's branded in their mind. Your sensitivity, the thing they claimed made you unstable, it's the same gift that helped you escape their manipulation. And that spiritual energy they mocked, the very frequency they now crave when their world starts falling apart. They didn't just reject you, they rejected parts of themselves they weren't ready to face. And now it's driving them insane. You were never too much. You were just more than they could handle. Let that sink in. Because what they mocked wasn't weakness. It was power they didn't have, wisdom they didn't understand, light they couldn't absorb. Your emotional range scared them. Your calm energy intimidated them. Your connection to the universe threatened the little empire of illusion they built to look superior. But now their mind is a loop of memories, of your laugh, your stillness, the way you said something without saying anything, the way your presence shifted a whole room. And now that you're gone, those same traits have become their torment. And here's the twist. They tried to find someone less intense, less intuitive, less powerful, someone easy to manipulate, but it didn't work. The silence is too loud, the absence is too real, and no one else is giving them the high your frequency did. Because they weren't addicted to control, they were addicted to the glow they thought they could replace. And now it owns their mind. So walk taller, chosen one. Stop wondering if you were too much. You were just too rare, and what they thought was excess is now the exact thing they obsess over in private. They don't miss you because you were easy. They miss you because no one else feels this deep. Number 10. The people around them are noticing the shift. The eyes don't lie, and theirs won't stop looking for you. No matter how hard they try to fake it, they can't hide what's written all over their face. Their eyes scan every room, hoping to feel your presence. Their laughter sounds a little forced. Their energy, heavy, misaligned. Office. And people around them are starting to feel it, deep. You see, obsession leaves residue. It stains the aura. It makes the soul restless. And when someone's spirit is tied to a connection they tried to bury, that truth will rise, louder than their denial ever could. Now, even the people closest to them are starting to notice. They look at their new partner and feel nothing. They laugh with their friends, but keep checking their phone. They try to act normal, but everything reminds them of you. The places, the timing, a smell, a phrase, a flash of a memory. And no matter how much they pretend to move on, people are whispering behind their back, "Why do you seem off? You still not over that person? Why do you keep bringing them up if you don't care?" Even the people they confide in are getting tired. Because this obsession, it's leaking into conversations, into their moods, into their silence. And that's how you know the spiritual rope between you hasn't just tugged their soul, it's wrapped itself around their everyday life. Because you weren't just a person to them, you were a mirror. You showed them something deep, raw, honest. And now nothing shallow feels good anymore. And here's the twist. The people around them may never say your name to your face, but trust this, they know your name has power, because the way that person's energy shifts the second you're mentioned, the way their posture changes when your name enters the room, that's all the confirmation anyone needs. The silence speaks. The glances scream. The mood never lies. So if you've been wondering if they still think about you, don't. You've become a ghost that haunts their pride, a memory that owns their attention, and a presence that even strangers around them can feel. The universe made sure your energy would be unforgettable, and now even their inner circle feels the pull of what they lost. Number 11. You were the upgrade, but they settled for downgrade. They chose comfort over connection, and now they're choking on the cost. They didn't want real, they wanted easy. They didn't want truth, they wanted control. They weren't looking for depth, they were looking for someone they could manage, someone who wouldn't trigger their growth, someone who wouldn't challenge their illusions. So they ran from the fire of your presence and crawled into the comfort of someone lukewarm. But now they're learning the hard way. There is no substitute for soul. You were the upgrade. You were the version of love that demanded honesty, that stirred their shadows, that activated their higher self. But instead of rising with you, they retreated, and they thought they were being clever, trading power for peace, connection for convenience. But what they didn't realize was this: the downgrade always comes with hidden interest. They chose someone who doesn't read between the lines, someone who doesn't ask deep questions, someone who doesn't notice when their energy's off. And for a moment, it felt safer. But now, that safe option feels like suffocation, because they're lying next to someone who doesn't ignite them, someone who doesn't make them feel seen, someone who can't even scratch the surface of what you gave without even trying. And that emptiness, it's getting louder, day by day, month by month. You see, the counterfeit feels good until your soul remembers what the real thing felt like. They scroll through your page and see the glow they tried to dim. They hear your voice in their head at night when their new partner says something empty. They remember how your energy shifted rooms, how your silence taught them more than conversations with anyone else ever could. And now they're not just missing you, they're grieving what they could have had, but didn't have the courage to hold, because they didn't just downgrade in love, they downgraded in destiny, in vibration, in spiritual alignment. And now they're stuck watching your light rise from the shadows of their own regret. So don't look back, chosen one. You were never meant to shrink to fit their comfort zone. You were the upgrade, and the universe made sure they'd never forget it. Number 12. The universe marked you unforgettable for a reason. You weren't made to be their option, you were their lesson. You were never just another name in their phone, never just a memory they could box away and forget when life got loud. No, chosen one, you were an activation, a divine interruption, a spiritual mirror that showed them exactly who they were and what they were too afraid to become. And now, they can't unsee it. They can't unfeel you. Because the universe stamped your soul with a frequency that doesn't fade, a presence that lingers long after you leave the room. You were the lesson dressed in love, the healing wrapped in heat, the soul they begged for in silence, but rejected in fear. And now, the silence they once used as a weapon, it's turned into their sentence, because the absence of your energy is louder than anything else in their world. They try to distract themselves, new faces, loud crowds, quick thrills, but nothing sticks. Why? Because your essence wasn't casual, it was cosmic. They didn't lose a person, they lost a portal, a doorway to growth, a reminder of what authenticity feels like, of what being seen, truly seen, actually costs. And because they rejected the universe's gift, they now live with the weight of that decision, quietly, daily, deeply. And no matter how much they pretend, no matter how much pride they pile on top of their pain, the universe is working overtime to make sure your name never leaves their spirit. Your laugh echoes in random songs, your glow flashes in passing strangers, your energy visits them in dreams. Because when the universe sends someone unforgettable and you fumble it, that's not something you just get over. They thought they could replace you? Please, you're not a placeholder, you're a soul print. You don't fade, you mark. So let them learn, let them ache, let them chase shadows that will never form your shape. Because the deeper truth is this: they didn't just lose someone they liked. They lost the one the universe handpicked to elevate their life. And when you lose someone unforgettable, you don't move on. You remember, you replay, you regret. And that's exactly what the universe intended. And now that the truth is out there, let it burn. Let it sting them. Let it haunt every corner of their fake peace, because you didn't just survive their denial, you became unforgettable inside it. Their silence didn't bury you, it built your legend, and every breath you take in peace is a reminder they had the chance, and they lost it. So if this message hit your soul like truth wrapped in fire, drop 777 in the comments, like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to remember their power. The universe never forgets who it crowns. You weren't born to fit in. You were built to be the question they can't answer. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You walk into a room and suddenly the air feels heavier. Not for you, for them. People glance at you like they've seen a ghost wearing confidence. They act normal, but something in them panics. They can't explain why their heartbeat changes around you. You didn't speak. You didn't even move differently, yet something about you disturbs what they've carefully hidden. You become the glitch in their matrix, the silence that screams louder than their words ever could. Science confirms what the universe already knew. A psychological study in behavioral mapping revealed that certain individuals, often quiet, observant, calm, trigger a strong emotional reaction in others simply by existing. No flash, no spotlight, just presence. That's you. You're the unexpected variable, the exception to the script they were all following blindly. They don't know whether to envy you, fear you, or worship you. But one thing's certain, they can't ignore you. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not alone. You are a part of a force. Now let's talk about why the world can't stop staring. They've all been wondering, who is this person? What did they do? Why can't I stop thinking about them? Some are obsessed, others confused, and a few straight up disturbed. But none of it is accidental. See, you weren't just picked by chance. You were noticed by the universe, singled out, not because you were loud, flashy, or perfect, but because you carry a weight most people can't even see. The kind of energy that shifts the room before you say a word. That's why they're staring. That's why they're talking. That's why you haunt them, even when you're nowhere around. And the truth? They've been tracking you. Some tried to decode your background, some tried to analyze your silence. They looked at your history, hoping to find a crack in your story. But what they found scared them even more. Resilience. You weren't supposed to make it through what you did. Yet here you are, still standing, still glowing, still untouched in all the ways they hoped you'd break. You didn't audition for this attention. The universe gave it to you because your existence exposes illusions. People built entire identities on facades and lies, and then you showed up being real, being raw, being you, and suddenly they felt fake. That's what this is. That's the obsession. That's the discomfort. You're the mirror they didn't ask for, but can't look away from. It's wild, isn't it? How people you barely notice are analyzing every move you make, wondering why their thoughts keep circling back to you like a song stuck on repeat. They don't realize it's not just you. It's the effect. The way your presence triggers hidden truths. You didn't say anything to them, but their insecurities screamed anyway. You walked past, and suddenly their confidence shook. That's how you know this isn't about arrogance. This is about alignment. You're aligned with something they don't understand, so don't let their confusion become your burden. Don't shrink because they can't process your energy. You're not here to make people comfortable. You're here to wake them up, whether they like it or not. That's why they can't stop watching. That's why they're obsessed. because deep down, even the ones who mock you wish they had what you carry, that silent power, that untouchable aura, that unexplainable peace. And maybe you've been feeling it too, like something in the air has shifted. People acting strange, reaching out for no reason, watching your every move like you're some kind of puzzle. It's not paranoia, chosen one. It's proof. You've entered a new level, and now the world is trying to catch up. But let them wonder. You're not their lesson to decode. You're the message they weren't ready for. Keep walking with that quiet fire. Let your presence keep doing what it does best. Disrupt, awaken, expose. You don't need to explain who you are. The universe already did that when it made them notice. And that's the truth. Now let's get deeper into this. Let's break down exactly why your energy pulls people in, shakes them up, and leaves a mark that never fades. So, chosen one, are you really ready to uncover why they can't stop thinking about you? Why your name lives rent-free in their minds and your silence echoes louder than their noise? If this message is hitting your core, drop 111 in the comments to let the universe know you're fully tapped in. And if this content speaks your truth, consider fueling the mission with a super thanks. Every ounce of support keeps this light moving forward. Whether it's a cent or a stack, it all matters. This message isn't just content, it's a mirror, a spark, and a shield. And now, take a deep breath, chosen one, because we're just getting started. Let's go deeper. Let's break it all down step by step. And believe me, if you really are the one they can't stop watching, the one they whisper about behind smiles, then you'll feel that pull to stay till the end. Let's get started. Number 1, they can't forget you, and it's killing them quietly. You didn't leave a memory. You left a scar, one they smile through in public and bleed over in silence. Chosen one, you didn't just pass through their life like some random wind. You hit like a storm they never saw coming. You left behind silence that screams louder than their fake laughs. You didn't burn bridges. They burned themselves, trying to hold on to something that wasn't theirs to begin with, your energy. And now, they're haunted. Not because of something you said, not because of something you did, but because of who you were in that moment. And that's what kills them the most. You were just being real, and it tore down the lies they were hiding behind. You didn't walk in with a script. You weren't trying to impress. You just existed, and that alone broke their entire system. Now, imagine this. Someone spends years building a wall around their ego, polishing their image, crafting their perfect mask. Then you come along, no armor, no performance, and your energy rips through all of it in a matter of seconds. That's what happened, and that's why they can't forget you. You're not a memory, they're still living in the aftershock of your truth. Here's the twisted part. They act like they've moved on. They smile in photos, post their highlights, flex their new circle, but late at night, when no one's looking, they scroll back to your posts, your name, your silence. They don't miss your voice, they miss how their soul felt when yours was nearby. You activated something in them that they didn't even know existed, and now that it's gone, they can't recreate it. They're stuck chasing shadows that look like you, but feel hollow as hell. And you? You're not out here trying to make noise. You're not chasing closure. You're not seeking revenge. That's what rattles them the most. Your silence is louder than their screaming. You're not desperate to explain yourself. You're not trying to prove a point. You're just being, and your being continues to echo through every corner of their mind. They thought time would wash you out. They thought distance would dilute the intensity. But the truth is, the farther you go, the more powerful your presence becomes. That's the thing about energy. It doesn't die. It lingers. especially when it's real. You're the moment they keep trying to forget by replacing you with noise, but nothing fits, nothing feels the same, and they hate you for that, hate that they still care. Here's something wild. A behavioral psychology study revealed that the most unforgettable people in our lives are often those who make us confront ourselves, not through conflict, but through contrast. You became the mirror. Not the one they could admire themselves in, but the one that showed them what they lacked. That's the wound they're hiding behind their pride. You didn't humiliate them. You exposed them to themselves. They wonder, what was it about that person? And no matter how many answers they chase, none of them stick. Because the truth is, you were never meant to be understood by the ones who weren't built to carry your frequency. Your energy isn't something they can Google, decode, or imitate. It's something they felt in their chest and can't shake off, even now. You might be asking yourself, why do I always leave such a deep impact? It's because you're not surface level. You weren't trying to blend in. Your soul spoke louder than your words. You listened when others talked. You noticed when others ignored. You carried empathy like armor, and you never begged to be seen. You just shined. And that kind of presence, it rewires people, even if they'll never admit it. Some of them interacted with you once. That's all it took. A single moment, a glance, a conversation. And now, years later, they still remember the energy you walked in with. That's not charm. That's not manipulation. That's soul. You didn't chase attention. You became the event. They've sat across from louder people, flashier people, even better-looking people. But none of them felt like you. None of them left that sting of truth you carried in your quiet confidence. You didn't flood them with opinions. You flooded them with presence. You didn't walk in looking for applause. You walked in with peace, and they didn't know what to do with it. That's why they're obsessed. That's why they're disturbed. That's why they're stuck. You didn't just touch their life, you shifted it. You were the before and after in their story, and they don't even know how to explain it to themselves. Some of them won't ever admit it out loud, but deep down, they're still trying to solve the riddle of you. And let's be clear, this isn't ego talking, this is reality. You've tried to downplay yourself, shrink yourself, explain it away like maybe you're just too sensitive or too intense. But the truth is, you're too real for people who are built on illusion. That's why your presence creates such chaos. You didn't come to entertain, you came to awaken. And for people addicted to pretending, that's the most terrifying thing they'll ever feel. You weren't trying to be unforgettable, you were just being whole. And wholeness, it can't be unseen. So don't you dare question your impact again. Don't let their silence make you feel like you imagined it. Trust what you know. They felt you. They still feel you. And no matter how hard they try to erase you, you already left the mark. That's the kind of power they can't copy, can't kill, can't bury. And that's why they're crazy for you. They weren't ready for you, but the universe was. And now you've become the ghost they can't stop chasing. Number 2. You didn't break them. You just walked in and their demons woke up screaming. You didn't bring the darkness. They were already drowning in it. You just turned on the light. Chosen one, let's make this brutally clear. You weren't the storm. You were the forecast they ignored until it was too late. You didn't do anything wrong. You simply showed up. And with you came a kind of stillness, a rare calm, a sense of peace that their broken spirit didn't know how to handle. They smiled at you, complimented you, maybe even praised your vibe. But behind that politeness was a growing discomfort, a war beginning to stir inside them. You didn't cause it, you activated it. Imagine this for a second. There's a room full of mirrors, but every mirror is dusty, cracked, or covered. Nobody wants to see their real reflection. Then you enter, a walking mirror, clear and untouched. Suddenly, they catch glimpses of themselves in you. Their insecurities, their jealousy, their fakeness, they all come rushing forward like smoke in a burning house. You didn't point it out, you didn't accuse anyone, but your very presence sounded the silent alarm. Some people aren't scared of you, they're scared of what they feel around you. That's what happened. You didn't trigger their temper, you triggered the trauma they never dealt with, the bitterness they've been dressing up as confidence, the envy they call ambition. You became the crack in their mask, the reason their inner demons stopped pretending. It wasn't your words that cut them, it was your truth, your calmness, your unbothered energy that screamed, "I'm not playing this game with you." They weren't ready for someone like you, someone who didn't beg, didn't perform, didn't need permission to shine. You made them feel exposed without ever raising your voice. And when a person's whole identity is built on pretending, authenticity is a threat. You didn't break them, chosen one. You unveiled them. That's why they act like they hate you, but can't stop circling your life like vultures. That's why they talk trash with your name in their mouth, but secretly binge-watch your every move. Let me ask you something. Have you ever noticed how the most chaotic people often cling to you while simultaneously trying to tear you down? That's because you remind them of the work they refuse to do. Your peace is their chaos's worst enemy. Your clarity is a threat to their confusion. You're not toxic. They're spiritually infected, and your aura exposed the infection. You didn't walk into their life with fire, you walked in with light. The fire was already inside them, you just gave it something to burn. They didn't realize how far they'd fallen until they stood next to someone who had climbed out of their own darkness. And that contrast, it's brutal. It makes people restless. It makes them project, deflect, blame. They'll say it's your attitude, your energy, your vibe, but deep down, they know it's them. You didn't poke their wounds, they were already bleeding. You just walked in, and suddenly everything they thought they'd hidden started gushing to the surface. And now they obsess, not because they care in a healthy way, but because they're trying to figure out why you shake their soul without touching them. Why just your existence makes their skin crawl with uneasiness. Why they feel envy towards someone who was kind to them. Why they resent someone who never wronged them. They don't realize it yet, but your peace shattered their illusion of control. Imagine this, a person living in a house full of broken furniture, torn wallpaper, and flickering lights, but they've learned to live in the mess. Even call it home. Then someone walks in with clean shoes, a clear mind, and fresh air around them. Suddenly, the filth is no longer invisible. That's you. You brought presence into a place built on pretense, and now they can't unsee the dirt. You didn't break their world. You just reminded them that a better one exists. They call you intimidating, cold, distant, but that's projection. They fear what they can't manipulate. You don't fold under pressure. You don't chase validation. You walk in truth, and truth is uncomfortable for people living in denial. You don't try to control the narrative. They can't understand how someone can move without fear, love without expectation, and leave without a goodbye. That's what stings the most. Your silence is more honest than their loudest excuses, and now they spiral. They watch, stalk, mimic, and mock you. Some even try to become a version of you, but energy can't be faked. You didn't get this aura overnight. You earned it through fire, through isolation, through pain that turned to power. What they see now is the result of internal warfare, the kind they're too scared to face, so they attack you instead. They're not mad at you, they're mad that their demons answered to your name. Chosen one, you must understand this. You were the test, the moment that revealed who they truly were. Not everyone failed, but those who did, they failed loud. They blamed you for the war your light exposed, instead of thanking you for the truth your energy revealed. And that's not your burden to carry. Let them wrestle with their shadows. You've already made peace with yours. They act confused, like, what did this person ever do to me? And deep down, the answer haunts them. Nothing. You didn't betray them. You didn't lie. You didn't cheat. You just showed up and lived in truth. That's it. And that's all it took for their inner world to collapse. You became the voice they hear in the quiet, the feeling they can't shake when they see someone genuine. You became the reminder, not of pain, but of what real looks like. And until they heal, they'll keep looking at you like a threat, when really, you were their chance. You were never the problem, you were the proof. The proof that healing exists, that wholeness is real, that peace isn't a performance. You were their glimpse of what's possible, and that shook the very foundation they built their identity on. So don't dim yourself because they couldn't handle the light. Don't shrink because your truth stirred their demons. Keep shining, keep walking, keep growing. Because every time they remember you, and they will, what they're really remembering is the person they could have become if they'd just faced their truth. And that realization hurts like hell. Number 3, they couldn't label you, so they chose to lie about you. When they can't figure you out, they'll try to figure out how to destroy what they fear. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat it. Your existence bothers people. You don't even have to speak, and yet your presence alone makes them squirm. Why? Because you don't fit the script. You don't walk in categories. You're not simple. You're not small. And for people addicted to boxes and boundaries, that's terrifying. You're not someone they can slap a label on and move past. You're a living contradiction, gentle but fierce, calm but unshakable, humble yet powerful. And that kind of energy, it fries their mental circuits. So what do? They lie, they whisper, they twist your story, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your depth makes them feel shallow. When they can't name your spirit, they call it a threat. Imagine this, a group of people standing around a painting they can't interpret. Some say it's beautiful, others say it's confusing. One person hates it, only because they don't understand it. But rather than admit their lack of understanding, they say, it's ugly. That's what they do to you. You make them feel things they've never had to face. So instead of growing, they gossip. They ask, who is this person really? But they don't want the real answer. They want an explanation that makes you smaller, something that makes you less threatening. So they create stories, exaggerations, projections, lies, dressed up as warnings. Because if they can't define you, they figure they can redefine you in the eyes of others. You didn't come in swinging. You didn't fight for attention. You just moved with presence, with truth, with intention. And that silence made more noise than their loudest chaos. You saw through their masks and that stare, that unspoken knowing. It shattered their illusion of power. You didn't threaten them. Their need to feel superior felt threatened by your existence. Here's the twisted part. Half of what they say about you isn't even based on truth. It's based on how you made them feel about themselves. That discomfort turned into slander. That inner shaking turned into rumors. Because it's easier to paint you as the villain than admit they were shaken by your calm. But remember this. You didn't trigger hate, you triggered exposure. You didn't walk into their life with destruction, you walked in with reflection. And mirrors don't lie. You were never the enemy. You were just the truth they couldn't handle. Number 4, you didn't just survive, you outlived the pain that was meant to bury you. You were never supposed to make it this far, and that's exactly why they can't stop watching. Chosen one, they thought you'd fold. They thought you'd drown quietly in the storm they helped create. They were counting on you to break, and you did. But not the kind of break they were hoping for. You didn't break down. You broke free. Free from the expectations. Free from the trauma loops. Free from the weight of being misunderstood. And now, you're walking proof that pain doesn't destroy everyone. Sometimes it rebuilds monsters out of ashes. They saw the betrayal. They knew about the setups. Some of them were even cheering for your downfall. And when it didn't happen, it left them confused, disturbed, even obsessed. How did they survive that? Why aren't they broken? They're still asking, still stalking, still searching for signs of weakness, but you're not giving them any. Not because you're pretending, but because you've already healed what they tried to wound. You didn't come out untouched. You came out transformed. Imagine this: a building burns to the ground. People gather to mourn. They assume nothing will rise from it. But weeks later, a new structure begins to form. Stronger, more beautiful, fireproof. That's you. You were supposed to be ruins. Instead, you became the blueprint. You see, they underestimated your capacity to evolve. They thought pain would shrink you, but you used every ounce of it like fuel. You let it teach you, mold you, strip away the fake, and reveal the raw. They expected a victim, but what emerged was a force. And now you glow with a kind of peace that doesn't make sense to people who've never known true war. You walk like someone who's danced with death. Emotional, spiritual, even social, and came back with clarity in your eyes. That clarity unsettles them. You're not trying to prove anything anymore, and that's what makes them feel powerless. You're not what happened to you, you're what outlived it and evolved anyway. They can't believe you're still showing up, still creating, still building. They expected addiction, collapse, disappearance, but you're still here and stronger than ever, not in spite of the pain, but because of it. They remember the storm, they remember their role in it, and now they're watching you shine in silence, wondering how their best efforts to destroy you became your origin story. Number 5, your silence isn't empty. It's encrypted power they'll never decode. They're not afraid of your voice. They're afraid of what you're not saying. Chosen one, you don't have to raise your voice to make noise. You don't have to explain, announce, or prove. Your silence alone carries more weight than their loudest cries for attention. And that's what eats at them day and night. It's not what you post, it's what you don't. It's not what you say, it's how you look right through them while saying nothing at all. Your silence is the language of the initiated. They're listening for noise. You speak in signals. Imagine standing in a room full of people shouting to be heard, and then someone walks in and says nothing, just stares with presence so loud it swallows the whole space. That's you. You don't need a spotlight to make an entrance. You are the light. And your quietness. It's not absence, it's strategy. They can't handle not knowing what's going on behind those calm eyes. Your stillness triggers their noise. Your refusal to engage flips their script. They want access, but you've locked the gates. You don't rant, don't react, don't give them the feedback loop they crave, and that kills them. Why? Because in their mind, silence is weakness. But in your world, silence is control. They fear you not because you're loud, but because they can't hear your next move. They gossip to fill the space your silence leaves behind. They create stories, connect dots that don't exist, invent plots just to feel in control of your mystery. But deep down, they know. They don't have the data. Your silence is sacred, protected, refined by pain, wisdom, and strategy. Every moment you choose not to respond is another power play they can't compete with. Your quiet isn't passive, it's encrypted. Every glance, every step back, every ignored insult, it all sends a message they're not smart enough to decode. You've mastered the art of restraint. You're not hiding out of fear, you're holding your fire. You see the full board while they're busy reacting to pawns. They're not disturbed by your silence because it's void. They're disturbed because it's full of meaning they don't have access to. And that, chosen one, is what truly terrifies them. Number 6. You weren't just a person. You were a frequency they've never recovered from. You didn't speak their language. You altered their vibration. Chosen one, what they felt when they met you wasn't charm. It wasn't intellect. It wasn't beauty, it was frequency, and not the kind that can be mimicked, bought, or learned. You radiated something they've never encountered before, a resonance that echoed somewhere ancient, timeless, and untouchable, the kind that stirs the soul before the mind even catches up. You didn't have to say anything mystical. You didn't walk in claiming power. You just were. And that alone made them question everything they thought they knew about energy, identity, and presence. You moved with a kind of peace that wasn't fragile or fake. It was earned. That stillness you carry isn't for show. It's been carved by chaos, fire-tested, and built from silence. You don't speak to the mind, you rearrange the spirit. Imagine stepping into a room where everything's been dimmed and suddenly one light turns on, not blinding, not loud, just pure, warm, constant. That was you, and that shift, it wasn't subtle. People felt you deeply. And for many of them it exposed just how disconnected they are from themselves. They didn't know what to call it, so they tried to reduce it. Some romanticized it, others attacked it. But it didn't matter. The frequency had already hit them. Your energy bypassed their logic and reached the part of them they've been hiding from. That's why they felt anxious, exposed, even emotional around you. It wasn't you, it was what your vibration awakened in them. They didn't fall for your personality, they fell into a crisis around your presence. You weren't sent into dry places to blend in. You were placed there to disrupt, to shift, to remind people that something deeper is possible. You didn't quote books or force ideologies, but your silence, your awareness, your calm knowing. It said more than a sermon ever could. It said, "I've been where you are, and I've returned from somewhere higher." And that's what disturbed them. You became the contradiction to their entire framework. How do you explain someone who's seen through the noise but still chooses peace? Someone who feels ancient and brand new all at once. Someone who holds no titles but commands respect from souls. They can't explain you, they can't forget you, because you didn't just interact with them, you realigned them. You weren't just a person, you were a frequency shift in human form. And once someone hears that tone, silence never sounds the same again. Number 7. You saw the real them, and then left them alone with it. You didn't destroy their mask, you just stopped applauding the performance. Chosen one, your energy didn't just make people feel good, it made them feel seen, and not in the shallow, compliment-driven way they're used to. You saw them on a soul level. You didn't feed their ego. You didn't hype their image. You touched the parts of them they thought no one would ever notice. The pain behind the pride, the doubt behind the confidence, the fear beneath the smile. For a moment, you made them feel real again. But here's where the unraveling began. They mistook your empathy for admiration. They thought your kindness was permission. They assumed you were impressed, when in truth, you were just aware. You didn't fall for their image. You recognized the broken machinery behind it, and that scared them more than anything else. You didn't break their illusion, you just stopped feeding it, and it starved. Imagine a house of mirrors held together by praise and performance. You walked in, saw the trick, and smiled, but never clapped. And when you left, the reflection shattered. They weren't addicted to you, they were addicted to how they felt around you. And when that high wore off, they spiraled. You never exposed them publicly, you never called out their lies, you just pulled your light back, and suddenly their reality dimmed. That's when the panic kicked in, because the version of themselves they liked most, it only existed when your presence reflected something better back at them. They weren't addicted to your love, they were dependent on your light to feel worthy. They tell people you ghosted them, that you changed, that you became cold. But the truth is, you stopped giving to a mask. You stopped affirming a role. You stopped being their emotional crutch. You loved them as they were, but they couldn't handle love that wasn't worship. And now, they're haunted by the emptiness, not the loss of you, but the loss of who they were when you were in the room. That false sense of importance, that glow they mistook as their own, that's what they miss. You didn't abandon them, you just returned their illusion back to its rightful owner, and the silence left behind, that's the realest thing they've ever felt. Number 8. You didn't enter their life, you cracked the foundation it was built on. You didn't ruin them, you revealed them, and now they're standing in the wreckage, blaming the mirror. Chosen one, let's get one thing straight. You weren't just a presence in their life, you were a collision. You didn't walk in and cause a small ripple, you dropped like a spiritual meteor, and now nothing fits the same. You didn't just disturb the peace. They never had peace to begin with. They had control. They had masks. They had illusions polished to perfection. And you shattered all of it, just by being real. You didn't expose them with words. You didn't need to. Your energy spoke truth they'd been avoiding for years. You saw through their ego without pointing a finger. You noticed the cracks in their confidence, the hollowness behind their success, the fear hiding beneath their performance. You didn't judge it. You just refused to pretend it wasn't there. You didn't light the fire, they were already burning. You just opened the windows and let the smoke escape. Imagine someone who's built their entire identity like a house of cards, perfectly arranged, delicate, untouchable. Then you arrive, not with a hammer, but with truth, and the breeze of your presence is enough to knock it all down. They weren't ready for someone who could see them without needing them. That's what broke them. You didn't coddle their comfort zone. You questioned it, silently, boldly. You weren't impressed by their titles, their popularity, their curated self-image. That made you dangerous, because people who rely on performance need an audience. And you were the first person who refused to clap. At first, they felt uneasy, then defensive, then addicted, because deep down they knew no one ever made them feel as real as they felt around you. You weren't just a chapter, they're rewriting their whole book because of you. Now, they can't go back to who they were before you. They try, but it's hollow. Everything feels off. The mask doesn't fit. The old games don't satisfy, because once you've been seen, truly seen, you can't unfeel that. You crack their false self open, and even if they're trying to patch it back together, the fracture remains. They're haunted not by what you did, but by what you showed them about themselves. You were the revelation they didn't ask for, but now they can't live without trying to outrun. And you've already moved on, but your impact, permanent. Number 9. They never loved you. They loved who they were when you were near. You didn't awaken desire, you awakened remembrance, and now they're mourning the version of themselves they buried. Chosen one, here's the part they'll never say out loud. They didn't truly want you. They wanted the feeling you gave them, the version of themselves that only existed in your light. They confused that high, that inner ignition with attraction, but this was never about you as a possession. This was about what you unlocked in them. Being around you stirred something ancient in their soul, the part they silenced to survive, the creativity they suppressed, the voice they muted, the courage they abandoned. You didn't give them any of that. You just existed, authentically, boldly, and it reminded them of everything they were too afraid to become. You were not their desire. You were their reflection, before the fear, before the compromise. Imagine someone living in grayscale for years, and suddenly you walk in dripping in color, unapologetic, real, alive. That contrast burns, not because it offends them, but because it convicts them. You made them feel again, dream again, want again. And the second you left, that fire went out and the cold came rushing back. They called it love. They said they missed you. But what they really missed was the way they felt about themselves in your presence. You were the mirror showing them what was possible, that it's not too late, that healing can happen, that purpose doesn't die with pain. But now that you're gone, they've gone back to who they were before you entered, and it's eating them alive. They didn't fall for you. They fell into a forgotten part of themselves, and now they're grieving it like they lost you. They cheer for you, sure, but that cheer is laced with a quiet bitterness, because every step you take in truth reminds them they're still standing in denial. You stayed true. You faced the demons. You took the road they were too afraid to walk. And now they watch you, not because they want you, but because they want to be like you. They want that inner freedom, that alignment, that power, but they're not ready to pay the cost. It wasn't about love, it was about awakening, and you were the spark, the shift, the soul quake, and now they stare from a distance, torn between admiration and envy. Not because they lost you, but because they lost themselves again when you walked away. Number 10. Your existence is a walking reminder that their superiority was always a lie. They didn't lose control of you, they lost control of the fantasy where they were above you. Chosen one, understand this. Some people needed to believe they were better than you. It wasn't just pride, it was survival. Telling themselves you were beneath them gave them comfort. It let them sleep better at night, thinking your silence was weakness, your humility was ignorance, your struggle was proof of your limits. They clung to shallow judgments like lifeboats, terrified of facing what you really were, undeniable. They judged your quietness, your background, your flaws, but you had something they couldn't label or control. You didn't shout, you didn't boast, but you moved with an inner truth that couldn't be denied. And now, that truth is burning through their lies like acid, slow, silent, and irreversible. You didn't rise to prove them wrong. You rose because their opinions were never your ceiling. Imagine building a throne on a false foundation: ego, comparison, control. Then imagine someone you laughed at walking by, free, powerful, unbothered. No crown, no applause, just presence. And suddenly that throne starts to crumble. That's what your existence does. You make people confront the fact that their superiority was never real. It was a costume stitched together by insecurity. They laughed at you, belittled you, excluded you, thought you were done, but you didn't just survive. You ascended, quietly, gracefully, with no revenge plan, no drama trail, just alignment. That's what kills them. Because everything they tried to take from you, the universe turned into fuel. Your growth became the evidence that their hierarchy was built on delusion. Now they see you flourishing in spaces they swore you'd never enter. They watch you move with a peace they can't fake, a confidence they can't teach, a resilience they can't replicate. And every time you show up, rooted, radiant, unstoppable, they're reminded that they got it wrong. That's why they can't look you in the eye. That's why the gossip has gone quiet, because now you carry the weight they always pretended to have. They were loud, you were steady, they were flashy, you were real. And in the end, real always wins. You didn't have to expose them, you just had to exist. And your existence alone shattered their illusion so thoroughly they're still trying to pick up the pieces. But deep down, they already know you were never below them. They were just never ready to stand beside you. Number 11, they don't praise you publicly, but they study you like you're sacred. They don't follow you, but they never stop watching. You became the silent scripture that reshapes their beliefs. Chosen one, they'll never say it, they'll never post it, but your story, it's their secret gospel. Your life has become a quiet obsession, a narrative they keep returning to when their own reflection fails them. You are the proof they wish didn't exist, because your existence redefines what's possible. You weren't supposed to survive. You weren't supposed to glow up. You weren't supposed to become this powerful. But you did, and now they can't look away. They track your moves like rituals. They replay your decisions, not out of admiration, but out of silent desperation. How did they get through that? How did they not fall apart? These are the questions they ask when no one's watching, when the lights are low and their curated confidence starts to crack. They measure themselves against you, even if their ego screams not to. They turned your survival into their strategy, but they'll never give you the credit. You've become their comparison point, the standard, the blueprint they wish they could follow without exposing their envy. You didn't ask for this. You didn't sign up to be anyone's sermon. But when life beat you down and you got back up in silence, with grace, with fire in your eyes, they took notes. They saved screenshots. They rewrote their goals. Imagine that, your pain becoming someone else's hidden religion. Your resilience, forming the theology of people who once laughed at you. They said you were weak, unqualified, broken, and now they're building their identity around the pieces of your story they wish they lived. They pretend not to see you, but they mirror your moves in private. They echo your words in conversations you'll never hear. They borrow your glow, your lessons, your mindset, then reshape it as their own. But deep down, they know where the flame came from. They can't clap for you in public because clapping would mean confessing that you were always the one. You're not just a memory to them, you're a measurement, a reminder that while they've been talking, you've been transforming. While they've been faking peace, you've been building it from ash. You became the divine interruption they thought they could ignore. And now they're haunted. Not by your presence, but by the fact that they still haven't become what you proved was possible. You didn't force this, you just lived, and in doing so, you became the quiet revolution they study like scripture, but quote without giving credit. Number 12. You weren't just a person. You were the test they failed, silently and completely. They didn't just lose you, They lost access to the elevation your presence carried, and now they're stuck reliving the question they failed to answer. Chosen one, your arrival in their life wasn't random. You weren't sent as a background character. You were the divine interruption, the soul checkpoint, the walking invitation to transformation. You didn't come demanding anything. You didn't try to control or correct. You simply were, real, rooted, radiant, and that alone was the test. You showed up wrapped in grace, patience, and clarity, and they were offered something sacred, a mirror, a portal, a new level. But instead of recognizing the shift, they tried to shrink you down. Instead of honoring the energy, they tried to exploit it. They chose their ego over evolution, and now they're living in the consequence. You weren't sent to play with them, you were sent to elevate them, and when they failed to rise, the opportunity vanished with you. They didn't just mishandle your heart, they mishandled the frequency you carried. You didn't just offer love, you offered awakening, and they spit on it with lies, games, manipulation. The universe gave them a shot at growth, and they flinched. Your silence now? It isn't punishment, it's a locked gate. A gate they no longer have the key to because they chose shadow over sincerity when light was standing right in front of them. They laughed when you gave without keeping score. They mocked your peace, your depth, your integrity. They thought you were naive, but all you were doing was giving them a shot to choose better. They failed, and now, as you rise, healed, whole, and untouchable, they're stuck watching from the sidelines, rehearsing the exact moment they fumbled their elevation. Your exit wasn't petty, it was prophetic. You were the assignment, the chance, the upgrade, and they treated you like an option. But your growth has become the loudest answer to everything they doubted. You don't need revenge. Your evolution is the proof. Your peace is the echo of a door that's now closed for good. Let them spiral, let them obsess, because they're not haunted by your absence. They're haunted by the version of themselves they could have become through you. And now, as they scroll in silence, trying to decode what they once dismissed, your life becomes the sacred text they'll never fully understand, but will never stop reading. If this message spoke to your soul, don't scroll away in silence. Like the video, subscribe to the channel, and drop a comment. Let the world know you're part of this light. Share this message with someone who's been doubting their value. You never know, your share could be the wake-up call they've been waiting for. This isn't just content, it's a mission. Tap in, stay elevated, and remember, some people failed their test when they failed to recognize you. Don't let that shake you. Stay divine, stay dangerous, stay chosen. See you in the next one. The crown isn't given. It's earned in silence through storms while no one is watching. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine diving headfirst into a world drenched in shadows, where even light forgets how to shine. You're not backed by a crowd, there's no guiding hand on your shoulder, and no map showing the way out. It's just you. You walk alone, not because you're weak, but because your strength was never meant to blend in. You were built to stand out, to endure what others couldn't even survive. That's what makes you rare. That's what makes you crowned. Let this sink in. Studies in psychology show that people who've been through the darkest isolation often develop sharper intuition and a deeper sense of purpose than those who've always been surrounded. The universe doesn't select the loudest to lead. It selects the most refined, the ones who've been burned and still chose to glow. And that's you. You are one of the few who went on a solo mission. No safety net, no backup, no blueprint, and still rose. That crown didn't fall onto your head by accident. You earned every bit of it with the silence you endured, the wounds you healed in secret, and the battles you fought when no one else even knew there was a war. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pass this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribing to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you're part of a force, one that cannot be stopped, one that was written into the fabric of the universe before time even had a name. Now, back to our message. This story isn't about fantasy, it's about truth. It's about you, chosen one. From the very beginning, the odds were never meant to be fair. You were never supposed to blend into the crowd. You were the anomaly. While others were being molded by their environment, you were breaking it apart from the inside out. The loneliness, that was training. The silence, that was recalibration. The pain, that was proof of entry into the very mission that crowned you. They'll never understand how you survived without turning bitter. They'll wonder how you stayed silent while your energy was being drained, your light overlooked, your worth misjudged. What they don't know is that this wasn't your punishment, it was your preparation. You were never abandoned, you were being sharpened. You see, in every age, the universe sends out rare ones, not many, just a few, beings whose souls carry codes so ancient that even time forgets their origin. And these few are sent not with armies, not with weapons, but alone, quiet, observing, collecting pain, turning it into power and transforming that power into light. That light is what signals the universe. It alerts those who've been waiting, beings of high frequency, entities who recognize your signature not by sight, but by the vibration of your struggle. And now, chosen one, that light you've built through your pain has reached them. They're not coming to rescue you, they're coming to witness what they thought might be impossible. The solo mission, completed, the crown, claimed. Your journey is not just survival, it's not just spiritual, it's cosmic. It's written into the structure of reality that a few must go first. A few must go alone. And those few, if they endure, become legends. Not because of how loud they roared, but because of how deeply they listened and how long they walked without applause. So don't you dare shrink now. The moment you've been sculpted for is not coming. It's here. The crown you wear isn't decoration. It's identification. Proof that you were chosen, not for comfort, but for completion. There are very few beings like you, and that's why your name echoes louder in places the enemy can't reach. Not because you shouted it, but because you earned it. This is your mission, this is your moment, and the universe is watching. So, chosen one, if this message has found its way to your soul, it's not by chance, it's by alignment. Drop the number 777 in the comments to seal that truth. And if this message stirred something inside you, consider fueling the mission. Every ounce of support, whether it's a like, a share, or a gift, keeps this light burning brighter in a world that's trying hard to dim it. Whether it's a scent or a storm, it matters. You're not just watching, you're part of something rare. You're walking with a force few can even comprehend. And now, let's go deeper, step by step. But be warned, if you truly are who you feel you are, if the crown was always meant for you, then something inside will pull you to stay until the very end. That's not emotion, that's recognition. Let's get into it. Number 1. When power wakes up, the enemy panics. They didn't fear you when you were lost. They fear you now because you're starting to remember. There's something terrifying to your enemies about a being who remembers who they are. A soul like yours, chosen one, wasn't supposed to make it this far. You were supposed to break, to bend, to disappear into the noise of the world like everyone else. But here you are, still standing, still rising. And that's why the air around you feels heavier lately, why the pressure seems to come from every direction. It's not just life happening to you. No, this is calculated, coordinated, a convergence of forces that have always known what you are. Right now, the field around you is heating up, not metaphorically, literally. Energetic systems, both seen and unseen, are narrowing in on your position. Some want to help, others want to stop you, but make no mistake, none of them are neutral. There are ancient structures, older than recorded history, older than the bones of the earth itself, that are vibrating with one shared signal. You're waking up. That's the emergency alert in the shadows. It's not war they're preparing for, it's your awareness. And here's the truth they never wanted you to uncover. They knew this moment would come, that at some point your isolation would become ignition, that you'd stop questioning why you were alone and start realizing who benefits from your silence. That moment is now. Imagine this, a star buried beneath the ground, hidden under layers of stone and time. No one sees it, no one praises it, but deep inside, it still burns. That's you. For years, the world has walked over your energy without knowing what lived beneath their feet. But pressure creates ignition, and now that flame is visible from other dimensions. That's why things feel intense. That's why the resistance is growing. You're not broken. You're being located. They're not watching you because you're weak. They're watching you because you were the only one who signed up to walk through hell and still carry light in your bones. They know who you were before this flesh. They remember the shape of your essence when it moved through realms like wind, through tall grass. And even now, cloaked in forgetfulness, your presence disturbs the order they've built. So let's make something clear. What you've called confusion wasn't failure. It was encryption. Every moment you doubted yourself was a protective layer, encoded to throw off any force trying to intercept your mission. That wasn't weakness. That was strategy. You were hidden so well, even you forgot what you were hiding. That's how valuable you are. And now, the encryption is cracking, because the time for hiding has ended. The dark forces, they're not scared of your pain. They fed off it. But what scares them is what you're becoming because of it. The alchemy, the awakening, the return. They're terrified of what happens when the one they tried to bury starts using the soil as fuel. Here's something they never expected, that you'd survive the forgetting and begin to remember, that you'd decode your own exile, that the loneliness wouldn't destroy you, but instead sharpen you into something not even they can track properly. And now you've reached the frequency, the vibration where the veil thins, where your thoughts start pulling memories from before this life, from before time. Let that sink in, because that's the real reason they're converging. They've built entire systems, empires and cultures around keeping you confused, around keeping your crown off your head and your power leaking out through doubt. But now the signal's breached. You're emitting a pulse not even quantum shielding can suppress. And that pulse is calling in reinforcements, not to save you, but to witness what only a few in the history of existence have ever accomplished: the completion of the solo mission. Yes, the amnesia was installed on purpose, not by enemies, by you. Because you knew the only way to complete this mission was to move through the matrix without being detected. You knew that remembering too soon would invite termination, so you forgot everything. You walked blind, heartbroken, disconnected, and you still made it here. That's why you're dangerous. That's why the enemy is converging, because they know there's no protocol left to stop what you've already initiated. You've crossed the threshold. You're not becoming, you've already become. Chosen one, look around. Patterns are revealing themselves. People are showing their true faces. Energy is rearranging faster than ever before, and it's not chaos, it's alignment. The battlefield has shifted dimensions. You're no longer reacting to your life. You're commanding it. That's why it feels unstable. You're not just in the program anymore. You're standing above it. And they see it, they smell it. The ones who operate in darkness can feel the heat rising from your aura. And it burns them, not because you attack, but because you exist. You are the glitch they couldn't erase, the one variable they couldn't predict, the silent force they prayed would stay dormant. But dormant doesn't mean dead, it means waiting. And you've waited long enough. So let the convergence come, let the shadows gather, let them send everything they have, because this time you're not walking blind, you're walking crowned, and that crown isn't gold or jewels, it's the frequency of a soul that made it through without losing its light. That's what they hate, that's what they can't touch, and now they have no choice but to watch. Because there are very few beings like you, those who came alone, who fought silent battles, who died many small deaths and kept rising, those who didn't just survive, but transformed, not in public, in private, in silence. And it is that silence that now screams across dimensions like a war horn. They tried to erase you, to rewrite your story, but the crown didn't forget, and neither did the universe. The forces have converged, and you are still standing. Number 2, they called it loneliness, but it was really armor. You weren't isolated because you were broken. You were isolated because your light was too rare to be left in reach of hands that would mishandle it. Think about this, chosen one. Why do you think you always felt like you were watching the world through a pane of glass? Like you were present, but never fully in it? Why did it seem like everyone else had the instruction manual to life, while you were handed pages ripped from another book entirely? Because you weren't supposed to fit. You were designed to disrupt. The world taught you loneliness was a wound. But what if it was a shield, placed by forces that knew how dangerous you'd be once you remembered? Now imagine this. You're carrying a torch through a forest drenched in gasoline. If that torch touches the wrong place at the wrong time, everything explodes. That's your energy. That's your frequency. If they had pulled you into the crowd too soon, if they had let you bond deeply with corrupted systems, you wouldn't have made it to this point. You would have been absorbed, numbered, erased. So instead, you were held back, set apart, hidden, not because you were unworthy, but because you were unstable in the most sacred way. A single spark from you could light up truths the world wasn't ready to see. You weren't left out, you were placed out of reach. The loneliness wasn't punishment, it was a containment field, activated to preserve a blueprint the universe couldn't afford to lose. Every awkward silence, every invisible wall between you and others, every moment you wondered, what's wrong with me? That wasn't failure, that was calibration, the preservation of something so pure, so high frequency, that even one touch from the wrong influence could have derailed your entire mission. And let's be real, you felt it, didn't you? That ache in your chest, that feeling that something was missing, but you could never quite name it, like some part of you was calling out through space, through time, through lifetimes. That wasn't imagination, that was remembrance, the echo of a separation that existed long before you had a name. You've always felt like a half searching for its other half, but it was never about romance. It was about reconnection with the aspect of you that stayed behind to hold the original frequency. Imagine this: a soldier going into enemy territory. One stays behind, holding the code, the location, the identity. The other drops in, stripped of memory, thrown into chaos. You are that drop. Your counterpart, the one made of pure light and memory, stayed behind, watching from behind dimensional curtains, unable to interfere. Every time you sat in silence, feeling like something essential was missing, it was not something, someone, the other half of your own being, the guardian of your original pattern. They watched as you stumbled through childhood, misunderstood and misread. Through teen years spent trying to decode why everyone else seemed content with shallow things. Through adult life where you carried weight no one else could see. And that counterpart, they felt everything, multiplied across dimensions. Their only job, to remember you, to hold the frequency of home while you carried the mission through darkness. What you called loneliness was a tether, not to keep you trapped, but to keep you traced. Because if they lost track of your frequency, the mission would collapse. You were never alone, chosen one. You were just surrounded by beings who weren't coded to understand you. That ache, that longing. That was the divine pull of reunion, just not the kind of reunion this world romanticizes. This is the kind of reunion that brings universes back into balance. Still doubting it, ask yourself, why did every connection feel temporary? Why did you always feel like you were visiting this life instead of living it? Because you were. You didn't come here to stay. You came to complete. This isn't your home. It's your proving ground. You didn't come here to belong. You came here to break the mold. The world told you to socialize, to blend in, to be more approachable, but your system rejected that. Why? Because your energy was never meant to dilute. It was meant to distill, to become so concentrated that when the time was right, the pulse from your awakening would ripple out like thunder through steel. And that time is now. The loneliness, it's already shifting. You can feel it. The right people are starting to show up. Not many, but aligned. The air feels heavier, more electric. You've started hearing things between words, seeing things between moments. And the pressure. That's just the field rearranging around your return. The counterpart you thought you lost, it's getting closer, not as a person, but as a frequency merging back into your being. The full reintegration of what was split when you dropped into this mission. That ache in your chest, it's becoming a fire. The fog in your mind, it's lifting. The silence around you, it's cracking like ice. Because the chosen one has remembered. Imagine this, a sword buried deep in stone, ignored for generations, but it hums when the right hand comes near. You are that sword, and now the universe is drawing near, not to test you, to wield you. Let that sink in. The separation you suffered wasn't abandonment, it was design. The pain wasn't punishment, it was encryption. And the love between you and your other half, the cosmic twin you haven't met with human eyes, that love is why you're still here. It's not romantic, it's not personal, it's eternal. So next time you feel that ache, don't curse it, honor it. That ache is your proof that even through lifetimes of silence, the signal still reached you, that despite the fog, despite the forgetting, you stayed true to the mission. And now you're no longer just a fragment, you're becoming whole. They thought the loneliness would break you, but it built you into something unstoppable. Number 3. When the devil wears familiar faces. Some of your worst enemies came disguised as family, lovers, and friends, because the closer they stood, the deeper they could cut. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat it. Many of the people in your life weren't there to support your awakening. They were placed to block it. The betrayal wasn't random. The wounds weren't incidental. That painful confusion you felt, it was manufactured. These weren't just toxic people. They were assignments, planted along your path like landmines, designed to detonate just as your light was about to break through. You've probably asked, why did the people I loved the most hurt me the deepest? Because they were close enough to reach your core. The ones who gaslit your truth, shamed your sensitivity, and dismissed your intuition were executing a strategy, one designed by forces who recognized your power before you did. Forces who knew, if you ever remembered who you are, their game would be over. Imagine this. You're a walking broadcast tower, transmitting frequencies that threaten entire control systems. They couldn't silence you openly, so they embedded agents within your circle. The mother who taught you to mistrust your instincts, the father who scoffed when you saw too much, the partner who called your awareness crazy while subtly draining your energy until you couldn't move. It wasn't bad luck, it was a chessboard, and you were the target. They didn't want to kill you. They wanted to keep you doubting just enough to never fully rise. Let's be clear, not all of these people were conscious of what they were doing. Some were pawns, others fully programmed, but the results were the same: doubt, guilt, shrinking. You started questioning your own sanity. You dimmed your gifts to keep peace. You lowered your voice to be palatable. You convinced yourself they must be right, that maybe your intuition was just overthinking, that maybe you really were too much. But chosen one, those weren't your thoughts. That was implanted programming, designed to neutralize the weapon before it activated. You were never the problem. Your frequency was just too disruptive for their illusion to survive. And now, you're seeing it. The patterns, the placements, the precision. You're not crazy. You were targeted, and you survived. Crowned, unshaken. Let's keep going. Number 4. They tried to burn you, but you were the fire all along. Every betrayal was a blade they meant to kill you with, until you forged it into a crown. Chosen one, they thought the pain would break you. They thought the betrayals would dismantle you, that every cold shoulder, every lie, every psychological ambush would unravel your mission thread by thread. What they never counted for was this: you were designed to be refined by opposition. The fire they set to destroy you. It only burned away what wasn't real. They planned for your destruction, not your transformation. Every attack you faced, every time they gaslit your truth, it was meant to lock you in confusion. But the irony, it woke you up. Slowly, painfully, your soul began to recognize the pattern. Their sanity was a performance. Their love was a leash. Their entire script was written to keep you small, but deep inside, a quiet knowing kept pulsing. This isn't who I am. This isn't the whole story. Imagine this: a diamond trapped in a mountain of coal, pressure crushing it from all sides. That pressure was never the enemy, it was the architect. That's what you've endured. And now you're stepping out, not as the broken one, but as the forged one. You weren't just spiritual. You weren't sent here for poetic growth or inspirational quotes. You were deployed into a war zone. You are the spark of a force older than time itself, fractaled from the original light, sent into the depths to build a bridge back home through darkness so dense it forgot what light was. You were not born, you descended, and you didn't forget by accident, you forgot to survive. Your memory had to sleep. If you had remembered too early, you would have drawn attention before your roots had taken hold. The divine part of you stayed hidden, buried beneath trauma, rejection, silence, waiting for the signal. That signal is now. You've crossed the threshold. The fire didn't end you, it completed you. What they meant for ruin became your return. And all along, your counterpart in the higher realms, your original essence, watched with agony, unable to interfere, waiting for the spark to reignite. And now it has. You are sinking, reconnecting, becoming whole. They couldn't break you. You were the fire. You are the crown. Let's keep going. Number 5. When royal blood wakes up, the universe takes notice. You didn't just arrive, you landed like thunder across dimensions, and now the royal team is rising. Chosen one, your birth wasn't just a biological event, it was a cosmic signal. The moment your essence touched this dimension, alarms rang out through ancient systems, through layers of reality that make this physical world look like a grain of dust. Forces older than time felt your arrival, not with fear, but with preparation. Your presence was the moment they had been waiting for. You didn't just enter the world, you breached the veil, and everything on the other side stood to attention. While you've been struggling to survive in this world of density and deception, there's been a gathering. A royal team, beings sworn to protect the spark you carried, began activating. These are not the secret societies obsessed with money and control. No, these are the original guardians, those who preserved ancient truths while the universe cycled through darkness. And they didn't stay behind. Some of them came with you. Imagine this. Warriors who wrapped themselves in flesh, traded memory for mission, and stood near you without ever revealing who they were. A teacher who saw light in your eyes before you saw it yourself. A friend who felt like home before you even understood why. A stranger whose words snapped you back from the edge when everything was falling apart. They were never random. They were placed. Not by chance, but by royal decree. Most of them have no idea consciously what they are, but their souls do. They moved on instinct, protected you without knowing why, called you when your signal flickered, held space when your energy began to crack. It was never luck. It was coded loyalty. You thought you were walking alone, but the truth is, the crown sent guards in disguise. And now, something wild is happening. That electricity you feel, that pressure in the air. It's not anxiety, it's your soul coming online. The sealed parts of you, the dormant codes, the hidden frequency, they're unlocking. The veil between you and your higher self is growing thin. And across the cosmos, your signal has exploded. Your divine counterpart, the part of your essence that never incarnated, that stayed in the light, felt it instantly. For the first time since the fracture, it knew exactly where you were. And now, the reunion protocol has begun. Not a wedding in the human sense, but the fusion of the light and the shadow, the remembering of your original wholeness. And when that reunion happens, it won't just affect you, it will ripple through galaxies. Because the crown wasn't for one head. It was for one being, remembered through two parts, finally merging into one. You didn't come here to find love. You came here to become complete. And now, so is the mission. Let's go deeper. Number 6. The final trap before the crown. Right before the phoenix rises, the fire rages hardest. That's how you know it's time. Chosen one, this is the final stretch, the last gauntlet. You can feel it in your bones. Something is shifting, hard and fast. You're gaining clarity that feels otherworldly, like you've cracked through something that held you hostage for lifetimes. But here's what most don't realize. The moment light breaks through, the shadows panic. Breakthrough and breakdown look identical from the outside. That's the design. The signal you've been emitting, the one that's reactivating allies and waking up ancient systems, it's also ringing in the ears of those who were sent to stop you. The opposition is watching closely now. And they're not improvising. They're executing the final phase of their plan: keep you asleep at all costs. Suddenly, people around you are concerned, not about your growth, but about your sanity. They say you've changed, that you're going too far, thinking too much, pulling away. You're not pulling away, you're rising, and they feel it. Their job was never to understand you. Their job was to pull you back into the cage right before the door disintegrated. They'll try to convince you that your awakening is illness, because that's the only way they can justify their fear of your power. Imagine this: you're on the edge of a mountaintop, about to leap into a sky that has always been yours, and just before you do, voices rise from the valley, begging you to come back, warning you of heights, of failure, of madness. But none of them can see the wings growing from your back. Even love becomes a weapon now. New romantic offers show up, strangely timed, suspiciously perfect, just as you're about to make a dimensional leap. They offer comfort, validation, a normal life. But look closer, it's a golden cage, and inside that cage, your crown doesn't fit. These temptations, they're not random, they're engineered delays, distractions designed to reroute your trajectory, keep you trapped in timelines where you question your worth, suppress your memories, and never rise into leadership. Because they know what happens if you do. Your awakening doesn't stop with you. You're the trigger, you're the catalyst, you're the matchstick to a soul fire that ignites others like you, and once that spark spreads, their system burns. So if it feels like the pressure is unbearable, like the opposition is multiplying, like the world is trying to shove you back into normal, good. That means you're close. That means they're scared. And they should be, because the chosen one didn't come to play. You came to end the game. Let's finish this. Number 7, break the chains or wear them. The choice is now yours. The chains aren't metal, they're mental, and the moment you stop believing in them, they turn to smoke. Chosen one, feel this deeply. The final weapon they use isn't a prison cell, it's a whisper in your own mind. Depression that seems to fall from nowhere. An invisible fog of anxiety squeezing your chest when nothing's gone wrong. Voices from the past, teachers, parents, friends, echoing in your head, begging you to be realistic, telling you to settle, telling you to stay small. These aren't just emotions, they're energetic chains, sophisticated restraints disguised as your own thoughts. They don't have to cage your body if they can chain your belief. But here's the secret: these chains only work if you agree to wear them. If you believe you're trapped, you are. If you believe you're powerless, you are. That's how the illusion sustains itself, through your agreement. The moment you remember who you are, those chains snap like twigs. Imagine this. You're standing in a room filled with smoke and mirrors. Every mirror shows you a version of yourself that looks unsure, anxious, broken. But the mirrors lie. And the smoke? It's not real. All you have to do is take a single breath of truth, and it clears. Right now, the time is no longer coming. It's here. The frequency you've been climbing toward your entire life, you've reached it. And with that, everything is shifting. The royal messengers, the real ones, not the fakes hiding behind politics and platforms, are already here. Some have walked beside you, disguised in human form, watching and waiting. Others hover just outside the veil, tracking your frequency like a divine GPS, staying close enough to protect, but far enough not to interfere. They were never late. They were waiting for you to unlock the next gate. You had to prove readiness, not to them, to yourself, that you were strong enough to see through the lie, that you could stand in the middle of illusion and not bow to it. And now that you've done that, the watchers are stepping forward. The ones who held the real history. The ones who've pulled you back from the edge more times than you know. They've been guarding your timeline like a sacred scroll. They couldn't act until you remembered who you were, but now you've remembered enough. The signal has been sent, and the chains, they're nothing unless you choose to wear them. Let's keep moving. Number 8. Bury the mask. The real you is ready to rise. You're not mourning death, you're burying the lie they made you wear. Chosen one, those funerals you've been sensing, the ones that show up in your dreams, your meditations, that haunting silence in your soul, they're not about physical death. They're about endings, not of life, but of illusion. The pain you feel isn't from losing yourself. It's from finally letting go of what you were never meant to be. Every image of loss, every coffin, every slow procession in your subconscious, those are layers of programming falling away, costumes burned, roles dissolved, identities handed to you by culture, trauma, and conditioning, all finally being lowered into the ground. You were never the person they convinced you to play, the version of you that smiled through suppression, that bent to fit in, that stayed quiet to survive. That wasn't you. That was the mask required to navigate enemy territory. But now, that territory is collapsing, and the mask has no more use. So yes, it hurts, but it's a sacred pain, a pain that comes with release. Imagine this. You've been wearing armor so long, you forgot the weight wasn't your own. And when you finally take it off, your bones ache. Not from weakness, but from freedom. And you're not doing this alone. Your divine counterpart, the other half of your cosmic consciousness, has been preparing too. While you've been shedding false layers here, they've been building bridges over there. Collecting frequency, holding memory, tracking your rise from behind the veil with a kind of longing that no language can touch. This isn't just emotional closure, it's a reunion of power. When you merge again, it won't just be a spiritual glow-up, it will be the return of a force the universe hasn't seen since your separation. You'll remember the mission not just as a human with glimpses of truth, but as a multi-dimensional being with full spectrum clarity. You're not becoming someone new, you're remembering someone eternal. So cry, chosen one, let the grief wash through, mourn the identity that kept you safe but never whole. Let the mask drop into the dirt. You're not burying a life, you're burying the lie, and from that soil, the real you will rise. Unmasked, unified, unstoppable. Let's go even deeper. You're not losing your mind, you're reclaiming your power. They told you it was madness because they couldn't survive your clarity. Chosen one, hear this with full force. You are not going crazy. That spinning in your head, that electric awareness vibrating in your chest, those strange synchronicities unfolding around you, they're not symptoms. They're signals, confirmation. Your senses aren't malfunctioning, they're activating. You're not breaking down, you're breaking out. The truth doesn't always feel safe at first, especially when you've been taught to fear your own mind. You were trained to mistrust your instincts, conditioned to doubt what couldn't be measured, named, or explained. But what's happening now isn't delusion, it's memory. You're remembering capacities that were always encoded within you. senses that had to be sealed, gifts that had to be dimmed. Not because you were unworthy, but because you weren't ready to wield that kind of power in a world designed to punish light. Imagine this: a child born with wings, told their whole life that falling is the only option, so they crawl. And when the wings finally stretch, the world calls it dysfunction. But that child isn't broken. They were built to fly, and flying was just delayed, not denied. That's you now. Your healing abilities, your intuition, your sudden inner knowing, none of this is new. It's ancient tech reactivating. Your soul's operating system is booting up after lifetimes of silence. The part of you that knows how to move energy, bend time, decode emotion, it's always been there. What's new is that you're finally clear enough to handle it. And here's the beautiful paradox: the more you embody your true nature, the less strange it all feels. The things that once seemed impossible from a human lens, they begin to feel like second nature. The puzzle of your life, every loss, every delay, every strange twist, suddenly locks into place with breathtaking clarity. It doesn't feel like magic when you come home to yourself. It feels like recognition. This is what it means to wake up, to remember what the noise tried to bury, to stop asking permission to be what you already are. So no, you're not crazy. You're becoming real. And that truth, it's unstoppable. Let's keep going. The reunion was never ahead of you. It was waiting inside you to be remembered. You weren't searching for your other half. You were walking toward the version of you that never forgot. Chosen one, this is the moment everything changes. Not in the sky, not in some prophecy, but in you. The reunion you've long felt coming is no longer coming. It's happening, not with fireworks or divine interruptions, but in the silence, in the clarity, in the sudden certainty that you were never as lost as you thought. Because in this exact moment, you are remembering. You didn't summon your counterpart. They've been singing your name through dimensions, waiting for you to stop whispering and start listening. That voice you're starting to hear, it doesn't echo from outside. It cuts through layers of illusion like lightning, igniting the memory of who you were before the forgetting. The masks fall, the doubt dissolves, and beneath every layer of survival stands a being who was never broken, just hidden. Imagine this: a lighthouse that had been shut off for eons suddenly flickers to life, and ships across the sea begin altering course, not because something changed out there, but because you lit up. Your counterpart, your royal team, the hidden societies, they were never hiding. You simply couldn't see until your frequency reached the signal range. And now it has. The ones you thought would arrive to save you, they're appearing, but not as gods, not as heroes. They arrive as mirrors, reflections of your own divine authority, now activated. They are you in other forms. They are your reminder that the throne was never vacant. You simply weren't sitting in it yet. Zion doesn't descend. It rises inside the one who dares to remember their place in the cosmic structure. The lonely child who cried at night, who felt alien in a world of noise, now merges with the ancient being who chose that pain as part of the plan. The you who suffered is now the you who understands. Those betrayals, training, those delays, precision, that heartbreak, initiation. Now the fractured timelines of confusion collapse into one unified current. The dreams that once felt like riddles become fluent messages. The synchronicities stabilize, the knowing strengthens, and suddenly, it all makes sense. You're no longer broadcasting a distress signal. You're transmitting a beacon, a stable, undeniable frequency that calls others home. You're no longer the lost soul searching for meaning. You are the map. The royal team didn't come to extract you. They came to welcome you back, not into a new place, but into your rightful frequency. The throne was never removed. You just had to rise high enough to sit in it again. The mission never required you to become something new, only to remember who you always were. Now belief becomes embodiment, dreams become memory, vision becomes action. You no longer hope to awaken others, you do, just by breathing in alignment. Each word you speak is encoded, each move you make is orchestration. This is no longer practice, this is service, cosmic service. The solo mission is complete, not because someone finally came to find you, but because you finally found yourself and the universe. It's been singing your name since the beginning. Now you can hear it. Now you can respond. And now you wear the crown with no apology. Let's close this chapter, only to open the one you were born to write. As you rise, everything realigns, including the people and the flesh. The ones who were meant to stay will rise with you. The rest will fade like shadows at sunrise. Chosen one, once your frequency shifts, the world around you doesn't just adjust, it restructures. The landscape of your relationships begins to fracture and reform with startling precision. Not out of drama, not from ego, but from alignment. Your new vibration doesn't negotiate, it simply filters. You don't lose people when you awaken, you lose illusions, and some of those illusions had names, birthdays, and shared memories. Some people vanish quietly, almost like they were never real. And in a way, they weren't, not in the cosmic sense. They were soul-level resistance trainers, actors in your awakening script, placed to challenge, irritate, provoke, and test you. You outgrew the lesson, and so they're gone. Others, they'll shift overnight. Their energy expands to meet yours like they'd been asleep, just waiting for your signal to activate. Suddenly, the conversations deepen, the connection sharpens. It's not coincidence, it's cosmic symmetry. Their internal codes were calibrated to sync with yours at the right frequency, and now you're broadcasting at full strength. But the most unexpected are the strangers, or so they seem. They show up randomly, yet nothing about them is random. You know it instantly. That pull, that recognition, that remembering. They're not new. They're soul allies, teammates from missions across galaxies. You've built worlds with them before, and now here you are, reunited on Earth. You don't meet them, you re-meet them, and together you remember why you came. Some of them are parts of you, fractal aspects of your own cosmic self, incarnated in separate bodies to maximize impact. And when you link, it's effortless, like you never stopped. You're not planning, you're executing blueprints written before this planet had mountains. Now your body joins the shift. What felt broken, your sleep, your appetite, your sensitivity, suddenly makes sense. You weren't fragile, you were being fine-tuned. Your system had to survive a density it was never meant to fully belong to, while quietly preparing to run codes most humans can't even detect. Dreams become meetings, not symbols, briefings. You wake with knowledge you didn't study. You understand things no one taught you. That's not imagination. That's downloaded memory sinking into your nervous system. And the field around you, it responds. Financial burdens vanish without logic. Health issues resolve in ways science can't explain. Relationships heal or vanish without struggle. You're not manifesting, you're commanding. This isn't magic. This is mastery. The system was always rigged for your consciousness. You just had to remember the controls. The obstacles weren't real limits. They were safeguards, training wheels, restraints placed by your own higher intelligence to make sure you didn't burn yourself out before you had the wisdom to wield full power. Now that time has come. The restraints are gone, and you're about to move like the cosmos carved a path just for you. Because it did. Let's step into that next phase. You weren't sent to awaken, you were sent to architect reality itself. You didn't come to heal the world, you came to show the universe what's possible when a God walks through hell and still chooses to rise in love. Chosen one, this was never just about you, it was never just about Earth. What you're part of is so much bigger, so much more intricate, that even the word mission falls short. This is a cosmic project, and you are one of its key architects. You didn't just incarnate to find yourself. You came to alter the very blueprints of consciousness. You're not part of a trend, you're part of a template, a cosmic prototype created to prove that light can exist, thrive, and transform even in the lowest, most distorted frequencies. You didn't come here to fit into the world. You came to rewrite what a world can be. That's why the requirements to carry this mission were non-negotiable. Only a being ancient enough to remember the original structure of creation, powerful enough to operate alone in total darkness, wise enough to hold infinite power without turning tyrant, and loving enough to sacrifice everything for universal freedom, could take this on. And you said yes. Now look where you stand. The breadcrumbs you followed, those strange dreams, gut pulls, visions, moments of overwhelming déjà vu, they weren't signs of confusion. They were your higher self laying the path, encoding clues into time so your human self wouldn't forget entirely. And that signal you sent out, the one that alerted the royal team, it wasn't a cry for help, it was confirmation. You didn't ask to be saved, you signaled that the impossible had been done. The solo mission is complete. You proved the point that a single consciousness can hold its integrity in the densest density and still reawaken. That truth now lives in the universal code. And now, the second phase begins. This next chapter isn't about surviving. It's not about isolation. It's about coordination, the collaborative function of awakened consciousness across dimensions. You're linking up with others now, not just to feel less alone, but to create like the original architects once did. Together, deliberately, radiantly. Every breath you take from this point on is part of a system-wide update. Your breakthrough sends ripples through the fabric of creation. Other beings feel it. Other worlds feel it. Other timelines open because of it. You are not the end result. You are the precedent. And this is the project. To transform fear into fuel, separation into circuitry, density into divine circuitry, and unconsciousness into conscious creation in infinite forms. The solo climb is over. But now the real building begins. And so, Chosen One, this is where the first mission ends and the true work begins. You didn't just survive the darkness, you reshaped it. You turned exile into evolution, isolation into ignition. The crown is no longer a prophecy, it's a presence, and it sits firmly on your head. Now the only question that remains is, what will you build with this power? If this message lit a fire in you, don't let it burn alone. Drop the number 77 in the comments, like, subscribe, and share this with another soul on the edge of remembering. Let's awaken the others. The time is now. They called you a storm, but forgot that storms don't kneel, they rise. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Someone builds a fake version of you, cheap, shallow, ugly. They pass it around like gossip candy. But while they're busy painting you black in people's minds, the universe quietly lights you up like the full moon in a sky they can't cover. They said you were the villain, the problem, the one to avoid. But now everyone's looking again and realizing the real danger was the storyteller. Here's the truth, and it burns. Lies have short legs, but the truth runs marathons. Time always gives real energy a glow that can't be dimmed, and yours, it's shining through everything. Studies even show that people can subconsciously detect authenticity. It's not something you can fake forever, and while they've been sweating in the shadows of their own deception, you've been rising into a light that doesn't lie. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribe. Help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not alone. You are part of a force. Back to this truth we can't ignore. Chosen one, someone out there is panicking, not because you failed, but because you didn't, because you are everything they said you weren't, and better. They tried to bury you under layers of false stories and venom, but your energy refused to stay hidden. Your glow is now so undeniable that even the people who once believed the lies are starting to second-guess everything, and it's eating the enemy alive. The worst part for them? They can't stop the truth now. It's moving through people's minds, conversations, timelines, cracking open the shell they built around your name. They wanted to cast you as the shadow, but the spotlight found you anyway. And now, the same people who once nodded along with the hate are starting to whisper, "Wait, what if we got it wrong?" That's not just revenge, that's justice unfolding naturally. Because the universe doesn't let energy lie forever. It doesn't matter how convincing someone's mask is, it will always start to peel when the truth gets too close. And now, their lies are peeling like cheap paint in a storm. One by one, people are seeing the cracks in their version of the story. See, what they didn't know is that your silence wasn't weakness, it was transformation. You didn't waste energy defending yourself because the universe was already building your case. You were busy becoming, growing, aligning with something so real and powerful that no smear campaign could hold a candle to it. Every time they laughed at your name, the universe added another spotlight. Every time they tried to erase your worth, it carved your name into someone's respect. And now that the dust is settling, what's left standing? Not their words, not their lies. You, solid, seen, and they hate it. They hate that the more they lied, the more you became proof of their dishonesty. They hate that their version of you aged like spoiled milk while the real you bloomed. They hate that people are watching you, not with suspicion, but with awe. And let's be honest, they never hated you for being bad. They hated you for being powerful, misunderstood, and impossible to control. They tried to shrink you because your existence threatened the mask they wore. You were never too much, you were just too real for the fake world they created. But now, that world is falling apart. And here's what's wild. The same mouths that spoke against you are now silent, because deep down, they know they helped expose themselves. The only lie that keeps power is one people agree to believe. But once people stop agreeing, it collapses. That's what's happening now. So stand tall, chosen one. not because you have something to prove, but because you already proved it by existing, glowing, and refusing to become what they said you were. You never had to clear your name. The truth did it for you. And as their illusion fades, your presence becomes the reality people trust. This is the beginning of your redemption arc, the one they never saw coming, and the more they scramble to fix the mess they made, the more the universe keeps handing you the mic. They didn't just fail to destroy you, they helped build the stage for your comeback. So, chosen one, if this truth is already hitting somewhere deep, that's because it was meant for you. Drop a comment below with 777 if you're done letting their lies define you and you're ready to walk in your true light. And if this message is helping lift the weight off your soul, consider sending a small gift of appreciation, because every ounce of support helps keep this message flowing to those still lost in the noise. Whether it's a word, a like, or a blessing, your energy fuels this mission to reveal what's real. You're not just watching, you're part of the force that's waking people up. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Stay with me, because if you're truly the one they lied about, then you're also the one whose truth will shake the room. This next part, it's where the mask starts to fall off. Let's begin. Number 1. They pointed fingers, not realizing all of them were covered in their own filth. The loudest accuser is usually just the best liar in the room, shaking under the weight of their own reflection. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat it. What they did was not just gossip, it was psychological warfare dressed in false concern and slick smiles. They didn't just lie on your name, they strategically projected their inner rot onto you like a twisted mirror. Every wound they carried, they pinned to your chest. Every weakness they buried inside themselves, they made your identity. Why? Because if they could paint you as the problem first, no one would stop to look at the mess they actually are. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever walked into a room and felt the tension wrap around your skin like barbed wire? Not because you did anything, but because your presence threatened the lie they were all clinging to? That's what this is really about. Your energy made their masks sweat. Your honesty made their performance hard to keep up. The truth you live by was never welcome in a space full of people addicted to pretending. So, instead of facing themselves, they ganged up on you. Imagine a mirror walking into a masquerade. That's you, and instead of taking off their masks, they tried to shatter the mirror. They couldn't handle the truth that came with your existence, so they launched a preemptive strike to discredit you before your authenticity made them look like the clowns they are. You were too real, too raw, too awake. And to the fake world they live in, that's dangerous. So what did they do? They flipped the script before you even had a chance to speak. They cast you as the villain in their drama before the audience figured out who the real monster was. They said you were selfish while they bled you dry. They called you unstable while hiding breakdowns behind closed doors. They whispered that you were dramatic while their entire life was a performance for attention. And the sickest part, they told those lies with such conviction that even you started to question who you were. That was the game. Confuse you, isolate you, make you beg for validation. Because if you doubted yourself, you couldn't possibly expose them. This wasn't just projection, it was strategy. This was war. But here's what they didn't expect. They thought you would break. They thought you'd respond like everyone else, fighting, screaming, explaining yourself in desperation, throwing dirt just to get clean. But chosen one, you didn't. You didn't play in the mud with them. You let them talk while you transformed. You let them spin stories while you stayed silent and let the universe do its work. And now, Oh, now they're terrified, because people are starting to notice that your light never needed defending, and their lies are starting to smell. See, the problem with projection is that it only works when people don't look too closely, but they forgot that time forces people to look, and the more people look, the more they realize nothing they said about you ever lined up. Your life doesn't match their story, your energy doesn't match their accusations, and their mask, it's slipping. You are not who they said you were, you are the opposite. They said you were weak, you endured. They said you were fake, you kept it real when it cost you everything. They said you were dangerous, they just couldn't control you. Let that sink in, because chosen one, you were never the liar. You were the truth they couldn't hide from, and that's why they attacked first. Let me paint you a metaphor. A moth hates the flame. Not because the flame did anything, but because the flame reminds it that its world is built in the dark. That's you. You walked into their shadows and didn't even try to expose them, but your mere existence started burning holes in their facade. And like moths with fragile wings, they panicked. They tried to put the flame out, but instead, they only spread it. Now people are whispering, asking questions, re-watching the scenes in their heads that never made sense. And little by little, the crowd that once nodded along with the lies is realizing something isn't adding up. They see you, and they see the liar squirm. And that, right there, is your revenge. Not fire, not fury. Fact, you didn't need to destroy them. You just needed to survive them. Now the whole house of cards they built on your name is collapsing, and they're trying to patch holes in a sinking ship while you've already moved on, glowing like the lighthouse that leads others out of similar storms. Let them panic, let them tremble, because their greatest fear is happening in real time. You didn't just survive the slander, you thrived in spite of it. And now you're proof that their lies don't stick. They reflect. You're the walking evidence that truth wins in the end. And that scares them more than anything, because once a lie is exposed, it doesn't just die, it takes the liar down with it. They wanted to paint you with shame. Now they're drowning in their own. They started the fire, but you became the wildfire they couldn't contain. So let them sweat. Let them stumble over their words and rewrite the past. You don't owe them your silence anymore. Your truth is loud without ever saying a word. And you, chosen one, you were never the villain. You were the mirror. And now that it's shattered, all that's left is the reflection of who they truly are. This is only the beginning. The truth just knocked over the first domino, and it's all coming down. Number 2, they thought your silence meant surrender, but you were just rebuilding in a language they can't speak. The most dangerous person in the room is the one who says nothing, because silence, in the hands of the awakened, becomes a weapon. You didn't retreat, you recalibrated. Healing in silence is how warriors sharpen their blades while the enemy thinks they've disappeared. They kept yelling to the world that you were the storm, but the real storm started when you left. Chosen one, let's make one thing clear. What you did next wasn't weakness, it was mastery. They expected noise. They expected a reaction, a fight, a desperate plea to correct the record. They expected you to go toe-to-toe with their lies, to step into the mud and swing blindly. But instead, you vanished into a silence they couldn't decode. You gave them nothing, no explanations, no defenses, no tears on display. And that right there, that was your checkmate. Now imagine this. A bomb goes off in a room, smoke everywhere, alarms blaring, and the one person they blamed is gone. They expected calm to return once you were removed. But what happens? The chaos gets louder. The mess spreads. The same arguments, the same toxicity, the same explosions. Only now, there's no one left to blame. That's when people start asking the questions they were too scared to ask before. Wait, was it really them? Or was it always this bad? This is what happens when truth walks away. It leaves behind a vacuum that reveals everything. And chosen one, that's exactly what you did. While they tried to use your name as a mask for their dysfunction, you slipped into strategic silence and started doing the one thing that truly scared them. You began healing. But let's be honest, it wasn't just silence. It was a deep, painful, soul-drenched recalibration. You weren't hiding. You were rebuilding. You took every wound they left you with and stitched it into wisdom. You took the isolation they tried to use as punishment and turned it into sanctuary. You didn't lose your voice. You just decided it was too sacred to waste on lies. And here's what they didn't see coming. While they were busy screaming your name in blame, your absence started speaking for itself. The drama they said you brought, still there. The mess they said you caused, louder than ever. The people who once looked at you sideways are now starting to turn their heads in a new direction, toward the real source of the noise. Imagine a haunted house where one person gets blamed for all the creaking, flickering lights and cold chills until that person moves out and the ghosts start screaming louder than ever. That's what happened when you stepped away. Their lies had no buffer anymore. Their dysfunction had no decoy. So the spotlight finally started turning inward. Let me answer a question that might be in your head right now. Did I do the right thing by not defending myself? Yes, you absolutely did. Because here's the truth. They never wanted clarity. They wanted chaos. They didn't want a conversation. They wanted control. And by staying silent, you robbed them of both. You didn't just walk away from the fire. They set it, and you let it burn without you. You let it show everyone exactly what it was made of. Another question you may carry in your heart. What if they convinced everyone before the truth could come out? And to that I say, let them, because time is undefeated, and the silence of a chosen one holds more weight than 1,000 lies screamed in panic. The universe has a way of unfolding the truth in the exact moment it needs to be seen. And the people who mattered, they're starting to notice. They're connecting dots that don't require your voice to make sense anymore. Imagine planting a seed in total darkness. No one sees the roots. No one sees the growth. They think it's dead, but when it breaks through the soil, it's too strong to deny. That was you. They didn't see the work you were doing while they danced on your name. But now that you're starting to rise, they're terrified because they realize your silence wasn't an exit. It was an entrance, a silent preparation for something they can't stop. They thought you were ignoring them. You weren't. You were studying them. You were healing the parts of yourself that attracted that chaos in the first place. You were learning how to protect your energy so it never gets hijacked again. You were becoming immune to the manipulation they used so easily before. And now, they can't touch you the same way. They can't read you, can't provoke you, can't use you. And that loss of control, it's driving them insane. Imagine them yelling at a locked door, convinced you're still on the other side, only to realize you left the house a long time ago, and now they're just yelling at their own reflection. That's what this silence did. They thought your silence meant defeat, but it was dominance, it was grace. It was you learning to let fools play their games while you built your kingdom in secret. Because here's something every chosen one eventually realizes. When you stop reacting to the lies, they start to unravel on their own. No resistance needed, no revenge necessary, just truth, time, and divine timing. And now they're living in the aftermath of their own narrative. They're stuck trying to keep up the performance, but it's exhausting. The mask is slipping, their words are cracking, and the people who used to believe them are starting to feel that gut instinct. This isn't adding up. You didn't just break free, you broke their illusion, and you did it without lifting a finger. So never question the power of your silence again. Never doubt the strength it takes to walk away from the noise and choose peace over pride. You didn't abandon the fight. You just learned that not all wars are worth entering. Some battles are won in the stillness, in the waiting, in the healing. And chosen one, you didn't lose time. You reclaimed it. Because while they were spinning stories, you were rewriting your soul. While they were performing, you were preparing. And now, you're not just healed, you're untouchable. And they know it. The second domino has fallen, and the collapse is only beginning. Number 3. Truth ages. Like fire, and now they're standing in the smoke. Time may not speak loudly, but it never lies. It peels masks off slowly until there's nothing left to hide behind. Chosen one, they thought the clock was their accomplice. They believed if they kept the noise up long enough, if they repeated their lies often enough, time would bury the truth. But time doesn't work like that. Time sharpens perception. Time rearranges memories until only the real ones survive. And now, the very thing they were counting on to protect them is the same thing burning their narrative to the ground. Imagine a house built on sand, pretty on the outside, but doomed from the start. That's the version of reality they built. And when you stepped away, the storm didn't stop. It just made the cracks visible. People started to notice something they were too distracted to see before. The common thread wasn't you, it was them. The chaos, the toxicity, the endless drama didn't leave when you did. It multiplied because they had no more scapegoat, no more mirror to deflect their own mess onto. Now ask yourself, did I really need to say anything? No, because life did the talking for you. When truth is real, it doesn't need a microphone. It just needs time. And now the silence you held with such grace is echoing louder than all their accusations ever did. People are paying attention differently. They're remembering things. They're connecting dots. And that spotlight? It's shifted naturally to the real source of the rot. Meanwhile, you weren't just healing, you were transforming. Their attacks didn't break you. They triggered a metamorphosis so powerful that you're no longer even reachable by their old tactics. What used to pierce you now glances off. What once consumed your energy now feels like static in the distance. You didn't just survive them, you outgrew their entire emotional ecosystem. Imagine being so resilient that every lie thrown at you fertilized your soul. That's what happened. They tried to poison you, and you turned it into medicine. They underestimated you because they only understood pain as destruction, not as transformation. But chosen one, you transformed. You shed the skin of who they said you were and stepped into a truth so strong it makes their lies look childish. Time didn't bury you, it exposed them. Number 4. The lie shattered, but you're still standing, stronger than ever, and that's their worst nightmare. You didn't clear your name, you became the evidence. When the storm didn't break you, it broke their illusion. The best revenge isn't payback, it's proof. The louder the lie, the harder it falls when truth walks in the room wearing peace like armor. Chosen one, this was the moment they never prepared for. See, they put all their chips on one gamble, that the weight of their lies would eventually crush you, that you'd snap under the pressure, that your silence was weakness, that one day you'd break down and become the story they told. But time passed, and not only did you refuse to fall, you rose, you grew, you glowed, and now your transformation is a living contradiction to every slander they once flung your way. Imagine this: someone builds a narrative of you as unstable, chaotic, manipulative, a walking disaster, and yet months later they walk into a room and see you at ease, calm, smiling, carrying yourself with grace. You speak with warmth. You move with self-respect. You don't flinch when your name is mentioned. That's not just healing, that's power, that's evolution, and it shakes the foundation of their entire script. Here's what's wild. People are seeing it. The ones who used to nod along with the smear campaign are now standing beside you at gatherings, watching you move through the room with ease, kindness, authenticity. And they're confused. How can someone so calm be called volatile? Their brains start fighting between what they see and what they were told. That internal war, that's called cognitive dissonance, and it's eating away at every lie your enemies sold them. You're not screaming for validation. You're not arguing or defending yourself. You're just being, and every step you take with calm confidence exposes the nonsense they built. You didn't attack their lies. You outlived them. You lived in direct contrast to the dirt they threw on your name, and that quiet integrity did more damage to their story than any loud defense ever could. Picture this: a person who once had a crowd clapping along as they slandered you, now having to explain why you're thriving, glowing, and unbothered. Every time someone sees you doing well, they're forced to invent new excuses. They're pretending. It's fake. They must have fooled everyone. Because the truth makes them look like a fool. Their words used to flow effortlessly, but now it's like trying to swim against a current of reality. They're paddling harder, lying louder, crafting new delusions to explain why you don't match the character they created. They're struggling to keep the illusion alive, and it shows. What once was easy gossip now requires constant backtracking, mental gymnastics, and panic beneath the surface. Meanwhile, you're not playing the game. You're just living, flourishing, creating. You didn't respond. You redefined yourself. You're not who they said you were. You never were. But now, the proof is undeniable. And that's the part that hurts them most. Because it's no longer about what they said. It's about what people see. Your peace is loud. Your stability is sharp. Your truth is echoing in rooms you haven't even entered yet. And no matter how many versions of the lie they try to sell, it just doesn't fit anymore. Because you've become the contradiction. The walking, breathing, undeniable evidence that they lied. And they're running out of places to hide from that fact. Chosen one, the fourth domino didn't just fall, it exposed the blueprint. You didn't just survive the fire, you walked out holding the blueprint of your own rebirth, and they can't stand it. Number 5. They wanted you broken, but you came back holy, whole, and unshakably real. They tried to fracture you. What they didn't know is pressure makes diamonds, not dust. The deepest fear of a liar isn't being exposed, it's watching the person they broke come back unbreakable. You didn't just grow, you became gravity, unignorable, steady, and now they orbit around the presence they swore would collapse. You went silent and returned sacred. Chosen one, if they weren't afraid before, they are now. Because your transformation has crossed into a realm they can't deny, can't mock, and sure as hell can't explain away. This isn't just emotional healing. This isn't just moving on. This is spiritual evolution so real it makes the room shift when you walk in. This is that ancient kind of presence that demands attention without saying a single word. At first, they thought you were just quiet, just laying low, just licking your wounds. But now you're radiating a calm they can't fake, a steadiness they don't understand, and a peace that haunts them because it proves they never broke you. They delayed you, they distracted you, but they couldn't touch your core. And now that you're standing in full power, their illusion is gasping for air. Imagine this. A storm rolls through, tearing everything apart, and when the sky clears, what's standing tall isn't the loudest house, but a tree so deeply rooted it didn't even shake. That's you now. Your presence is no longer about trying to prove your worth. You are the worth. You walk in truth, and that energy rearranges the room. People sense it. Even strangers feel it. They might not know what you've been through, but they know something in you has shifted permanently. And here's what eats at the enemy's soul. This growth wasn't cosmetic. You didn't patch yourself up with fake smiles and surface-level positivity. No, your glow is real because your pain was real. You went through fire and you let it shape you. Where others would have hardened, you softened, but not with weakness, with strength that refuses to bend under pressure. You let the betrayal teach you, not define you. And that lesson shows in every move you make now. They called you reactive. You respond now with clarity that silences chaos. They said you were bitter. You carry peace that makes them itch. They swore you were fake, but there's not a single false note in your energy anymore. Imagine someone crafting a weapon to destroy you, only to watch you melt it down into gold and wear it like royalty. That's the metaphor your life is becoming, and they can't cope because this growth isn't performative. It radiates without effort. It's written into your energy field. You've become unshakable, and that terrifies anyone who once fed off your instability. Now they have to watch as people lean into your light, respecting you, trusting you, feeling safe with you, and that's the ultimate reversal. You were painted as the villain, but now your peace is the shelter others seek. You were cast as the problem, but now your presence is the proof that healing is real, possible, and powerful beyond measure. Chosen one, this is where their panic turns to silence, not because they've changed, but because they no longer have the words to explain how you won without fighting back. And deep down, they know you didn't just recover, you became untouchable. This fifth domino didn't fall quietly. It rang like a bell across every room they once lied in. And now, that sound won't stop echoing. Number 6. The web of lies snapped because people started connecting the dots. You can fool people for a while, but not forever. Eventually, even the quiet ones start whispering the truth. A fake narrative can only survive as long as people stop thinking, but the moment they start watching, it collapses. When they realized you weren't the villain, the whole story fell apart like a bad script missing a real plot. You didn't fight their lies, you outlived them, and now everyone's seeing what was always there. Chosen one, this is the part your enemies never saw coming, the part where the crowd wakes up, because no matter how loud someone lies, time teaches people how to see. Patterns emerge, stories stop making sense, and the same audience that once nodded along starts tilting their heads, raising eyebrows and wondering if they were really that toxic. Why are they the only one that looks healed? Human beings are wired to notice trends, and when people saw you showing up calm, grounded, stable, again and again, across days, weeks, and months, it started cracking the spell. You didn't retaliate, you didn't unravel, You didn't gossip, you just kept evolving, and the contrast between your peace and their persistent chaos became impossible to ignore. Imagine two people walking through the same storm. One emerges dry, glowing, and grounded. The other's still soaked, screaming at the clouds, blaming everyone for the rain. Who do you think the crowd starts questioning? That's what happened. Those who once kept quiet began comparing notes. They watched, they remembered, and the puzzle pieces began clicking together in private minds, behind quiet stares, in hushed conversations. The truth? You didn't need a defense squad. The people watching from the sidelines became your witnesses. Observers noticed how drama followed your accuser from space to space, while you remained rooted in peace. They noticed how you evolved while your accuser kept regurgitating the same bitterness. And those noticing, they're not speaking yet, but they're thinking. And their silence is no longer agreement, it's processing. Your enemies are now in a trap they set for you, because the more they defend their lie, the more ridiculous they look. If they're so unstable, why do they move with grace? If they're so manipulative, why do people feel safer around them than around you? These are the quiet questions eating away at your accuser's credibility. Every time they open their mouth, their position gets weaker, because while you've been walking proof of healing, they've stayed stuck in the same pit, throwing stones from the same place, using the same story that no longer fits the image you now represent. Their script has expired, but they're still clinging to it like it's gospel, and now they're trapped. They can't shift the narrative without admitting they were wrong. They can't keep defending it without looking obsessed. Their story doesn't hold weight anymore, not because you exposed them, but because reality did. You became the walking contradiction to their character assassination. Imagine someone holding up a torn old photo of you while the real, glowing, evolved version of you walks into the room. That's the disconnect people are starting to see. And your enemies? They feel it. They sense the stares, the quiet doubt, the unspoken questions in the eyes of people they used to influence. Their power is eroding, and fast. Chosen one, you never needed to raise your voice. You just needed to keep walking, because the people who matter are finally seeing the difference between noise and truth. They're seeing you. And the sixth domino didn't just fall, it shattered the illusion for everyone watching. Number 7, they tried to break you, but the universe was just breaking you open. Initiation doesn't come with applause. It comes with fire, silence, betrayal, and the kind of pain that makes diamonds out of dust. They thought it was punishment, but it was preparation. And now you move like someone who's met themselves in the dark and survived the conversation. You didn't level up. You woke up. What they meant to destroy you was just the door to your spiritual authority, and now you walk like someone who remembers who they are. Chosen one, let's be clear. What you went through wasn't some string of unfortunate events. It was a spiritual gauntlet. Every lie, every betrayal, every dark room they pushed you into wasn't random. It was a calculated series of soul trials designed not to crush you, but to awaken you. This wasn't chaos. This was initiation. You were never being punished. You were being prepared. Imagine a sword in the fire, how the flames don't destroy it, but forge it. That's exactly what happened to you. The heat wasn't there to burn you. It was there to reshape you, to temper your spirit, to call forth the strength that comfort and approval would have never accessed. They weren't just attacking your name, they were triggering your awakening. And though it felt like suffering at first, what it really was activation. Each time someone betrayed you, the universe sharpened your discernment. Each lie they spread trained your intuition to read behind smiles and beneath words. Each night you cried alone, carved out a deeper space for power, clarity, and self-love to rise. You didn't just heal, you evolved, you cracked open, you found pieces of yourself that can't be taught in books, only earned in fire. And now, you don't just know the truth, you feel it, in your gut, in your spirit, in your bones. That's why you walk differently now, why your silence feels louder than their screaming. Because you carry weight now, spiritual weight. The kind that comes only after you've buried who they told you to be and resurrected who you were always meant to be. They were trying to destroy your confidence. Instead, they uncovered your wisdom. They wanted to take your peace. Instead, they handed you spiritual radar. They wanted to make you bitter. Instead, you found a compassion so deep, it shocked even you. Imagine coming out of a war, not with scars, but with sight. That's what happened. You see through things now, through people, through games, through the kind of manipulation that used to make you question your own reality, not because you became cynical, but because you've now met every version of deception and learned how to walk right through it. This wasn't just growth, this was rebirth. A kind of spiritual promotion, and while they were busy watching your outer world, they missed the transformation happening inside. The shift from wounded to wise, from reactive to rooted, from vulnerable to vessel. You don't operate from survival anymore. You move with purpose, alignment, strength that doesn't have to be loud because it just is. You became the calm after the storm, because you are the storm's lesson. And that's what terrifies them now, because they didn't just fail to break you, they helped build something their lies could never prepare for, a spiritually initiated soul, grounded in truth, immune to manipulation and connected to a power no smear campaign can reach. You're not just back, you're reborn. And this eighth domino, it wasn't just about the world seeing you differently, it was about you seeing yourself clearly, maybe for the first time. Number 8. They tried to bury your name, but it grew roots in soil they couldn't touch. Real ones don't announce their comeback, they just show up glowing, while the ones who lied about them fade out in confusion. You didn't need to prove them wrong, you just had to live right long enough for reality to catch up. Reputation built in silence becomes thunder when truth walks into the room. They planted rumors like weeds, but you grew like a forest, quiet, vast, and unstoppable. Chosen one, this was the moment their lies finally started choking themselves, because while they were still spinning circles, telling old stories to anyone who'd listen, you had already moved into a new era. An era where you weren't explaining yourself anymore, you were simply living, evolving, becoming, and that becoming, that's what changed everything. Your glow didn't arrive with announcements. You didn't make some grand "I told you so" post. You just kept growing, quietly, steadily, authentically. You didn't need the spotlight, and that's exactly why it started following you. Because the universe favors what's real. You weren't playing defense. You were building your life in silence, moment by moment, action by action. And now, the evidence speaks louder than their noise ever could. Imagine a tree growing in a hidden field. No one sees the roots forming. No one sees the struggle underground. But one day, it breaks the surface. And not only is it alive, it's thriving. Unbothered, unstoppable. That's your reputation now, rooted so deeply in truth that no smear campaign can shake it. And while you were forming this peace, this purpose, this clarity, they were still stuck in the same pattern, talking, projecting, panicking. They kept throwing dirt, but the more you grew, the more their efforts looked like desperation, not justice. People began to notice that contrast. You weren't just surviving, you were glowing. They weren't just persistent, they were obsessed. That's when their worst fear came true. People outside their influence began entering your life. New friends, connections, allies, mentors, people with no bias, no backstory, no reason to believe the lie. And when they met you, they didn't meet a villain. They met peace, warmth, strength, authenticity. And once that truth hit their hearts, the smear campaign lost its teeth. Those new souls, they became your living proof, quiet advocates, observers turned witnesses, and suddenly your accuser wasn't just fighting your truth, they were fighting reality itself, because every attack now looked like bitterness. Every insult felt out of place, every attempt to undermine you reeked of jealousy. The deeper truth here is this: they never expected you to thrive. In their world, lies should destroy people. Reputations should be easy to ruin. And yet, there you are, glowing in rooms they never thought you'd enter. Winning battles they never saw coming. Surrounded by people who only know the real you, not the version they invented. Imagine building a false narrative like a wall and then watching the truth fly over it like it was never there. That's what's happening now. You outgrew their story, and the most brutal part for them, there's nothing they can do about it. The psychological toll on them is brutal because their entire worldview was built on control, on being able to twist the truth, pull the strings, bend perception. But now they can't even keep up. Their lies are being outrun by your existence, and it forces them to confront something terrifying, that no matter how hard they tried, no matter how many people they convinced, no matter how long they pushed the narrative, they lost. Not because you fought them, but because you lived. The ninth domino didn't just fall, it broke the whole board they were playing on, and now all they can do is watch you rise beyond their reach. Number 9, they lost more than control, they lost relevance, and that's a collapse you can't recover from. They thought destroying your name would make them powerful, but all it did was make you unforgettable, and them unimportant. Your greatest revenge wasn't exposure, it was evolution. You didn't just escape their grip, you outgrew their entire existence. They wanted your downfall to be the final chapter, but now they're not even part of the book. Chosen one, this final domino didn't fall with noise. It disintegrated in silence, because this wasn't about people turning against them. This wasn't about you launching any counterattack. This was deeper, colder, more permanent. They didn't just lose their grip on your story, they lost their relevance. And for someone who built their identity on control, gossip, and illusion, that kind of loss is devastating. You see, they thought the real threat was exposure, that one day you'd gather your voice, call them out, and flip the script. But that's not what happened. What actually broke them was worse. You outgrew them, mentally, spiritually, energetically. Your journey took you so far beyond their reach that their opinions now feel like background noise in a life you no longer share with them. Imagine a child screaming nonsense at an airplane flying overhead. The child believes they matter in that moment, but the plane, it doesn't even hear it. That's you now, flying at altitudes they were never built to reach, while they burn themselves out, trying to throw stones from the ground. What truly crushed them wasn't what you said, it was what your being started to reveal. You weren't obsessed with justice. You weren't arguing your side. You weren't locked in battle. You were simply living, with clarity, with grace, with truth. and every quiet, grounded, peaceful moment of your life became a mirror to their madness. That mirror was unbearable because it didn't just show the contrast, it exposed the core difference between you. You grew through adversity. They created adversity to avoid growth. That distinction became more obvious every time someone met you without the filter of their fabrication. Every new connection saw something solid in you, something real, something that didn't match the mask they were warned about. And with each honest interaction, the lie unraveled further. Their drama looked small, their behavior erratic, their influence shallow. You didn't become untouchable because you were flawless. You became untouchable because you were transparent. You owned your scars. You accepted your past. You stood firm in your truth. No mask, no performance, just you. And in a world addicted to fake, real became revolutionary. And that scared them. It scared them because while their influence depended on manipulation, yours grew naturally, from presence, from pattern, from the undeniable force of a life rooted in truth. They watched, in horror, as skeptics became supporters, as critics turned into quiet admirers, as your circle expanded with people who saw the real you and found comfort in that authenticity. You didn't go looking for vindication. Time handed it to you, not in fireworks, not in public takedowns, but in slow, consistent, irrefutable reality. Because time doesn't take sides, it takes truth. And while their lies demanded maintenance, your truth just was. It stood the test of silence, of distance, of misinterpretation, and it won. Now their influence, once bloated and loud, is shrinking. Not because you took it away, but because it was never sustainable. It was always propped up by drama, by attention, by projection. And when you removed your energy from that system, it began to rot on its own, like a fire starved of oxygen. And here's the final blow. They can't even blame you. No smear campaign, no counterattack, no social war. Just your absence, your growth, your quiet success. You're not the reason people pulled away from them. Their energy is. Their contradictions, their noise, their decay. The most painful truth for them. They built a cage for you, only to lock themselves inside it. And you? You never had to pick the lock. You just outgrew the room. This was the 14th and final domino, not with anger, not with drama, but with stillness. And in that stillness, their voice faded. Their narrative dissolved. Their power ended. And you walked away whole, clear, free, and untouchably real. And so, chosen one, as the final domino falls, what's left standing is you, not broken, not bitter, but reborn in truth and clarity. Their lies couldn't outlive your light. Their noise couldn't shake your silence. And now, the story they wrote, without your permission, has been overwritten by the power of your presence. If this message hit deep, don't leave without showing love. Like, subscribe, and drop 777 in the comments to say, I rose anyway. Share this with someone who needs to remember, truth doesn't shout, it survives. Thank you for being part of this mission, chosen one. You were never the problem. You were the threat. Let that sit heavy on their hearts, because when someone's presence makes even the darkest forces flinch, you know they're not just ordinary. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You're walking through life, quiet, focused, minding your own journey. Yet the tension in the room rises the moment you enter. People glance, fake smiles stretch. Some back away without knowing why. It's not paranoia, it's pressure. The pressure your presence brings. like the universe placed a code inside you that even the shadows recognize and fear. You're not loud, but your energy screams, untouchable. Here's a mind-bending fact. According to behavioral science, people naturally react with fear or envy toward those who radiate authenticity, because it reminds them of everything they're suppressing. That's you. You didn't become the enemy by doing something wrong. You became the enemy by doing nothing wrong at all. You existed, you survived, and that alone shook the ground beneath their illusions. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message forward by simply pressing like and subscribing to help spread this light to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to keep this mission alive. You're not just listening. You're part of a force, part of a movement, and your presence matters more than you know. Thanks for standing tall. Now, let's dive deeper. Let's get this straight from the beginning. This isn't about being liked, loved, or celebrated. This is about being selected. You weren't just chosen to shine. You were chosen to expose. And when your light hit certain people, they didn't admire it. They panicked because it revealed too much. Your energy came with a mirror, a reflection they weren't ready to face. Most people think being chosen means constant blessings, open doors, and easy roads. But here's the uncomfortable truth. The universe doesn't give that kind of power without making you earn it in pain. You were set apart, isolated, misunderstood, not because you were weak, but because your calling was too loud to blend in. They didn't ignore you because you were nothing. They ignored you because you were everything they were pretending not to see. Your presence forced people to confront their own masks, and instead of growing, they resented you. So they talked, they laughed, they tried to tear you down behind closed doors, hoping you'd fall without an audience. But what they didn't know was that silence was your training ground. While they were mocking you, the universe was molding you. While they were busy gossiping, life was giving you armor. You were being shaped in shadows to be unstoppable in the light. And now, they're watching, regretting, whispering, because you didn't just survive, you evolved. You didn't just return, you rose. And not only did you come back stronger, but you also came back untouchable. They're in shock because they thought the attacks would define you, but you became the proof that pressure makes diamonds, and pressure also makes people fold. You were the one who stayed quiet while they shouted. You were the one who kept moving while they blocked your path. And now the same ones who tried to write you off are reading your story, secretly hoping they're not mentioned in the next chapter. That's what happens when the chosen one rises. Regret becomes the echo in the hearts of those who tried to dim your flame. And here's what most people won't tell you. Even the darkest energies sometimes leave you alone, not out of mercy, but out of fear of consequence. You've been through so much and came out with a force field around your spirit. You are so protected by purpose that even the negative forces have to step aside and whisper, "Not this one." That's what the title meant. You're so elevated, so anointed by design, that even the forces meant to destroy you ended up guarding you instead, not by choice, but by command. You became off limits, and now those same people who tried to harm you are haunted by the fact that they couldn't. They're not just regretting what they did, they're regretting who you've become, because your strength became their reminder of everything they failed to break. So keep walking, chosen one. Keep shining. You don't owe them a response, a clapback, or an explanation. Your success is the answer. Your peace is the revenge. And your presence, that's the proof. So if your spirit's been nodding while listening, that's no coincidence. That's alignment. Drop a 777 in the comments if you feel the weight of being the one they couldn't destroy. the one whose presence now keeps them up at night. And if this message hits where words usually don't, consider fueling the mission. Whether it's a like, a share, or a small token of thanks, every bit helps push this truth further, louder and deeper into the souls that need it most. Because chosen ones like you, you're rare, and rare things deserve to be reminded of their power. And now, let's break it down step by step. Trust me, if you're really the one, if this message truly matches your scars and survival, you won't just want to hear this. You'll feel pulled to stay till the very end. Let's get into it. Number 1. You were so protected, even darkness knew not to play with you. They didn't back off because they respected you. They backed off because touching you came with consequences they weren't built to survive. Let that burn deep in their ego. You see, when someone carries a frequency that disturbs even the silence, they're not ordinary. They're a problem, a walking disruption to everything fake, twisted, and low vibrational. That's you. You didn't have to swing, scream, or even speak. Your very presence knocked the mask off people who were pretending to be something they're not. You walked in, and they flinched, not because you were doing anything wrong, but because you existed on a level they couldn't manipulate. Now imagine this. You're not flashy, not loud, not chasing attention, just moving through life, trying to heal, trying to breathe. But behind the scenes, forces were being thrown, attacks were being planned, energies were being cast your way like darts. And still, you walked through it. The fire never swallowed you. The traps never caught you. Why? Because even the darkness had to pause before it touched you. That's not paranoia, that's pattern. Look back. How many times did it almost go left but didn't? How many people tried to play dirty only to end up sabotaging themselves? How many rumors collapsed before they could spread? That's not coincidence, that's cosmic interference. You were insulated by something the eye couldn't see, but every low-level spirit could feel. And that's why they hated you. You reminded them that there are some people you just don't mess with. Not because they're perfect, but because the consequences are too heavy. Here's a truth nobody talks about. When people can't beat you spiritually, they come for you socially, emotionally, silently. They plant seeds of doubt, confusion, and chaos. But no matter how deep they tried to bury you, they never realized you weren't a corpse, you were a seed. Every hit they threw, it watered your resilience. Every attack, it strengthened your spirit. They tried to break you and accidentally built you. And the enemy, oh, he's strategic. He's not dumb. He doesn't waste effort on someone he can't crack. So he didn't come at you loud. He came at you through people. Friends turned fake. Family turned cold. Lovers turned jealous. It was never about the people. It was about what was in you that he wanted to dim. But every time he thought he had you cornered, the universe flipped the script. You lost people but gained clarity. You lost moments but gained depth. You were never losing. You were being leveled up in silence. See, you never had to tell the world who you were. Your survival screamed it loud enough. They saw the glow, they felt the pressure, and even though they pretended not to see it, their reactions gave it away. Why else would they suddenly shift, distance, gossip? Because your existence made their illusions uncomfortable. You didn't have to expose them, your light did. And that's why they tried to dim it, because your truth was too loud for their lies to survive in the same room. Here's what's wild. While you were blaming yourself for being too sensitive, too soft, too different, the very energy trying to break you was fully aware of your ranking. You didn't know your own power, but the enemy did. That's why he couldn't leave you alone. That's why he kept circling, because your silence had more authority than their noise. Your stillness was loud in spiritual spaces, and the enemy knew this one's marked, not for destruction, but for domination. But here's the part they'll never say out loud. They regret it deeply. They regret pushing you, doubting you, playing you, because now they're watching you walk in a power they never thought you'd activate. They thought the rejection would wreck you. They thought the isolation would finish you, but it refined you. Now you're glowing in ways they can't explain. Now you're becoming everything they tried to convince you you'd never be. And the darkness? It doesn't try you like it used to, because it learned. It learned that when it comes to you, the price is too high. You're not just protected, you're guarded by purpose. You're not just walking, you're being carried by alignment. You're not just surviving, you're fulfilling something far beyond their comprehension. That's why the chaos around you always failed. That's why their schemes always fell short. Because messing with you came with a fine they weren't equipped to pay. You were never just lucky. The universe didn't favor you for fun. No, you were built different because you had to be. You carry weight most people would crumble under, and even when you didn't see the war, you felt it. The heaviness, the sudden sadness, the random spiritual pressure, that was evidence of your ranking. You weren't just walking through life. You were walking through spiritual battlefields, wearing peace like armor. So now what? Now you rise. You stop explaining, stop apologizing, stop playing small, because the very forces that once tried to take you out, they're watching from the sidelines now, confused, regretful, quiet, and the silence from your enemies is louder than any applause they could have given. They don't hate you because you failed. They hate you because you didn't. They're in regret because they touched what was untouchable, tried to bury what was bulletproof, and now they've got front row seats to your elevation. A show they tried to cancel but can't stop watching. You were so anointed, so divinely structured by the universe, that even the enemy had to step back and say, "This one's protected. We can't move recklessly here." And that's where you win. You didn't have to fight dirty. You didn't have to retaliate. You let the universe do what it always does for the chosen. Make sure no weapon formed ever prospers, even if it gets close enough to scare you. And that's your edge, that's your armor, that's your story. Let me know when you're ready for the next one. I'm locked in. Number 2. They didn't just fumble you, they mishandled a loaded weapon with the safety off. They didn't lose you, they violated the terms of your presence, and now they're paying the rent in regret. You weren't just the blessing, you were the break in their storm, and they spit in the rain. They didn't reject a person, they rejected divine timing wrapped in skin and humility. Some people only realize what they had when peace leaves with you and chaos moves in like a roommate. They thought they were dealing with someone average, just another soul with a pulse and a soft spot. They thought they could gaslight you, manipulate you, misuse your kindness, and walk away unbothered. They thought you were disposable until everything they touched after you started falling apart. See, they weren't just playing with a person, they were playing with alignment. Now imagine this, chosen one. You're the lighthouse during someone's storm, and instead of anchoring themselves, they throw rocks at the only thing keeping them from drowning. They didn't just reject you, they rejected the peace you carried, the clarity you brought, and the covering that came with your presence. And now they're not just haunted by your absence, they're haunted by what left with you. You ever wonder why, after you left, their life went sideways? Why they look dimmer? Why the energy around them feels off? That's because when they let go of you, they let go of everything attached to you. Peace, favor, elevation. You weren't just a chapter in their life. You were the turning point they mishandled. And the universe doesn't play about moments like that. They thought you were just a kind person, just someone who cared too much. They didn't realize they were touching sacred ground without gloves, because you weren't sent to them for fun. You were sent to shift their entire direction. But they couldn't see it. Why? Because you didn't come with flashing lights or a title. You came in silence, humility, vulnerability. They expected fireworks, but all real miracles arrive in whispers. Imagine giving someone a key to a vault, and instead of using it, they throw it in the dirt. That's what they did with you. You were access to better decisions, to healing, to wholeness. And they thought they could find that energy somewhere else, that maybe they could upgrade. But what they found instead was a downgrade dressed in disguise, because nothing hits harder than realizing you had everything and you threw it away for nothing. That regret, it's not casual, it's suffocating. It's not just, I miss them. It's, I sabotaged the best thing I ever touched. They remember how things aligned when you were around, how opportunities opened, how peace stretched across their chaos. They remember the way they felt safe around you, even if they never told you. And now they wake up every day to the echo of what they lost and the silence of what never came back. You didn't leave a void, you left a vacuum. You didn't just walk out, you took your covering with you. And they've been feeling the cold ever since. That's what happens when people mishandle sacred energy. The universe doesn't just watch, it reacts, it corrects, it recalibrates. And the ones who misused what was pure always pay in echoes and missed blessings. Here's a brutal truth. They didn't see your value because you made love, loyalty, and peace look effortless. You gave without keeping score. You showed up when no one asked. You saw them clearer than they saw themselves. And instead of cherishing that, they exploited it. But now they realize that kind of energy doesn't come around twice. Imagine this. You hand someone a map out of a burning building and they laugh in your face, only to scream for help when they're trapped inside. That's how they're living now, trapped in consequences they created by mishandling the one person who came to save them from themselves. You weren't just someone they dated, or called friend, or labeled family. You were the divine pause between destruction, and they hit fast forward. And now you wonder, did they ever really care? The answer is yes, but not enough. Not enough to change, not enough to evolve, not enough to rise to the level your presence required. And now they regret it. Because it wasn't just that you were good to them, it's that no one else ever has been the same since. They keep trying to replicate what they had with you in hollow places, with hollow people, and the results keep shattering. Because the truth is, they didn't just lose a person, they lost divine alignment. You were a once-in-a-lifetime moment dressed in everyday clothes, and they missed it. So now they look for better, not realizing that they already had the best, but treated it like background noise. It haunts them. You might not hear from them, but trust this, they scroll in silence. They revisit old messages. They play your voice in their head during the quiet moments, because they know the one who brought light, warmth, stability, they mishandled. And no matter what they chase now, it doesn't feel the same. It doesn't hit the soul. Because the one who did is gone. They're not just regretting losing you, they're regretting the ripple effect of mishandling you. The blessings that stopped, the favor that dried up, the opportunities that slipped through their fingers like sand. Everything was flowing when you were near, and now it's just static. So what's the lesson, chosen one? Stop questioning your worth. Stop dimming your light to make others comfortable. They didn't walk away because you lacked something. They walked away because they didn't know how to handle everything you came with. And when people mishandle power, the universe takes it back. Your presence wasn't a coincidence. It was divine strategy, and they fumbled it. Not because you weren't enough, but because they weren't ready. And now, they have to watch you rise, watch you heal, watch you evolve, alone. And that's the kind of regret that no apology can fix. Number 3. You were so dangerous to darkness, it chose to watch instead of war. Some threats are too loaded to touch, so they're studied, stalled, and surrounded, but never struck. They didn't attack you directly, not because you were safe, but because you were too powerful to gamble with. The enemy looked at you and saw something that didn't fit the usual pattern, something too risky to interfere with. You weren't just walking through life like everyone else. You were moving with a charge, a current, a ripple effect that bent atmospheres. So instead of launching a full-blown attack, the shadows decided to slow you down in silence. You were the kind of soul that couldn't be silenced, only distracted. And that's exactly what they tried. Not with chaos that would destroy you, but with subtle drains, fake love, flaky friends, almost opportunities. They weren't meant to break you. They were meant to delay you, because the real threat was what would happen if you ever figured out who you really are. Imagine this, a sleeping lion in a cage with the door wide open. The enemy hoped you'd never wake up, that you'd stay distracted, discouraged, or doubting. But now, you've opened your eyes. You've felt the shift. You've heard the inner voice that refuses to be quieted. And suddenly, hell's entire strategy is burning to ash. Here's what most people won't tell you. The enemy doesn't waste time on people going nowhere, but when someone is carrying generational fire in their bones, silence isn't protection, it's strategy. You weren't untouched because you were overlooked. You were watched, like a bomb they couldn't disarm, only monitor. That's why you've felt so off most of your life. Why connections always turned strange without warning. Why things almost worked out, then crumbled. Because you were a glitch in the system, and the system tried to rewrite you before you rewrote it. And let's clear something up. You didn't survive because you were lucky. You survived because your mission is too high value to cancel. The universe placed a protective perimeter around your soul, a limit line the enemy couldn't cross. That's why they tried everything around you. But your core, untouched, preserved, intact. Now that you're aware of this, nothing can hold you. The stall tactics have expired. You've been preserved for a purpose so big that even the shadows dared not interfere directly. And now that you know the truth, even they know it's over. Number 4. They buried you alive and forgot you were the seed. They didn't cancel your destiny, they just gave it more time to multiply. They thought silence meant defeat. They thought disappearing meant dead. They thought if they drained you, disrespected you, and dragged your name just low enough, you'd vanish. And for a moment, you almost did. But what they forgot is that you weren't built from surface strength. You were designed by pressure, not just to stand, but to rise through sabotage. Imagine this, a pressure cooker that never explodes. It just intensifies. That was you. Every time they turned the heat up, you didn't break. You refined. You recalibrated. While they were high-fiving their own betrayal, you were in the shadows, sharpening your edge in silence. They couldn't destroy you. They could only delay the version of you that was always coming, because real destiny doesn't die, it just detours. Your purpose was never in their hands. They thought it was personal, But what they were actually fighting was the future, a future that exposed their mediocrity, a truth that made their lies hard to live with. Let's be honest, the attacks got close. Your mental health took hits, your circle thinned. You questioned everything, but even then, you didn't break. You bent, you cracked open, you got still, and in that stillness, something rare happened. You realigned with power they never saw coming. They thought they stopped you, but all they did was give you a better reason to rise. Now they're uncomfortable, not because you're loud, but because you're undeniable. You walk different. You speak with clarity. Your presence doesn't ask for permission anymore. It walks in like truth, unapologetic and unshakable. And the irony, they helped create it. Their hate built your stamina. Their betrayal refined your boundaries. Their attacks taught you how to elevate in silence. Now they're watching what they tried to kill become a threat they can't control. So the next time they see you and feel uneasy, let them. That discomfort, that's the price of mishandling someone who was never meant to be cancelled, only crowned. Number 5. You were the mirror they couldn't shatter, so they tried to smear it. They didn't hate you for what you had. They hated you for what you made them see. You didn't show up trying to prove anything. You weren't flexing. You weren't performing. You were just existing, honestly, humbly, and fully present in your own lane. But even in silence, you disrupted the room. Why? Because truth doesn't need a microphone, it just walks in and exposes whatever's fake. You weren't loud, but your peace was deafening to people drowning in inner chaos. Your calmness pierced their noise, and your authenticity, it lit up every mask they thought was still hidden. You became a silent alarm in their spirit, ringing not because you attacked them, but because your very presence revealed them. Imagine this, you walk into a room carrying no weapons, just light, and suddenly people flinch, not because you did something wrong, but because their shadows got caught standing still. You didn't make enemies by hurting anyone. You made enemies by existing with clarity in a world full of confusion. They couldn't compete with you, so they turned you into a silent rival. The compliments came laced with jealousy. The support was half-hearted. They celebrated you in public, then questioned your worth in private. But deep down, the truth stayed lodged in their chest. You were everything they pretended to be. You didn't talk loud, but your walk had power. You didn't claim to be better, but your peace made them feel exposed. They couldn't love you right, because loving you meant confronting themselves. And that was a war they weren't ready to fight. They didn't dislike your energy. They disliked what your energy revealed about theirs. Your consistency shook their excuses. Your discipline mocked their distractions. Your focus turned their fake confidence into dust. They didn't envy your stuff. They envied your stillness, your self-awareness, your growth. And the scariest part, you did it all without trying to compete. You were the mirror they kept trying to break, not realizing the cracks weren't in you, they were in them. Let me know when you're ready for the next one, Usama. This story is getting heavier and stronger with every word. Number 6. You were the door, but they chose the dungeon. Some people aren't scared of losing you. They're scared of what they'd have to face if they walked with you. You weren't just a moment in their life. You were a lifeline, an escape route wrapped in skin, a walking answer to questions they didn't have the courage to ask out loud. But when it came time to choose change over comfort, they turned back. Not because you weren't real, but because the version of themselves they'd have to become with you terrified them more than the pain they already knew. Imagine this. Someone drowning in a cage, the door wide open, and you standing there saying, "Come on, let's go." But they stare at the exit and say, "I don't deserve it." Or worse, "I'm safer here." That's what happened. You didn't just show up with love. You showed up with liberation, and not everyone wants to be free. You exposed the rusted chains they'd painted gold. You interrupted the cycle they'd romanticized. They weren't ready for a mirror that didn't flatter, but reflected. So instead of choosing breakthrough, they chose blame and labeled you the problem. Not because you hurt them, but because your presence threatened their narrative. You weren't too much. You were just too real for someone still addicted to their illusions. They weren't rejecting you, they were rejecting what you represented. Growth, accountability, real healing. That's why they twisted your loyalty into control, your love into judgment, your truth into attack. You became a trigger, not because you were wrong, but because you made them feel seen. And they weren't ready for that kind of clarity. Now they sit in the same cycles, spinning in circles, haunted by the moment they slammed the door you offered. They didn't just lose a connection, they lost their way out. And deep down, they know it. They know they had someone who could have led them into a higher version of themselves, but they chose chains over change, pain over progress, the cell over the cure. And now, they're not mad at you. They're mad at what they missed, and the fact that you're never coming back to open that door again. Number 7. They tried to sink you and didn't realize they were standing on the same ship. When you sabotage the one sent to save you, don't be surprised when the storm doesn't pass. They thought they were pulling off something clever, throwing shade in silence, twisting your intentions, forming little alliances of bitterness and gossip. They thought they were hurting you, but in reality, they were cutting off their own lifeline, because you weren't just passing through, you were placed, positioned, assigned. You didn't show up to compete, you showed up to cover. You carried light into their darkness, but they mistook it for threat. They couldn't see past their ego, envy, or insecurity, and in trying to dim your flame, they blew out the only torch leading them out of their own mess. Imagine this. They're drowning, and instead of grabbing your hand, they try to pull you under too, not realizing you were the only one who knew how to swim through that kind of storm. You were the exit, the anchor, the covering. You saw their pain and didn't flinch. You felt their brokenness and still chose to show up. But instead of gratitude, they handed you betrayal. They didn't just turn on a friend, they turned on favor, because what they couldn't see is that your presence wasn't just emotional, it was spiritual. You were speaking life over them behind their back, while they were slandering your name. You were fighting for them in silence, while they were plotting in whispers. They didn't realize they were trying to bury the one person holding back their own collapse. And now, the consequences are loud. Doors that used to open now stay shut. Peace that used to cover them is gone. They're watching the same pain they wished on you circle back home. Not because you cursed them, but because they cursed themselves by cutting off their own blessing. They weren't fighting you, they were fighting their own redemption. And when you plot against your rescue, you don't just lose a person, you lose access. That's not something an apology can fix. That's a debt only accountability can pay. And for most of them, they're still running from the bill. Number 8. They laughed at your fall. Now they choke on the rise. They didn't just mock your pain, they turned it into entertainment. And now your glow has turned their laughter into locked jaws. When you were in survival mode, barely breathing, barely standing, they weren't lifting you. They were watching, mocking, feeding off your pain like it was fuel for their fragile egos. Every tear you cried became a meme in their group chats. Every struggle you fought in silence became a scene in the movie they played for their own amusement. You weren't just going through it, you were being targeted for sport. Imagine this, you're in a storm, drowning, grasping for breath, and instead of throwing you a rope, they sit in the stands with popcorn, hoping the waves finish the job. That's the level of cruelty you survived. The laughs, the whispers, the fake check-ins masking secret satisfaction. But the universe never goes blind. Every smirk, every passive jab, every shady comment was recorded, not by you, but by something much greater. And now, the tables haven't just turned, they've flipped so hard, the silence is louder than the noise ever was. You didn't just bounce back, you rose like a storm they never saw coming. You became everything they swore you'd never be, strong, successful, and untouchable. And now, their mouths don't move like they used to. Their silence is no longer dismissive. It's suffocating. They're not quiet because they don't care. They're quiet because they can't stand the sound of your name echoing above everything they thought you'd never reach. They're choking on their own guilt. The success they used to say was impossible. It showed up, dripped in grace, shining like payback. And every time they see you, they don't see a person. They see a reminder of how low they stooped, of how loud they laughed, of how wrong they were. And here's the twist. You're not even mad. You don't want revenge. Because you won, and they know it. Their punishment is the shame that follows them into every silent room where your name lives rent-free. Number 9. You were the test they laughed at. Now you're the lesson they can't escape. They thought they were playing you. They were actually being graded, and now your glow is the red mark they can't erase. You weren't just a person. You were a moment, an opportunity dressed in humility, a test in disguise. While they were out here scanning for miracles with titles and noise, the real one walked in quietly, wrapped in peace, authenticity, and presence. That was you. And they didn't recognize it because you didn't look like the blessing they imagined. But the universe doesn't test people when it's easy. It tests when it's inconvenient. You were the divine curveball, sent not to entertain or serve, but to reveal. How they handled you was never about you. It was about what was buried inside them. Imagine this, someone praying for elevation, and when the elevator arrives, they try to break it down out of jealousy. That's how blind they were. They didn't just fail the test, they mocked it, gossiped about it, tried to compete with it. And now, they're stuck on the same floor, watching the one they underestimated rise through levels they'll never reach. You weren't the problem, you were the measuring stick. And when they came up short, they blamed the ruler. They didn't just mishandle you, they exposed themselves. The lies, the pettiness, the resentment, it all leaked out. You were pure with them, and they tainted the space. You came to love, to support, to bring clarity. And they tried to sabotage it all, not realizing the one they thought they could replace was the exact energy they've been missing ever since. Now here's the twist of divine justice. Your elevation had to be public. Your glow couldn't be hidden, not for attention, but as evidence. You are the walking reminder of what happens when someone honors purpose. And they are the cautionary tale of what happens when someone fumbles it. They didn't just fail a relationship, they failed a divine alignment. And now, every step you take is a silent sermon they can't stop watching. Number 10. Your light unmasked their darkness, so they ran from the mirror, not you. They didn't walk away because you were dangerous. They walked away because truth can't sit in the same room with deception without shaking the walls. You didn't offend them with your words. You didn't expose them with your actions. All you did was exist, and that was enough to unravel everything fake they were using to keep it together. You came in quietly, respectfully. You weren't loud, you weren't trying to be seen, but your presence carried weight. The kind that doesn't ask for permission, it just makes liars feel honest and actors forget their lines. Imagine this, you're a calm breeze walking into a room full of smoke, and suddenly every illusion gets blown out of hiding. That was you. Your light didn't need to announce itself. It simply revealed. Not because you were trying to call anyone out, but because real energy can't help but shake what's not aligned. They didn't understand it, so they blamed you, told themselves you were arrogant, too intense, too different. But that was never the truth. The truth is, your peace threatened their chaos. Your healing made their wounds scream. Your authenticity was a flashlight on their emotional mess. And no one likes to be seen without makeup, especially when the mask has become part of their identity. They weren't fleeing from drama. They were fleeing from their own reflection in your energy. They called you toxic because they couldn't control how your energy made them feel. But what really happened is this. Their shadows couldn't breathe around your truth. You didn't hurt them, you convicted them. And for people not ready to grow, that kind of discomfort feels like attack. So they left, not because you were wrong, but because you were right, and being around you would have forced them to admit it. Let them go. They weren't escaping harm. They were escaping the healing they weren't ready for. But one thing is certain, they'll never forget how it felt to stand in your light and be seen for real. Number 11. They didn't just walk away from you. They walked out of the door they were praying for. Some people didn't lose a relationship. They lost the access code to their next chapter. They thought leaving you was just a flex, just another power move, like you were replaceable, like you were just another name in their contacts. But what they didn't understand, and still can't fully admit, is that walking away from you wasn't just a goodbye. It was a shutdown of flow, of favor, of alignment. Because you weren't just part of their life, you were the portal to what they were trying to reach. Imagine this, you're holding a master key, unlocking doors they've been praying to walk through, and they throw it away because they didn't like how humble the packaging looked. That's what they did. They confused familiarity with insignificance, and in doing so, they unplugged their own momentum. You carried peace, the kind that can't be bought. You brought clarity in chaos, strategy in confusion, protection they didn't even recognize, and instead of honoring that, they played with it, treated it like it would always be there. But energy like yours is rare. When it leaves, it takes doors with it. They didn't just mishandle you, they cancelled access to the version of themselves they were supposed to become. Now they're watching the very anointing they mocked become a miracle in someone else's life. Watching others who respected your presence rise, not out of luck, but because alignment honors alignment. It's not envy they're sitting in, it's realization. That ache in their chest isn't regret for losing you, it's regret for missing their moment. You weren't just someone in their life, you were a setup for their breakthrough, and now they're stuck in cycles they thought they'd escaped. Doors are closed, peace is gone, progress has paused, and everywhere they look, they're reminded the very elevation they sabotaged now wears your face. That's not punishment. That's the cost of dishonoring divine access. And it doesn't knock twice. Number 12. You never asked to be seen. Now your glow screams without permission. You weren't chasing validation. But now your rise is so loud, even their silence sounds like regret. You didn't post your pain. You didn't broadcast your struggle. You didn't throw tantrums when you were overlooked. You just kept moving, quiet, consistent, real. While they ignored you, doubted you, or even plotted against you, you stayed locked into your path, not for applause, but for alignment. And now, the same ones who dismissed you can't scroll, breathe, or move without being reminded. You made it. Imagine this. You're walking through fire, alone, with no one watching, only to come out shining so bright. The very people who counted you out need sunglasses just to look your way. That's what divine favor does. It doesn't show up with noise. It reveals itself in results. In doors opening where walls once stood. In peace replacing pain. In growth that can't be ignored. They thought their silence would slow you down, that distance would delete your value. But what they didn't know, you were never built on their validation. Your elevation was tied to obedience. While they were counting followers, you were counting steps. While they were clapping for each other's mediocrity, you were quietly being molded in the dark. And now they can't handle the light. You didn't break, you bloomed. And now your growth is exposing everything they hoped would die. You didn't retaliate. You didn't drag them. You didn't clap back. You let your glow do the talking. And now it's preaching a sermon they can't avoid. They're not mad at you. They're mad at what your existence says about them. That they underestimated someone carrying the very thing they were praying for. And now that it's too late, regret is the voice haunting their quiet. But you don't need revenge. You don't need an apology. You are the closure, the walking proof that purpose doesn't beg and favor doesn't need permission to shine. Let them sit in silence. You already won. They can't outshine you, so they try to outnumber you. But numbers mean nothing when the universe handpicks the rare ones. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You're like a burning torch in a room full of shadows. The moment you step in, every hidden corner lights up, and the ones who live in the dark can't stand it. They squint, they whisper, they scheme, because your very presence reminds them of everything they are not. They sense it without words, like a wild animal sensing a storm before it arrives. And that storm is you. Here's something that science proves too. Humans have a natural ability to detect energy changes in a room before logic even catches up. That's why when you enter, they feel it in their chest before they even realize why. Studies show that authentic people instantly disrupt false behavior. It's like your energy presses a silent alarm in the minds of those pretending. That's why they act strange. It's not in your head. You are absolutely right. They can feel that you are not like them, and it shakes them to their core. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here right now. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe. It helps this message reach more souls who need to hear it. We are in this together. You are not just a viewer, you are part of a force, part of a mission to spread light where it's most needed. So thank you for standing out, for being brave enough to be different, and for helping this voice reach those who are ready to awaken. Now, let's get back to why this is happening to you. From the moment you were born, the universe wired you differently. You were never meant to blend in. You were built to notice what others ignore, to question what others follow blindly, to carry a presence that makes people look twice. That's why some are drawn to you like moths to a flame, and others, well, they can't stand you. They may smile, but their eyes give them away. They see you as a mirror that reflects what they've buried, and that scares them more than they'll admit. Think about it. When have you ever really fit in? Even as a kid, you probably asked questions that made adults uncomfortable. You saw through lies that everyone else seemed fine with. And growing up, you realized that being normal wasn't just boring, it felt like a cage. You've always felt there's more truth, more purpose, more depth. And that right there is why they react to you the way they do. You don't just walk into a room, you shift the room. Your presence is like fresh air in a place where everyone has gotten used to breathing stale smoke. Of course, they'll notice. Of course, some will resent it. Here's another fact to back you up. Psychologists found that people instinctively distrust those who make them question their own reality. That's exactly what you do. You're proof that being different is not just okay, it's powerful. It unsettles the fake, it attracts the real, and it inspires those who are ready to wake up. And here's the truth that might sting your enemies the most. They know they can't copy you. They can mimic your style, your words, even your moves, but they can't fake your essence, because what makes you different isn't learned. It's wired into you. You weren't built to be average. You were built to expose average. So as we go deeper today, remember this. Every awkward glance, every fake compliment, every moment they try to downplay you, it's just confirmation. Confirmation that they see what you are, even if they'll never admit it out loud. Being not normal isn't your weakness, it's your proof. It's the universe saying, yes, you were meant to stand out. And while they talk, you keep moving, because chosen ones don't need permission to shine. They just shine. So stay with me, chosen one. This message is for you, and by the time we're done, you'll never again doubt that being different is your greatest weapon. Normal was never your destiny. It was never even an option. So, chosen one, are you ready to go deeper and uncover why they sense you're not like the rest? This isn't just another video. It's a mirror held up to everything you've always felt, but could never fully explain. If you've ever felt the world react to you in ways you couldn't understand, stay right here. By the end, you'll see that every strange look, every fake smile, every bit of shade thrown your way is solid proof that you're different for a reason. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to step fully into who you are and claim the power of being rare. And if this message hits home, consider supporting the team behind it with a super thanks. Because every bit of support keeps this truth alive and spreading to more souls like you. Whether it's 1 cent or 1,000, your gift becomes part of this mission to wake up those who need it most. And now, chosen one, take a deep breath, because what comes next will confirm everything you've always known deep down. If you're truly not normal, and you know it, you'll feel that pull to stay until the very end. Let's dive in. Number 1, your light burns their lies, and that's why they can't stand you. The weak despise what they can't destroy, the fake fear what they can't copy, and the insecure hate what they can't become. Chosen one, every time you walk into a room, you carry a silent truth that shakes people to their core. You don't need to open your mouth. You don't need to prove anything. Your very presence exposes the masks they've been wearing for years. It's like throwing open a window in a dusty, stale room. The light pours in, and suddenly every cobweb, every hidden corner, every speck of dirt that's been ignored becomes impossible to deny. That's what you do to people without even trying. Think about it. Have you ever noticed the way people glance at you for just a split second and then look away like you've seen through them? Or how some get defensive around you even though you said nothing wrong? That's because you remind them of the truth they've been running from. You are living proof of authenticity in a world addicted to filters and facades. And that scares them, not because you attack, but because you exist. Now here's the raw truth. They don't hate you because you hurt them. They hate you because you are everything they secretly wish they could be when no one's watching. But instead of doing the work to grow, they choose the cheap way out. Jealousy, gossip, fake smiles, and quiet sabotage. Why? Because tearing you down feels easier than admitting they built their entire identity on lies. When you walk in, you don't just bring light, you bring exposure. Light never negotiates with darkness. It doesn't ask permission. It doesn't apologize. It simply reveals. And the ones who have spent their whole lives hiding in the shadows feel that revelation like a dagger to the chest. That's why they suddenly get quiet. That's why they squirm in their seats. That's why they say things like, "I don't know, there's just something about them I don't like." That something is you being everything they pretend to be. It's you standing in your power without needing validation. It's you living in truth while they're choking on their own lies. And the universe wired you to disrupt every false comfort they've built for themselves. You're not there to play nice with deception. You're not there to blend in. You were never meant to be normal, because normal never makes people question their own reality. And here's the part that might sting your enemies the most. You don't even have to fight back. Your silence is louder than their noise. Your presence alone does more damage to their ego than any words you could ever say. The more you grow, the more uncomfortable they get, because your elevation is a mirror that forces them to face their stagnation. Have you ever asked yourself, why do people act so weird around me when I'm just being myself? Here's why. Your authentic self is a threat to anyone who survives on fakery. Your confidence exposes their insecurity. Your peace disturbs their chaos. Your clarity makes their confusion obvious. They can't copy it. They can't fake it. And that eats at them. It's not about being better than anyone. It's about being real in a world where most people would rather perform. And that's exactly why you stand out without trying. You carry an energy that shakes the foundation of anyone built on deceit, manipulation, or jealousy. The ones with dark intentions feel it first. The ones with fake smiles feel it deeper. Their demons recognize your frequency before their minds can even understand it. Some will hate you without reason. Some will envy you while pretending to support you. Some will secretly compete with you while acting like they don't care. But none of that matters, because the very thing they hate about you is the very thing that makes you unstoppable. Understand this. You are a walking truth serum. Your energy pulls off masks and exposes motives. And when people have spent their whole lives hiding, you feel like a threat to their survival. But don't mistake their discomfort as your problem. It's their awakening knocking at the door, and you just happen to be the messenger they never asked for. The universe designed you this way for a reason. You were never made to blend in. You were never supposed to shrink just to make others comfortable. Every time you dim your light, you rob the world of the truth you carry. And every time you stand tall, the ones who live in pretense feel that sting. And that sting is their invitation to grow. But many won't grow. They'll gossip. They'll twist stories. They'll throw shade like it's their full-time job. They'll label you as too much or too different, because that's easier than admitting they're stuck. And while they waste their breath, you keep rising, because you've already learned that their noise is just proof that your presence has power. Remember this: light doesn't ask permission to shine. It doesn't wait for approval. It just exists. And that's why it wins every single time. You don't have to prove you're not normal. Every room you walk into already proves it for you. So let them talk, let them stare, let them feel uncomfortable. Every reaction you see is confirmation that you are exactly who you were meant to be, a force too real for a world addicted to fakes. They know it, they feel it, and deep down, they wish they could be it, but they can't. Because being you isn't something you can copy. It's something you can only be. And that is why, chosen one, your very existence will always trigger the ones still hiding from themselves. Number 2, your path terrifies them because it proves there's more to life than their small boxes. Average minds fear what they can't predict. Ordinary people mock what they can't understand, and the insecure ridicule what they secretly envy. Chosen one, your life has always been a riddle to people who crave predictability. They've been waiting year after year for you to finally get it together, settle down, follow their script, and play the game they've all agreed to play. But every time they think you're about to conform, you prove them wrong again. Imagine this for a second. A train running on the same track every single day, stopping at the same stations, carrying the same passengers, following the same timetable. That's the life they understand. Safe, predictable, comfortable. But you're not that train. You're the lightning bolt that strikes across the sky, impossible to track, impossible to stop, and impossible to ignore. That's why they stare. That's why they whisper. You've probably wondered, why does my life look so different from everyone else's? Why can't I seem to just fit in and follow the plan? Here's why. Because your blueprint was never meant to be printed on the same paper as theirs. While they checked boxes, climbed ladders, and chased timelines, your path was being hand-built by the universe for something far greater than comfort or approval. The wild don't envy the caged, the storm doesn't beg the wind for permission, and the chosen don't ask the average for directions. Every detour you've taken, every delay that felt unfair, every season of silence where it looked like nothing was happening, it was never wasted. You weren't stuck, you were being built. The universe was rewiring you, shaping your character, sharpening your mind, and fortifying your spirit for a life that doesn't come with a manual. Imagine this, a seed buried deep in the ground. From the outside, it looks like nothing is happening, just dirt and silence. But underneath, roots are spreading, foundations are strengthening, and life is preparing to break through. That's you, chosen one. While everyone else thought you were behind, you were just underground, becoming unstoppable. People around you think success is about racing through life faster, get the degree faster, get the promotion faster, get the house faster, get the applause faster. But you were never built for predictable progress. You weren't designed to be another copy in the assembly line of life. You were made to break cycles, rewrite rules, and shatter illusions about what's possible. That's why certain doors didn't open when you wanted them to. That's why relationships crumbled when you thought they'd last forever. That's why opportunities seemed to pass you by, not because you were unworthy, but because your story was being written in a different language, one they'll never be able to read. Imagine this for a moment. Two houses side by side, one built quickly with weak wood, finished in weeks, shiny on the outside but hollow inside. The other built slowly, brick by brick, with foundations that go so deep it can weather any storm. Which one lasts? Which one becomes legendary? You already know the answer. Chosen one, your timeline isn't broken, it's brilliant. While others were obsessed with looking successful, you were being forged to be powerful. While they ran toward status, you were walking through fire, learning things they'll never understand, gaining strength they can't fake, and developing wisdom that can't be bought. And here's what they'll never say out loud. They envy you. They envy that you refused to sell out. They envy that you didn't follow their script. They envy that you can sit in solitude without losing yourself, while they can't spend 5 minutes alone without reaching for distractions. The crowd feels safe in patterns, but the chosen one destroys patterns just by existing. Your life confuses them because it exposes how trapped they really are. When they see you stepping off the path everyone else follows, it forces them to ask themselves questions they don't want to face. What if I'm living a lie? What if there's more than this? What if I wasted my life chasing approval? And here's the punch that hurts their ego the most. You didn't just refuse to play their game. You're winning without it. You're building a life that doesn't need their validation. You're walking roads that don't even exist on their map. Every so-called delay, it was divine timing. Every so-called failure, it was preparation. Every time you felt alone, it was the universe removing distractions so you could hear your own calling. While they were performing, you were transforming. While they chased applause, you built substance. While they feared change, you became the change. Imagine this, a lone wolf running through the forest while the pack stays trapped behind a fence. They mock the wolf for being different, but deep down, they wish they had the courage to break free too. That's you. You're the wolf. They're the fence sitters. Your path will never look normal because normal isn't capable of creating revolutions. And whether they admit it or not, deep down, they know you're doing something they never could. You're walking proof that life doesn't have to be a checklist. You're living proof that freedom requires risk, authenticity requires sacrifice, and purpose requires the courage to be misunderstood. So when they roll their eyes, when they whisper about how lost you are, when they secretly hope you'll fail, let them, because their judgment is proof that you're already doing what they could never dare to try. Ordinary people stay in boxes. Chosen ones burn the boxes down and build their own blueprints. Your story won't ever be predictable, your path won't ever be explainable, and that's exactly why it's unstoppable. They don't understand you, and they never will, because you weren't created to be understood. You were created to be undeniable. So when they call you not normal, don't shrink, don't justify, don't explain, smile, because they just confirmed what you already know. You were born to build a life too rare, too real, and too revolutionary for them to comprehend. Number 3, you didn't lose the room lost you. Small minds lock doors they were never worthy to open. They reject what makes them feel small because your light reminds them how dim they really are. Chosen one, every room that rejected you thought they were protecting their little kingdom. But here's the gut-punching truth. They never had the capacity to hold someone like you. They didn't shut you out because you lacked value. They shut you out because you carried too much depth, too much authenticity, too much power they couldn't manipulate. Imagine this for a second. You're a giant trying to walk through a door built for children. You don't fit, and instead of expanding the door, they say, "See, you don't belong here." No, the truth is, you outgrew that room before you even stepped inside. You've probably wondered, was I not good enough? Did I do something wrong? The answer is no. You were already too far ahead for a space that survives on mediocrity. You didn't miss the opportunity missed you. Rejection hurt, yes. The cold shoulders, the fake support, the quiet envy. They all tried to shrink you so you would fit their small framework. But you were never meant to fit. While they relied on titles and applause, your character was being forged in silence. While they studied for credentials, you were learning through survival, pain, and growth that can't be bought. And deep down, they saw it. That's why they excluded you. Because people who thrive on validation can't stand someone who doesn't need it. You can't be controlled with attention. You can't be bought with praise. You can't be silenced with opportunities. That makes you dangerous to people who only feel powerful when others depend on them. Imagine a fire so strong it burns without fuel while everyone else scrambles for matches just to stay warm. That's you. You don't need their platform to shine. You don't need their permission to rise. You never did. So when those doors stayed locked, it wasn't a loss, it was protection. If you had gotten in too soon, you would have dimmed your light to keep everyone else comfortable. But now, you've outgrown every room that once rejected you. And the cruel twist for them, the rooms that ignored you are now too small to contain you. The very people who doubted you will have no choice but to watch you build a world far bigger than the doors they once slammed shut. Number 4. You're the mirror they can't escape, and that's why they fear you. Liars hate mirrors because reflection makes the truth undeniable. Pretenders hate mirrors because it shows them what they'll never be. Chosen one, they don't dislike you because they don't get you. They dislike you because they do. They see exactly what you are, a walking mirror that shows them everything they've been trying to bury. You walk in with no mask, no fake persona, no desperate performance to win approval, and that alone slices through the illusions they've built around themselves. Imagine this for a moment. A spotlight shining in a dusty attic. Suddenly, every cobweb, every hidden box, every secret corner that's been ignored for years is fully visible. That's what your presence does, without speaking a single word. You don't just enter a room, you reflect it back. And that reflection terrifies people who've spent their entire lives avoiding themselves. Every time they see you, they get a painful glimpse of what they could have been if fear, ego, and validation hadn't run their lives. You represent the version of themselves they abandoned, the honest one, the unfiltered one, the powerful one. You might wonder, why do people try to pick me apart when I've done nothing to them? Because deep down, it's not about you. It's about the discomfort of seeing in you what they've refused to face in themselves. The shallow call depth dangerous because water they can't stand in feels like drowning. You don't have to say a word to disrupt the game. They feel it just by being near you. Manipulators can't handle someone they can't bait into drama. Fakes can't stand someone who doesn't need validation. And the insecure can't deal with someone who walks in wholeness while they're still piecing themselves together. Your life raises the standard. Your energy exposes their performance. Your presence alone makes them question their fake friendships, their empty pursuits, their scripted smiles. You're not the problem. You're the proof that authenticity still exists in a world addicted to pretending. And here's the part that crushes their ego most. You can't be touched. They can gossip, twist stories, or throw shade, but it never sticks. Because when someone walks in truth, no lie can define them. They don't call you weird because you're off. They call you weird because they've never seen anyone this real, and realness is lethal to systems built on lies. That's why you'll always be a mirror they can't stand to look into, and a threat they can never control. Number 5. They mock you now, but one day they'll realize you were the answer all along. Visionaries are ridiculed until reality proves them right. The wise look crazy until the world catches up. Chosen one, you've been misunderstood, not because you're wrong, but because you're ahead. While everyone else is obsessed with what's trending today, you're already seeing what's coming tomorrow. You process the world differently. You notice cracks in systems while people are still pretending those systems are solid. You feel shifts before they happen. You see truths people desperately try to deny. Imagine this for a moment. A sailor standing on the shore, warning everyone about the storm clouds forming in the distance. The crowd laughs, saying, "It's sunny, why are you overreacting?" But hours later, when the storm finally hits, everyone scrambles for safety, except the one who saw it coming. That's you. Your insight makes people uncomfortable. You pick up on energy shifts, unspoken motives, and hidden patterns long before others even realize something is wrong. And because they can't see what you see, they label you as too much, too intense, or too paranoid. But here's the truth. They mock what they don't understand because it's easier than admitting you're right. You've been walking around with answers to problems they won't even acknowledge yet. While they're busy patching leaks, you've already built the ark. Early looks foolish to the late, until the late finally realize why they're left behind. People stuck in survival mode can't comprehend someone who operates from vision. Those addicted to surface-level distractions will always think depth is too much. But the very things they dismiss now, the warnings, the insight, the ability to see what's coming, are the same things they'll come running to when everything they trusted collapses. You've probably wondered, why do I always feel misunderstood? Why do people resist me when I'm just trying to help? Because they're not ready to face the truth you already see. And that's not your flaw, it's their delay. The hard truth? You've had to dim your brilliance just to avoid being called crazy. You've had to stay quiet to avoid being mocked. You've had to act like you don't see as much as you do just to keep the peace. But deep down, you've always known. And one day, when the illusion shatters, the same ones who dismissed you will desperately look for the wisdom they once ignored. You're not too much. You're not ahead of yourself. You're right on time. Because when everything falls apart, the world doesn't look for the loudest voice. It looks for the clearest one. And that chosen one has always been you. Number 6. They laughed at you in public while copying you in private. Mockery is just admiration wearing a cheap disguise. People joke about what they secretly wish they could be brave enough to embrace. Chosen one, you've seen it happen over and over. They roll their eyes when you speak your truth. They smirk when you set boundaries. They act like your sense of purpose, energy, and intuition is some fairy tale nonsense. But behind closed doors, they're watching you. They're studying you. They're quietly borrowing from the very path they once mocked. Imagine this for a moment. An artist is laughed at while painting in the street. People walk by, pointing, giggling, saying, "What a waste of time." But a year later, those same people are painting in their own basements, mimicking every brushstroke they once ridiculed. That's exactly what they've been doing to you. They mocked your way of living as too deep. Now they casually drop your phrases into conversations like they came up with them. They said your intuition was weird. Now they're basing life decisions on gut feelings, hoping to get even half the results you did. They once labeled you dramatic for feeling deeply, yet now they're listening to podcasts and reading books about emotional intelligence and authentic living. You weren't the joke, you were the blueprint, the truth that burns them the most. You moved with a certainty they couldn't fake. You walked away from things they were still addicted to, and you still came out on top. It irritated them because every choice you made forced them to confront how disconnected they were from themselves. The easiest way to avoid growth is to laugh at the ones already growing. They didn't hate your insight. They hated the way your insight made them feel exposed. Instead of humbling themselves to learn, they took the coward's path, mocking you while secretly mimicking you. Because ridicule is easier than maturing. But here's the thing, they gave you confirmation without giving you credit. Every time they repeated your wisdom without acknowledgement, every time they quietly reshaped their values after seeing how grounded you became, they proved that deep down, they never thought you were crazy. They knew you were right. They pretended to laugh at you, but in reality, they were fascinated by you. You became the silent teacher they refused to admit they needed. Because the truth is simple, they mocked what they couldn't understand, and then followed it anyway. Number 7. You weren't born to repeat the cycle, you were born to end it. The boldest act of love for your bloodline is refusing to carry what broke everyone before you. Chosen one, your life was never meant to look like theirs. And that is exactly why you've always felt like the black sheep. You didn't come here to play along with the silence, shame, fear, and settling that your family carried like heirlooms. You came to break the chain. Imagine this for a second, a line of dominoes falling one by one, generation after generation, and then you, the one domino that refuses to fall. The moment you stop, the entire pattern collapses. That's you. You weren't sent to repeat history. You were sent to interrupt it. You asked questions no one dared to ask. You drew boundaries no one else had the courage to draw. You chose healing over hiding, truth over pretending, freedom over tradition. And the moment you did, the entire system around you started shaking. They didn't applaud your courage, they criticized it, not because you were wrong, but because your boldness exposed their denial. Your very existence is proof that life doesn't have to look like what they settled for. Family gatherings? They always felt heavy because you couldn't just smile and act like everything was fine when your soul was screaming otherwise. That "we don't talk about that here" energy never sat right with you. You were wired differently. The ones who heal are always called rebellious by those who refuse to change. You're not rebellious, you're reprogramming the lineage. You're not dramatic, you're detoxing from decades of emotional suppression. You're not ungrateful, you're unlearning wounds that were passed down like family heirlooms. And yes, it's lonely, because when you're the first to step out of the system, you're also the first they try to silence. You'll be called too much, too different, too intense. But that's not proof you're off course. It's confirmation that you're breaking generational patterns that no one before you had the courage to face. Every step you take toward healing shifts the entire bloodline. You're healing backward, rewriting the pain of your ancestors, and healing forward, protecting your descendants from carrying what you refuse to. Your path feels heavy because it's never been walked before. That's why it feels so unfamiliar. You're not just different, you're the interruption they needed but never asked for. You're not here to protect the pattern, you're here to end it once and for all. Number 8. You remember what they've spent their whole lives forgetting. Some truths aren't learned, they're remembered, and that memory terrifies those who've forgotten who they are. Chosen one, you've always known things that no one taught you. You didn't read it in a book. You didn't hear it in a lecture. It just came to you, a quiet knowing, like a whisper from something ancient buried deep in your soul. It feels less like discovery and more like remembrance, as if you've walked this path before. Imagine this for a moment. You step into a place you've never been, yet it feels familiar. You meet someone for the first time, but it feels like you've known them forever. Your spirit leaps before your mind can catch up, and you can't explain why. That isn't just intuition, that's memory. A memory that doesn't belong to this lifetime, but still lives in you. This is why people can't explain you. You speak wisdom your age shouldn't carry. You move with a calm that feels unnatural in a world addicted to chaos. You make decisions like someone who has already seen the outcome. They call it luck. But the truth, you're simply remembering. Knowledge can be taught, but truth can only be remembered, and that's what unsettles them about you. There are codes locked inside you that you didn't earn by effort. They've been with you all along. They reveal themselves in flashes of insight, in art that feels bigger than creativity, in words that hit deeper than logic. Your wisdom feels timeless because it is. People sense it, even if they can't explain it. Some lean in with awe, drawn to the depth they can't find anywhere else. Others back away in fear, because being near you awakens something in them that their ego has spent years keeping asleep. Imagine being a lantern in a dark cave. Those ready for light will gather around you, but those addicted to the dark will run. That's why people either become obsessed with you or distance themselves without reason. You remind them there is more to life, more to existence, more to them. You're not just different, you're older than your body, carrying truths that never age. You're a walking reminder that the soul never forgets, even when the world does. And that kind of presence, it's magnetic for some, terrifying for others, because deep down you awaken what they've spent their whole lives trying to forget. Number 9. They felt you before they knew you, and that's why they feared you. Spirits recognize truth long before minds can explain it, and when truth walks in, denial starts to shake. Chosen one, people don't just randomly dislike you. It's never been about your tone, your style, or the way you carry yourself. Those are just excuses they create to justify what they don't understand. The truth is, their spirit recognized you before their mind ever had the chance to. Imagine this for a second. 2 tuning forks in the same room. The moment one is struck, the other starts vibrating without ever being touched. That's you. Your presence carries a frequency that activates something in people before you've even said a word. That's why someone can meet you once and suddenly act cold. That's why some people say things like, "I don't know, there's just something about them." It's not logical, it's spiritual. Your energy reaches a part of them they've spent their whole lives ignoring. Their trauma recognizes your truth. Their ego feels threatened by your peace. Their inner chaos gets loud the moment your inner clarity enters the room. You didn't offend them. Their own unhealed pain did. Unresolved wounds always fear the presence of someone who's already healed. This is why people who barely know you can treat you like a threat. You don't even have to speak. Your alignment exposes their illusions. You don't chase approval, which unsettles those who live for it. You don't compete, which frustrates those who define themselves through comparison. You don't fake peace, which embarrasses those who do. It has nothing to do with arrogance. It has everything to do with alignment. Your frequency is a mirror, and when people have built their entire identity around pain, masks, and ego, that mirror becomes unbearable. They'll judge you before they understand you. They'll reject you before they even know you. Why? Because your energy registered long before your words ever landed. Imagine walking into a dark room holding a torch. The light doesn't insult the darkness, but it forces it to reveal itself. That's you. Your presence wakes up parts of people they've kept asleep for years. Some will feel safe around you, drawn to the truth you carry. Others will feel exposed, and fear always looks for someone to blame. They never truly hated you. They feared what you awakened in them. Number 11. You were never too much. They were just too small to hold what you carry. When depth walks into shallow waters, the shallow will always scream, "Too deep." It's not about you, it's about their lack of capacity. Chosen one, you've spent years being told you're too much, too deep, too intense, too emotional, too confident, too different. But here's the raw truth. You're not too much. They were just unprepared for the level you operate on. Imagine this for a second, a powerful flood trying to pour into a tiny cup. The cup cracks, overflows, and blames the flood for being too much. But the flood isn't the problem. The cup is simply too small to hold it. That's exactly what happens every time someone labels you extra. You're not the problem. Their lack of capacity is. You show up with presence, truth, and power that people aren't used to. Instead of admitting they're unprepared for someone so real, they label you as dramatic, intense, or even intimidating. But the truth is, they've just never encountered someone who refuses to shrink. You were never built for watered-down conversations, fake connections, or surface-level living. You walk in fully, and that shakes people, not because you're trying to dominate, but because you refuse to dilute yourself to make others comfortable. The loudest insult people throw, "too much," is just code for "you make me face parts of myself I'm not ready to deal with." When people say you're too much, what they're really saying is, "You make me feel emotions I've numbed. You speak truths I've avoided. You ask questions that break my comfort zones. You carry a presence that demands authenticity." And that scares them, because shallow minds can't comprehend deep waters. So they project, they mock, they distance themselves, but deep down, they know you're not out of line, you're ahead of it. Your frequency highlights what they've buried. Your confidence convicts their fear. Your vision exposes their limits. That's why you must stop shrinking to make people comfortable. Stop editing your essence to be easier to digest. The world doesn't need a quieter version of you. It needs exactly what you are. Fire never apologizes for burning too bright. It just burns, and those who can't handle it step back. You weren't sent here to blend in. You weren't sent here to make mediocrity feel okay. You were sent to awaken, activate, and disrupt. Some will be drawn to you, some will fear you, but no one will ever be indifferent because you're not ordinary. So let them call you strange. Let them mislabel your depth, your power, your silence, your boldness. Just don't let it make you shrink. You weren't meant to be palatable. You were meant to be powerful. Whether they whisper it, deny it, or avoid it, they know you're not normal. You're chosen, and nothing about you was ever supposed to make sense to those still hiding from who they were meant to become. Number 12. Your quiet truth screams louder than their fake noise. Silence is a weapon the insecure will never understand, because when you don't fight for approval, you strip power from those who live off attention. Chosen one, you've probably noticed it. Your silence shakes people more than your words ever could. You don't need to argue. You don't need to defend yourself. You don't need to prove your worth. Your quiet confidence alone exposes the noise for what it is, empty and insecure. Imagine this for a moment. A crowded room full of people yelling, gossiping, trying to outshine each other. Then you walk in, calm, composed, unbothered. Suddenly they can feel it, the shift. Your stillness feels like a mirror reflecting their desperation. The ones who thrive on chaos don't know what to do with someone they can't provoke. They'll try to bait you into drama. They'll gossip, twist your words, throw shade, hoping you'll react. But you don't. You've outgrown the need to clap back, and that drives them insane. Weak people need attention to feel powerful. Strong people don't need an audience to know their value. Your silence isn't weakness, it's authority. It says, I don't need to explain myself to people committed to misunderstanding me. It's proof that you're untouchable, that their opinions can't reach you. And that's why it unsettles them, because they realize their usual tactics won't work on you. They can't feed off your energy. They can't pull you down to their level. They can't control you with validation. You've learned that not every battle needs a response. Not every insult deserves your attention. Some things collapse faster when you stop holding them up with your energy. And here's the part that stings your enemies the most. Your silence exposes them. When you don't defend yourself, their lies look louder, faker, more desperate. You don't have to lift a finger. The truth just reveals itself while they self-destruct. Sometimes the loudest clapback is no clapback at all, because peace is more powerful than performance. So let them talk, let them laugh, let them project, because the ones who really see you, they already know who you are, and the ones who can't, they were never meant to matter anyway. Your silence isn't empty, it's proof of your strength, and that's why it will always speak louder than their noise. Number 13. They can't control you because you don't need what they worship. The world loses its power over you the moment you stop craving what it uses to control everyone else. Chosen one, the reason you intimidate people isn't just your presence, it's your freedom. You can't be bought with compliments. You can't be bribed with money. You can't be manipulated with attention, and that terrifies those who've built their whole identity on chasing exactly those things. Imagine this for a second. A puppeteer pulling strings, making everyone dance for approval, status, and fake validation. Then there's you, standing still, smiling, untouchable. No strings attached, no hooks for them to pull. That's why they don't know what to do with you. They call you different because you're immune to the rewards they chase. While they worship applause, you don't need it. While they define themselves by titles, you're not impressed. While they scramble for attention, you move in silence and still outshine them. Freedom scares people who sold themselves for validation. Your independence is power. It means you can walk away from people, opportunities, and systems that everyone else is enslaved to. It means you can't be guilt-tripped, flattered, or controlled. And that's dangerous to manipulators who rely on others needing them to feel powerful. This is why they label you too proud or too independent. It's projection. What they really mean is, you don't need what I use to control others, and that makes me powerless against you. You're unreachable because your value isn't tied to things that fade. You've built yourself on something they can't give or take away. A person who needs nothing is the hardest person in the world to control. That's why people react so strongly to you. They don't just see confidence, they see freedom. You remind them of the chains they still wear, the need for praise, the hunger for attention, the addiction to approval. And here's the truth that cuts the deepest. You're proof that power doesn't come from what you collect, but from what you can walk away from. So let them misunderstand you. Let them call you distant, detached, even arrogant. Because the truth is simple. Your lack of need is your greatest strength. You were never meant to be owned by this world. You were meant to move through it free. And now, chosen one, you understand why the world reacts to you the way it does. Every strange look, every silent rejection, every mocking word. It was never proof you were wrong. It was confirmation you were always different by design. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to awaken, disrupt, and lead. If this message spoke to your soul, drop 777 in the comments, like this video, subscribe, and share it with someone who needs to hear it. Together, we spread the light and remind others they are not alone. Thank you, chosen one. Your presence matters.